Hi, Ray. Those are not mine. Oh, no. Hi, Mercy. Oh, shit. Hi, Mazo. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Onesie Dunsey. Hi, Look at D. Y'all, I feel like my hands are dirty. And they're not. I just feel like that. Hi, Margaret, because they're cold. Hi, Joanna. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Always on My Six. Hi, Antoinette. I feel like I haven't seen y'all in forever. Hi, Alicia. Nada's trying to get me to invite people to go live with me. TikTok is cray cray. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Amy. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, JB. Hi, Queen. Thank you for the likes, y'all. Thank you, thank you. Hi, I love cheesecake. Hi, Raven. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Hi, Ope. I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Well, I haven't been live in a while. Oh my goodness. Stop, TikTok. Hi, Doreen. Hi, Polish. Hi, Lacey. Hello. Welcome in, y'all. Hi, the Curbs. You've been trying to touch the grass, period. Hi, Angie. Me too. Hi, Spicy Quack. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. My favorite. I'm doing well. How are you? How are you? Hi, Lily. Hi, Angelia. Hi, Cheeky Baby. Welcome in all my subs, my followers. Welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello. Y'all, hi, Chris. I've been watching, I haven't finished. Y'all. I'm not caught up. I'm not caught up on Love is Blind. But I know just from like being on social media that high user a lot of numbers. I know from being on social media that, thank you, Chris, that what's their names? Madison and Joe broke up. I know that from social media. But I don't know everything that happened on the last episode. I'm mostly through the episode right before that. I think we have like 20 minutes left. Hey. Hi, Nehemiah. Why are you on here, son? You're supposed to be enjoying your time at Dave and Buster's. Hi, Shay. Hi, Janae. All my subs, all my people, thank you so much for sharing. Hi, Gigi. Thank you so much for reposting. Hi, Queen. Hi, Natalie. Y'all, hi, Kiki. Y'all, can we talk about them? Are y'all watching these crazy people? I shouldn't call them crazy. These unwell people. Hi, Bae. Thank you for the repost. Chris, thank you for sharing the live. Hi, Bae. Welcome in. I haven't seen you in forever. Thank you for liking. They are wild, y'all. You come here for the insights? Gigi, girl. The people are, hi, CJ. I haven't seen you in forever. The people are wild on this show. Okay? Wild. How have you been, CJ? How's school and work? So on the most recent episode, nothing much, CJ. Watching Love is Blind right now, season 9. And Real Housewives of Potomac, and chatting about those shows. On the most recent episode, who was it? Nick and Annie break up. Which, y'all, I'm actually gonna say I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked about that. Babe, what's going on in the state of Colorado? Listen. Hey, Mimi. Hi, Mia. Hi, K Boogie. Welcome in, welcome in. Y'all, I actually was shocked that Nick and Annie broke up. I miss you too. Even though, like, duh, right? Like, duh. But I thought that Nick was really going to try to see through that lavender marriage. I thought he was really going to push through. Hi, Sierra. Thank you, Gigi. I really thought, exactly, babe. I thought he was going to marry her to prove a point, and he was like, nah, I can't do it. I can't do it. Listen, I got you watching it now, Mia, and I seen your comment like, oh, what did you get me into? They are cray. Hi, Birdie. Hi, Samaya. Hi, India. All my folks join in. Hi, Taisha. Hi, J baby. I was like I was very shocked that they broke up, but honestly, listen, what I feel like I'm watching this season, and I don't watch every season, so I'm probably underinformed. I'm own that. I'm underinformed. I'm so sorry, Mia. I'm so sorry. Hi, South Africa. Period. I be having the whole diaspora in here, and I love that for me. The women this season, explicitly Annie, Allie, Madison, those three, thank you, India, so freaking centered on being married. And that's it. That is all that matters. Like when Madison's family met Joe, they were so excited that she was engaged. They were excited that she was engaged. Did not give a fuck about necessarily Joe. Like the sister was, and it was so wild to me to watch the mom and the sister basically try to talk about her being emotionally dysregulated as something that was endearing about her. Like, no, she needs to grow up. She needs to grow up. And I felt so vindicated, right? Because there are so many people online acting like Joe is just out of this world unwell, because everybody is clear that Joe is not physically, Madison is not who Joe would go for, right? And so people are like, he's not attracted to her. He's not attracted to her. Okay. And I hate doing this, y'all. Y'all know I hate doing this. And I do think that Joe was trying to do the experiment. He was trying to say, even if you're not who I would go for, I liked you in the pods. Let's see. You know, it's not like you're ugly, you know, like, let's see. But she's just so insecure and unhinged. And now I'm vindicated because her family came on here and said the same fucking thing. The same fucking thing. Her mom talking about she's very fiery. Listen, Sierra, you got me sided with a man, girl, that I don't like that, okay? I don't like it. Don't piss me off, Madison. India, thank you. You are just dropping all the gifts. Thank you. Like, girl. And I agree. Joe is not as bad as people are making him seem. Okay? Oh, listen. We're going to get to Sparkle Megan and we're going to get to KB, okay? Because I got some smoke for the girlies. But like Madison, her family basically saying, like, her mom saying, oh, she's so fiery and you just have to hug her until she lets you go if you can get close enough, means that y'all know she be acting fucking unwell. And she's grown as fuck. Everybody on Love is Blind except for Allie is over 30. No. We're not doing that after 30 years old. We're not acting like that still. And I think, you know, Joe, he's definitely, he's got his stuff. Don't misunderstand me, okay? He got some shit he needs to work on, okay? Listen, Lisa, like, he got some shit he need to work on, because he said he got all the way to the goddamn, the wedding invitations is printed before he's like, yeah, you know what? I don't think we can get married. Now, Joe, You've been in this motherfucker for 5 years and you didn't know that until today? Don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Hi, Nikki. Don't do that. Don't do that. Grow up. Oh, thank you, Nikki. And more than one thing can be true. The reality is he's not acting like that with Madison. In fact, he was trying to avoid acting like that. Can we clock that? Can we clock it? Nikki, listen, I'm not going to be shady in here, but I had to go. Okay. Nikki is talking about another live I was on. I think that's what you're talking about, Nikki. Another live I was just on, and I was like, you know what? Let me go over. I'm going to see y'all later. Hi, Fanatic. But listen, Joe is talking to, if we think back to the kitchen conversation with Joe and fucking Madison, right? Listen, Nikki. Joe was trying to avoid what he did in his last relationship by saying, hey, I have hesitancies. How do you feel? He's trying to get curious. He's trying to avoid, I'm going to wait till the last minute and then leave because I'm unhappy. And she didn't make any space for that man's feelings, right? Because all she heard was what she wanted to hear. She filtered all of that. And I'm not saying, well, am I saying that? Maybe I am. Maybe I'm saying that she shouldn't have, but she filtered all of that through, I think he's not physically attracted to me because I'm not typically his type physically. And so this must mean he doesn't want me, right? She filtered all of that, his vulnerability around being hesitant and about really wanting to see it through and not being sure. That's all that she heard was, well, he doesn't want me. And then she reacted the way she did and then told the man, well, keep talking to me about how you feel, but why would he do that, right? And so he was trying to avoid waiting 5 years and getting to the wedding invitations being printed and then being like, I can't do this. But she wouldn't let him do that. And the fact that her family knows that about her and it's still like, I'm so happy you're getting married. Why are y'all not happy that she's going to therapy to deal with that shit? She's too old to be acting like that. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. Like, no. And I'm not even saying, again, I'm not saying that her insecurities are her fault. Okay. Y'all know that we are not born insecure. We are made insecure. Okay. Things happen to us to breed and birth insecurities in us. Okay. I'm not saying they're her fault. And she's grown now. She's grown now. And so we have to be willing to examine ourselves before you get into, you trying to get married. You're not trying to have a boyfriend. You're trying to be married. I need you to examine yourself. I need you to be willing to pause and say, where's that coming from? Her sister was a lot. My brother-in-law, my sister's man, girl. And the poor husband, he's just like, oh, does this man know what he's getting into? He low-key was like, I'm going to be quiet so I can just have another man in here to save me because he was like, and then there, whatever the husband's name is, them being like, he knows about it. Like one of y'all said in here, y'all got this whole season, the women have us defending men. And I'm mad at y'all for that. I'm mad at y'all for that. Okay. And then fucking Allie. Why are you going to a dress fitting when you think this man has a drinking problem and you don't want that for yourself? Furthermore, why are you worried about this man drinking 12 beers over a 10-day time frame? Like, is it really that deep? Is he getting sloshed and then acting crazy? Like, why is that bothering you so much? Unless it is just a fundamental like values thing. And if it's a fundamental values thing, then y'all are misaligned and you should not be getting married. But because y'all both fucking worked at McDonald's when you were 16, it must be destiny. Girl, shut the fuck up. Girl, don't don't piss me off, Allie. Okay? Your values are misaligned. Why are you dress shopping? You believe in signs, but this ain't a sign. How you feel about his drinking is not a sign. Maybe she just like, she can't just have a dress shopping feeling. No. Like, Gigi, thank you. Like Allie. And Allie is so young. Allie is like 26, right? And her mom, his mom being like, you know, when you're 22 in Russia, if you're not married, it's like, oh my God, you're so old. And like Allie is definitely clinging to, oh, I'm so glad. Allie is definitely clinging to these very outdated patriarchal ideas around how you're supposed to show up as a woman and like marriage and like family. Like she has these very patriarchal ideas around that, which I've talked to y'all about, right? Which actually don't make sense because she's also going to school to be a nurse. So it's like, there's some cognitive dissonance going on with quite a few of the women, I feel like, this season. Hi, Shy. Hi, Ann. I feel like it's a lot of cognitive dissonance going on. People were jumping her online for her comments about getting a nanny. Wait, I don't remember. What did she say? That she was going to get one? I don't remember. But the fact that she's like, she wants to be provided and taken care of, which, hey, whatever, which I won't get into all of that on here because that's a much deeper topic, okay? But her saying all of that is like, okay, you're saying that, but then you're not actually living like a woman that wants that, right? So here's where it confuses me. If your goal is to be a put up woman, right? Which you want to be put up, you want to be, that's what you aim for. That's what you hope for, right? That's how you think marriage is supposed to look as a woman. Then why are you also not cooking? Oh, those are so cute. Thank you. Why are you also not cooking and cleaning and doing all the shit that put up women do? You supposed to be doing that because that's what put up women do. But you're trying to go back to school. I don't like, it's misaligned. It's incongruent with what you're saying you want versus what you're doing. Hi, Sakura. Hi. So like it's not, and I'm not even trying to tell you to be put up. Hi, Noel. I ain't trying to even tell you to be put up. I'm just saying, exactly, Gigi, the math ain't mathing. It's not adding up to what you're saying that you want. We are, Sakura. Hey, welcome back, K Boogie. Apparently, it's offensive to say that you want a nanny. Child, if you got the money, you better go ahead and get you a nanny. Sakura, right now we're talking about Anton and Allie. Hi, dark skin lover girl. You better go ahead and get you a nanny, girl. Thank you, India. Thank you, dark skin lover girl. You better go ahead and get you one. Because like, why not? Why not? But the critique would be, thank you, Shad. The critique would be, so then you don't want to be a put up woman. But to complicate it even further, you owe Netflix money. Okay, K Boogie, actually one of my mutuals was streaming it. I think she's still streaming it. I'll share it the next time she streams. But to complicate it even further, Allie, it's giving 1950s housewife, right? Because the ones with wealth, the ones with money, right? Because y'all was outsourcing your labor and your motherhood and all that shit too. But trying to act like the pinnacle of womanhood and femininity and motherhood. But y'all was outsourcing that labor too. The only reason why y'all were able to be seen that way is because the Negroes, the black women, was over there doing all the labor. So actually, I can believe that she wants a nanny, right? Of course she wants to outsource because she wants to be put up in the way that 1950s wealthy women were put up. Anywho, like, keep it a buck. Keep it a buck. That's odd. And it tracks, right? It tracks. Do y'all want me to talk about Calabria and Edmund next? Y'all want me to talk about KB and Edmund first? Or y'all want me to talk about Annie crying and begging Nick to stay? She's gorgeous. I know a lot of rich men that would provide for her. I don't have any thoughts to add to that. Annie first, please. I'm not ready. Okay. Annie. First of all, she definitely has. Let me be very clear when I say this. Let me be very clear. Annie has a problem with how she handles her liquor. She has a problem with how she handles her alcohol because Annie gets to drinking, and this is according to Annie. She said she had too many drinks, okay? This is according to Annie. This is not me projecting or speculating. Annie said that, okay? She get to having too many goddamn drinks. Sierra. And then all your insecurities start showing up. So, baby, you already feel like that when you're sober. And if you feel like that man don't love you when you get to drinking, then what do you feel like when you're sober that you're suppressing, boo? Not blaming it on alcohol. Sierra said, I need her to take that 27 piece out respectfully. But what do you feel like when you're sober and that you're suppressing? I feel like maybe she was sober after lunch. She always is just like a little bit off. You know what I mean? Sophia, it is stacked. And the fact that she is on, not sober during that time, y'all are shady. The fact that her hair, no, shade, maybe a shade. I ain't even gonna lie to you. But the fact that her hair looks like that and she is a hairdresser that owns a salon, it is bad for business. It's bad for business. Anywho. And so I just, Annie, the fact that I'm just asking you to try, why are you begging this man to stay? He is saying explicitly, it's a no. I am unhappy. It is a no. I can't do it. I don't want to. I'm just asking you to try. He already did, and you are unwell. You are unwell. Listen, when them women, and I told y'all this already, when them women were sitting at that fucking pool in Mexico, when they all went, thank you so much. Thank you always for the gifts, y'all. When they're sitting at that pool together, and I think it was KB said, it's good to fight right now because then you could see how you fight. I was like, girl, don't piss me. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Cause y'all done known each other for 7 days and you already fighting. What the fuck are you fighting about already? Y'all shouldn't be doing nothing but kissing and fucking. You ain't gotta fuck, but it should be copacetic right now. What are y'all mad about? I thought, what are y'all mad about? When Nick said, how much longer are we gonna do this? Took me out. No, for real. That's why I had to clean it up, Sierra, because, well, hold on. You ain't gotta fuck. But y'all shouldn't be arguing about shit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It shouldn't be nothing to fight about. Listen, KB, why does everybody want struggle love? Damn, exactly. It's almost like this, like, odd obsession that we have. And I feel like maybe it's a US culture thing. I don't know if this is other places. Thank you, Tata. Where it's like, if you go through something hard, then that just proves that, like, you can make it through anything. Like, baby, it shouldn't be hard already. If a couple comes to me and they're like 2-3 months in and y'all arguing, baby, I'm gonna support whatever needs to happen. But there is a part of my brain that's already like, okay, we might be doing therapy in order to effectively conclude this relationship. Because why y'all already bickering? Why y'all already fighting? Listen, Gigi said, I struggle enough with myself. I don't want no struggle love. Love should be easy and enhance my journey, bring out the best in me. Clock it. And I tell y'all this, and I'm honest about this all the time, but you definitely will have moments where in your relationship, you become safe enough. You're safe enough, your system can regulate enough where you start to notice certain things like, oh, I didn't even realize that was like a problem for me, or that. But that shouldn't feel like a battle with your partner. It should be stuff that you're understanding about yourself. Now, your partner might do something that like makes that evident to you, but they shouldn't be your enemy. You should never be fighting against your partner. I'm sorry. You should always be fighting alongside them. Be mad at me if you want to. Be mad at me if you want to. Okay? Real rom-coms to come back, okay? And that's the thing. Listen, these are a bunch of fucking millennials, right? That grew up fucking watching struggle ass love. Thank you, Gigi. Grew up watching struggle love of the this hard thing came between us and we persevered and now we've made it and we're just so no. K-Boogie, clock it. Okay, so Chris saying struggle love is international. It is a virus created by the patriarchy. Thank you for adding that. I don't have enough information to know. I can only speak for my context. So thank you for naming that. K Boogie said love and basketball. Exactly. So many stories. Even all the like white rom-coms. I can't think of no names of them, child. But I used to watch them when I was a teenager, right? This idea that you have to overcome something. Hi, Siobhan. You're not. We are talking about, hi, Jay Monet. We are talking about Love is Blind. And Annie explicitly, anything Jennifer Aniston played in, Annie explicitly begging that man, Nick, to stay with her. So I just, again, and Annie is not even, she's not even fucking serious. Okay. She's not serious. Talking about some, I can speak to that dark skin lover girl. Talking about some, I want to be married. I want to be a wife. I'm going to be a great mother. I'm going to be a great wife. I'm going to be all of this. And then she goes, to you. Because girl, you don't actually give a fuck if it's him or not. You just want that title. Because that means something to you, right? And I think that this has to do with like the push in larger culture in general toward more conservative values, really moving toward like trad wife content, et cetera, et cetera. And this has been happening for years at this point. This is not new, but it happens incrementally. It happens slowly. And so now what you're seeing is really a manifestation of that on a larger scale, because now it's on a reality TV show again, right? This fixation on these values, the importance of being a wife and being someone's mother, being married, that means something, right? Which is nothing but a function of the patriarchy, right? Which is why Nikki see me on that last live. We wasn't talking about it this time. Thank you, dark skin lover girl. We wasn't talking about it this time, right? But a lot of what they talk about in that live is they will talk about men and women stuff, and the men almost always, to discredit the woman. That's why you single. Do you got a man? Because inherently they feel like you have value as you are attached to a man. And so now y'all are seeing that rhetoric that has been slowly coming back into the ethos more prominently, because it's always been in pockets, right? It's never gone away, but it's becoming more of mainstream accepted culture again. This is why you see these women on this show, Allie, Annie, Madison, centering being a wife and being someone's mother as like the ultimate, I've arrived. This is the ultimate thing to have accomplished. And no matter how horrible or awful or challenging or difficult this is, if I can just get this title, then that's all that matters. The man is telling you he's unhappy, and she's like, well, can you just try? Girl, let him go. Because, I mean, Nick don't even like you anyway. I mean, here's the thing, though, Alicia. Hi, Gigi. Here's the thing, though, Alicia. They actually did say that they had Smex in Mexico. Clock it, Gigi. I saw my mom have a miserable marriage with an emotionally abusive ex-husband. Yeah, the other Gigi is here. And I'm not about that life, period. Okay, dark skinned lover girl asked me, so should a relationship always be easy? Thank you, Gigi. It depends on how you define easy. Depends on how you define easy. Right? What I would say is that relationships should not feel like my partner is against me or I'm against my partner. Right? There will be down moments, there will be hard things, but do I feel like my partner is in it with me or my partner is in it against me? Right? Because you're not going to, or worse, I'm against myself. You're not going to agree about everything. I also hate that notion, Sakura. I missed y'all too, user MS. Like, you're not going to agree about everything. There are going to be things that you don't agree about. The question becomes, how do you handle that? Right? Y'all know that I've been married before and I'm married again. And the first husband, it was nothing I could say where he could hear me. He can't hear nothing I say. Everything is an attack against him. User MS, we're talking about Love is Blind, but Dark Skin Lover Girl asked, hi, Trini Kimmy. Dark Skin Lover Girl asked if I thought that relationships should always be easy. So that's what we're expanding on it now. He couldn't hear shit I said. Somebody else would say it, resonates. He gets it immediately, understands it completely, but could not hear from me because he always saw me as being against him. We were always in combat. My husband now, we disagree about shit. Not that often, but we do. But we could talk that shit through. It's always, let's find a solution. Because I actually like you as a person. I love you as a person. I respect you as a person. So it's like, I want to get to the answer together. Even if I feel like you fucking tripping. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you tripping. How do we come to resolution? Exactly, K Boogie. The communication should be easy. Yeah, Big C is my husband. Right? It should never be I should never have to feel like okay, for example, KB and what's that boy named Edmund? He basically let her know because he brought that up in front of everyone, right? He made an experience of me against you for them by doing that, right? That's what naming that in front of everyone did is he said, "Oh, I'm aligned with them against you." You should never have to shrink. You should feel like your opinions and the things that you have to say are valid. Now, I will say this, and this is not me trying to be an asshole. This is not me saying that this is the norm for everybody. But I will say that Chris and I, or the great, right? He's in here. Chris and I really did not argue until like 4 years in. That's when we like had like the like, oh, like this might be kind of hard. This thing might be hard, you know? And we still went about that a very particular way, you know? And so yeah, I don't feel like you are so silly. Listen, user, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So dark skin lover girl, I would say I'm saying all that to say it's not that it should always be easy, that you will never experience hard things, but how are we experiencing them? Do you got my back? And are we in this together? Can we communicate in a way that makes it feel like I'm not alone on an island by myself? Right? KB is frustrated with Edmund because she feels like she's on an island by herself. She said when they were sitting down in that living room, why do I always have to bring up the elephant in the room? She's by herself in the emotional processing of that relationship. Edmund wants to deflect. Edmund is emotionally avoidant. He just wants to say, I love you and I need you, and that's supposed to be enough. That's not enough. You got to talk about the hard shit too. You got to show up. You got to be invested enough in this relationship. Not that, and y'all know I don't think they should be having hard shit. They ain't known each other but for 4 weeks, okay? But you have to have the skill set to do it. Do I feel like you're on my team or are you against me? Because that motherfucker sat in that room. That man sat in that room and listened to everything that she said and it was like, say something nice. Say something nice. And KB talking about, that's my baby. That's my baby. Y'all seen that, right? That's my baby. That's my baby. Okay, Erica, hi. Have a good day at work. And you're right, he is your baby. And he wants you to be his mother. Oh, Mia, Edmund has a lot of work to do on unpacking his traumas, perhaps, in my opinion. That's without a fact. That is without a doubt. I mean, sorry. That's for a fact, without a doubt. For a fact, without a doubt. I said to y'all, I said that man needs to be in therapy. And I told y'all in the beginning I said he is externalizing his happiness. He's externalizing his peace, and he is going to dysregulate the minute. I haven't watched the whole interview. The minute that it doesn't show up the way that he needs it to, because he has a very specific idea of what happiness looks like, because he hasn't experienced it within himself. And so the minute that that relationship deviates from that, he is going to be dysregulated. Ooh, enjoy, Gigi. Edmund, Pop Social Polly, Edmund. The minute that it deviates from that, he is going to not know what to do. And that's what's happening. Something hard has happened between them. And you forgot why you fell in love with me in the pods. No, it's not that she forgot. It's that you also need to be able to deal with this other shit. Hi, Risa. Thank you so much. You also need to be able to deal with that. It's not that she forgot. It's that you're incapable of dealing with the hard shit. The interview with AD didn't help KB's case. It seems like she ignored a lot of red flags. She even said on the episode she falls in love with potential, but that potential gets her hurt a lot. Ask it, K Boogie. And I think people are trying to infantilize Edmund. They're saying, oh, he has autism, he's this, he's that, he's on the spectrum. And they're infantilizing it because people are fucking ableist. People are ableist as fuck. They're just benevolent ableist, right? Have you ever met like a benevolent sexist person where they're like, you know, I love women, I appreciate women, you know, they're just so frail, we just like have to take care of them, you know, we gotta support them because, you know, they're just so tender and emotional, and they're like spewing all of this like stereotypical shit about women, but they're not being like, women need to be in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant, right? But it's still sexism. It's still sexism. People are doing that with Edmund. People aren't saying like, oh my God, autistic people don't deserve love. But they're saying, oh my God, he's emotionally avoidant and immature because he's just autistic, guys. Don't do that. Exactly, fanatic. It's not seeing the person as a full human being. People are ableist as fuck. And let's call a spade a spade. No shade, but I don't think that Edmund is on the spectrum at all. Edmund is traumatized. And I know that people don't understand that trauma can quite literally rewrite your fucking brain, but it can. And we know for a fact that Edmund has not processed that shit. Because Edmund told us when KB asked, how'd you forgive your mom? Well, I know that she loves me. So you just ignored it. You just didn't address it. You just didn't deal with it. I know that she loves me and that was enough. Okay. Okay. He's traumatized. And y'all know that I said I would never say out loud what his sister-in-law told me. But what she told me is worse than what that man said as far as his trauma goes. So he got shit he needs to deal with. He got shit he needs to deal with. And he's acting like a traumatized person. Hi, pretty girl. He's acting that way. And people are wanting to excuse the behavior rather because that just makes them feel better or whatever, or people think that they're being, you know, woke. I hate to use it that way, but I think that that's what people think they're doing. Like, no, guys, he's just on the spectrum. And it's like, no, babe, he's just traumatized. And not like just like it's not a big deal, but he's traumatized. And he needs to go to therapy. Exactly. All in all, he has no business looking for a wife. I said the first time that man came on our screen and he started talking and acting the way, I said, y'all, he doesn't need to have a wife or children yet. He is trying to manifest a marriage and children because he is in a space still, due to that trauma, of that's the way I'm going to achieve happiness. That's what's going to make everything better. If I can just build my own family that would love me in the way that I was not loved, then I would be happy. I would just, if I could just have that, then everything would be okay. And it's like, babe, some of that you have to give to yourself. Some of that you're going to have to deal with in your own self. Because people are going to disappoint you. And then what happens when that happens? Well, y'all have seen. You dysregulate. You escalate. You go over the top. Because now she's deviated from what love is supposed to look like to you. And you don't know how to handle that. Because you don't have peace within your own self. You don't have happiness within your own self. It's all external. Even when she said, where do you find your peace? He said, my rollerblading community. Something outside of him. Explicitly, people outside of him. He didn't say rollerblading as an activity. He said the community attached to the rollerblading. And those are the things y'all need to be listening for. When y'all are talking to people, for those of you that are not in healthy, happy relationships, those are the things you're listening for. Where does that happiness come from? Where does that peace come from? What do you do when things get hard? Those are the kinds of questions your therapist asks you. Those are the kind of questions y'all need to be asking these potential partners. When shit gets hard for you, who do you call? That's going to tell you right then that motherfucker ain't got no friends. And he's going to expect you to be his everything. So, listen. He does, user MS. He does. I need you. I want you. I need you, KB. Yeah. Yeah, because he's broken. Brokenhearted. Okay, Sakura, I haven't even finished the episode, y'all, so I haven't even gotten to the men's fitting yet. I just started the women's fitting. But KB's friends were not fucking feeling that man. I don't care. Did y'all see the friend low-key roll her eyes? When the one friend, she was like, he's unique in his own ways. And then the other friend was like, they don't like that man. They don't like that man. They try to support their friend, but they don't like that man. And I hope they got into her ear. Okay? Because KB, we're not doing potential-based relationships, sis. Okay? We're not doing it. Okay? Listen, babe. KB's friends were giving if you like it, I love it, girl. And that's why I don't be on that shit. I don't love it just because you like it. I'm going to tell you. Now, as your therapist, I'm going to hold some shit back. A little, but only a little bit. My clients will tell you. Like, I'd be like, I'm just about to say this because you know me. But That yes, I'm just going to be a yes person. That's not love. Love is also correction. Love is guidance. Love is wisdom. Love is I'm pulling your coattails sometimes. That don't mean you got to do anything with it, but you're not going to walk around here thinking what nothing wrong with that motherfucker. Love is honesty. Love is compassion. And compassion means I don't want you walking around here looking like Boo Boo the Fool or being hurt by something I saw that maybe you didn't. Or that you see, but that you don't trust yourself around, right? That goes back to that whole, I've talked to y'all before about how often women have a hard time trusting themselves and trusting their gut, right? We have a hard time trusting our gut because of the way the larger culture talks about us. Oh, y'all are just emotional. You're just this, you're just that. As though that's a negative. As though your emotions are actually not telling you something. As though your emotions are not informative. As though your emotions are not wise. As though your emotions don't fucking know something. Your body be knowing before your fucking mind be knowing sometimes. Pay attention to that shit. And so they tell you, oh, you women are just too emotional. As a way to disregard what you're instinctively and intuitively feeling. Now, I'm not saying you should be ruled by your emotions, but you absolutely should be letting your emotions be information. It is data. If you feel that, what is that about? Where did that come from? Why did that come up? Why do I feel that? Don't ignore the shit. And so sometimes your friends have to say it out loud so you could be like, oh yeah, I wasn't crazy. When I felt that, that was right. Nikki said, my body tells me everything I need to know, and does. Even if what I need to know is, girl, you tripping. Ain't nothing going on. That's a trauma response from your mama or whatever, but it's telling you something. So listen to that motherfucker. Trust yourself to be the wisdom that you need. And the reason why some women don't listen to their friends is because, listen, even on the last live, hi, Fonda Don, even on that live I was on, Nikki, that you were on, right? I've been on that live before, and I think it might have even gotten said today. No, maybe not today, but it's definitely been said before where some of the men will say to the women, like, oh, y'all can't, oh, they were saying this about the women today. Y'all don't like each other, y'all are mean to each other, y'all are each other's bullies, blah, 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 blah. And so they create this narrative that women are just, they're just jealous. They're just against you. And it's like, so then they struggle to trust their friend as having their best intention at heart. Right? They frame women as catty, Nikki. Yes. As catty, as being, they just want what you have, they're just bitter, whatever, right? And larger culture does that. It frames girls as being, this is why, no shade, maybe a little bit of shade, This is why for me, when women are like, I don't have women friends, I'm always like, I don't know, friend. I don't know about that. I just get along better with men. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. What does that mean? I need more information. Because now I feel like you bought into a narrative, right? Hi, Perpy. You bought into a narrative. K Boogie, do you get along better with men because they're emotionally unavailable? Do you get along better with men because they're pretending to be your friend because really they want to fuck you? And they've actually dehumanized you? So you don't have to do no emotional intimacy and all that shit with them? Why do you get along better with men, babe? What's that about? What's that about? And I'm not saying that this can't be true in some instances, right? There are some very particular situations where it's like, okay, yeah, you have only encountered odd people. But for your whole life, we're like almost 40 and you're telling me that you don't have friends that are women? I don't know. I don't know about that. Exactly. Let's unpack that, babe. Listen, Sakura, this is one of the biggest pieces of advice that I love because people sometimes have a hard time doing it for themselves. It's like, if your friend came and told you this story, what would you tell them? What would be the advice you would give them? Because again, a lot of y'all have, not maybe y'all in this live, right? But a lot of y'all have higher standards for your friends than you be having for yourselves in your romantic relationships. As a former, listen, I'm not judging. I'm just saying. Okay? Period, K Boogie. Stay focused. Listen, Sakura, I love women. I love women. I am biased toward women. Y'all know that. I make no apologies about that shit. Okay? I make no apologies about that shit. If it's a woman or anybody else, well, if it's a woman or a man, I'm going to choose a woman. every time. That's why when I be in here on Madison's head, you know she got to be showing up real crazy for me to be on her ass like that. Madison, Annie, Allie. Oh, ask it anyway, babe. So yeah, I just listen, bear. Give me the bear. So yeah, I just listen, KB, I want her to consider what would she tell her home girl in the same scenario. Listen, Sakura Bay, let me tell y'all a funny story, and then I'm gonna pivot to a different couple. when the manager, y'all know the manager, my youngest daughter, right? When the manager was an infant, like hold you in your arms. Anytime a man even made eye contact with her, she cried. She would bawl. Like, please get the fuck away from me. And she was in your arms, an infant. That shit is so, and she's like my most feminist kid, you know, womanist girl. She don't play that shit. And I just love that for her. She's so fucking funny. But she's literally always been that way. Not your body takes a screenshot. I do, Sakura. My live viewers gave her that nickname. Listen, Sakura, your body been new. An aversion. Okay, can we talk about real quickly Jordan and what's that one girl's name? Sparkle Megan. Megan is giving she wants to believe the signs too. And I'm not saying it's something wrong. Well, I actually might be saying there's something wrong with that. Thank you, Sakura. Thank you. Not K Boogie. The sign says stop. I actually do. So what I think, fanatic. Diabetes as a sign is crazy though. Listen. What I think is happening with Megan and Jordan is Megan is attempting to process her grief. Thank you, bae. The signs are saying she was experiencing grief. She is attempting to process her grief through that child. And people do this a lot. People will do this a lot, and it's odd, but people do it a lot, right? She is sad about her dad. Of course she is. Her father passed away. Of course she's sad about that. She's sad about her dad. And now she is relating this little boy's experience, his health, as like a sign about her dad. And this is why she gets choked up every time she talks about it. I mean, also because it's probably sad for her to witness, duh, right? That is a lot on a little body, right? But it is so deeply intertwined with the grief that she feels about her dad. And that's why she said, if anybody's going to step in and be his stepmom, babe, I need you to take a step back and recognize in what ways are you censoring yourself and your grief. Oh, his son has diabetes. Oh, so K Boogie, Jordan's son has type 1 diabetes. Hi, Mindful as Fuck. And Megan's dad had type 1 diabetes, and he passed away from complications with that. But I need her to take a step back and to invite herself to be curious about how much of what she is putting on this little baby, this boy, this 5-year-old, is about herself and her grief journey. Right? When y'all know, I feel like y'all know this. That my ex-husband is deceased and so is Chris's ex-wife. We were both married before. And so we have exes, right? So both of our exes have passed away. My ex-husband passed away, and then a year later, his ex-wife passed away. And his ex-wife's family had never been involved with our children. Never. I've been in my oldest daughter's life since she was 4 months old, and our son's life since he was 2 years old. They had never been involved in their life. And this is where, at the time that she passed away, our oldest was maybe 9 or 10. So like 7, 8 years. Never been involved. She passed away, and now y'all are hitting us up because y'all want to see the kids. No, what you want to do is process your grief about her death through my children. And it's not going to happen. Because you ain't gave a fuck up until this moment, right? And so Megan, while not complicated in that way, wants to process her grief through that child. And if they're not careful, they just need to be careful. They need to be careful about that. User, I'm fanatic. Yeah. So what would processing that grief look like? So, it can look a lot of different ways. I'll tell you the ways that I've seen before. Surprise in the next episode. Okay. Exactly. It's like she believes the son is her dad reincarnated, almost in a way. Like this is her dad's way of coming back into her life, right? And so what this is going to look like is it's not inherent. Well, it's dangerous is what I'll say, right? So this can look like, every time we have to go to a doctor's appointment for his diabetes, I'm constantly on edge and anxious and sad. And really what that's about, right, is me relating that to my dad died from this. And so now every time we talk about his diagnosis, every time we talk about this illness, I'm just so brokenhearted about it. Rather than being like, this is a thing that happened. We are pushing through. We are managing as a family. He's still able to live a very happy life. Like it would be constant sadness around that. Like that's one way that it could show up. And she does cry about it pretty much every time she talks about it, right? So that's one way it can look. In a way that could be like detrimental. Now, K Boogie, why can't her dad come back as a butterfly? Y'all are a mess. A user MS. Yeah, I agree. So like, maybe she didn't have the time to grieve her dad when it happened. And the thing is about grief is that grief is not like now I'm going to be done. Like, that's not how it works. That's not how it works, right? Grief is always present because grief is, and I've said this to y'all before about my brother, right? Grief is really just love that has nowhere to go. Right? You loved this person, this pet, this job, this whatever. And now you don't have anywhere to put that. Explicitly with people that have passed away, that can feel really, what do I do with all this love that I had for this person that's now no longer here? Right? Oh, you're so welcome, Gigi. And so I try to, like, y'all know about my brother. I try to, how do I give that to the next person? How do I pass that out to the son, to the brother, right? To the person that might need that. How do I show up in that way, right? I feel like every time I talk about my brother and his choice to redact himself, and I normalize that and I talk about it very matter-of-factly and not like it's something scary, it opens up the space for people to talk about it in a way where, okay, now my love for my brother has now been pushed out into the world. in a way that's constructive and productive, right? I'm doing something with my love for him, right? And I think that Megan is not there yet. And so she doesn't know what to do with it. Fanatic, thank you. It's the only reason why I'm even a therapist, right? But like she hasn't figured out what to do with it. And so right now she wants to, in some ways, potentially what it looks like is she tries to process that grief through Luca. So we'll see. I don't know. It's very dangerous. Again, I think that her and Jordan's, I think, biggest hurdle goes back to their misunderstanding about, like, they have a misalignment around money. Hi, baby.
You want to do me a favor?
What you want?
Money.
What? For what? You don't want to tell me?
No.
Okay, why you didn't just ask your dad for it?
Because you're here.
So?
But you say I had appointment like therapy.
No, Daddy went to go get his oil changed.
Oh.
Just send him a Cash App request. Your dad is in here, so he just heard me say that to you. But yeah, so he said no. Don't do that, Chris. That is the manager, Fanatic. Hi, kind Kimmy. Okay, I know that I've been yapping about Love is Blind for like, I don't know, an hour, I think now. Yeah, about an hour. I do want to open up the panel. She don't play, and we train them to. Yeah, we train them to be that way. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. The worst you could ever hear is no. Married at first sight takes. I can't take no more people on these damn love shows, user MS. They are stressing me out. You're at work, K Boogie? No. Hi, Sharon. It's too many damn episodes, babe. Listen, these people need to stop trying to fall in love and fall into a goddamn psychiatric hospital, okay? They need to fall into a therapist chair. They need to fall into a goddamn virtual telehealth session. They need to fall into something else, okay? They're pissing me off. And I'm not even like a you gotta be perfect before you get into a relationship type of person. But some of this shit is just like so glaring that it's like, y'all, come on, you're not for real. Ooh, so do some of the fans of these love shows, but let me not get on my soapbox. Fall in love with themselves, Kimberly. Clock it. Clock it. This is why I'm about to start watching couples therapy. That one show with the couples therapist that has the couples come in. I'm curious to see that. I want to see how that looks. And I will say, Mia, we need therapy shows at this point, for real, for real. There was one show, there have been a couple of shows that I'm like, yeah, see, I like that. You've seen all the seasons, Nikki? I need to start it. It's on my list, y'all. It's on my list. April fucking Flowers, you liked it. Okay, see? I need to watch it. I need to get into it. Get into it. Have y'all seen Family or Fiance? That shit is crazy. That I love. That shit is hilarious to me. We need to see how some of these people pass the site. Okay, so user MS, my mutual Ilea actually said it's because they have a very low ranking kind of like what they're flagging and looking for. She's an ex-reality TV producer. They have like, okay, these are like the absolute no things. And then they are being tested by psychologists, which is different than having a mental health evaluation. Does that make sense? Or do I need to explain that further? Listen, Mia. Family or Fiance is actually funny to watch and it's like fun because they bring you and your fiance and y'all's families together and y'all live in a house together for a period of time, and they do therapy and little activities to get to know each other's families, and then the families either decide whether or not they're going to support them getting married at the end. It's crazy. It's crazy. And to be fair, Mia, Love is Blind was a recommendation from everybody else that then I had to watch. Okay. So yeah, clearly it's not working. So user MS, the way that the way that psychology testing works is really they're just looking for diagnoses. Right? And it's not that psychologists are not therapists or that they can't do therapy, but they're looking for diagnoses, not necessarily how that's going to work in relationship to other people, or how that's going to show up in the space. It's just, do they have these particular diagnoses? And it sounds like that's what they're doing, is they're just doing psychological testing rather than evaluations around how the mental health is going to show up on the show and in relationship to the other people on the show. And for whatever reason, I was like, oh, that explains why we keep getting some of these types of people on the show. Because it's like, well, yeah, they have histrionic personality disorder, but like, that don't necessarily mean nothing in relationship to the other people. You know what I mean? It seems like they're looking for whoever makes good TV. Nola, exactly. I mean, yeah, to an extent, right? Hi, Anusha. Oh, Yimmy. Oh, D'Angelo's so young. So sad. Really was such a fundamental just figure in R&B music, you know? Really sad that at such a young age, he is gone. Something else my sister mentioned to me was like apparently the significant age gap between him and Angie Stone when they had their son. I was only in high school or middle school, but apparently it was like, no, K Boogie, it was like Angie was like 36 and he was like 23, 24, something like that. It was very significant. And I was like, we need to be calling more people to the carpet. Come on down. Come to the front. Let's talk about it. Because what is going on? But yeah, truly a legend lost. Truly a legend lost. Okay, y'all, listen. Real Housewives of Potomac. Can we get on that real quick? Can we just talk about... Ashley is getting on my nerves. And Kay. Girl, I fear that Kay is about to be the new Candace. No, I haven't seen it. The OG, the DoorDash driver stuff. I haven't seen it. I don't know what that is. Tell me in the comments, babe. Like, I feel like Kay is about to be the new Candace. Do y'all remember how they used Candace as a weapon against Monique? A couple seasons in. Do y'all remember that? I don't know that anybody is pulling her strings, but it feels like, Kay, why are you so mad about certain stuff that just feels like something not to be mad about? And then now you talking reckless about your homegirl. No, Kay Boogie. Now you... Hi, baby.
What's up?
Nothing.
I'm about to make you some food.
Okay, what are you gonna make?
Food.
No, tell me what.
Why?
Because I want to know.
Why?
What if I don't want it?
You're going to.
What is it?
Food.
Oh my
The
gosh.
type of food that you eat.
The type of food that I eat?
Yeah, so you can nourish your body.
Oh gosh, okay. You're so annoying. Hi Christina. But we're talking...
We're gonna make a salmon sandwich with some chips and grapes.
Okay, thank you.
Is that fine?
Yeah, that's fine. But like, hey, why are you saying you chin checked your homegirl?
Oh, do you want an egg?
Yeah, I'll take an
All right,
egg.
yeah.
Thank you. And then when Giselle brought it up, acting like you didn't say it. And then did y'all see on the coming episode, apparently Kate doubles back and says to Angel, actually, no, I didn't say that, even though then she says in Giselle's presence, I did say it. It's going to be crazy. The reunion, just from that alone, is going to be crazy. Because Angel said if she did say it, it's going to be a problem. So when the reunion comes, and she knows for a fact that Kay did say it, I'm curious to see what happens. Hi, AS. Hi, Ian. Hi, Antoinette. I'm curious to see what happens. Now, Angel, yes, Potomac and Angel and Kay were apparently on a live or something together. And they were talking about Wendy. And it's just giving, again, Kay is being used as a weapon against Wendy. And I think that that's whack. I can't rock with nobody that ain't got no mind of their own. Like, I just can't fuck with that. I can't fuck with that. Because now I feel like you'll just fall for anything. You gonna blow whichever way the wind tell you to blow. But I mean, I feel like that was kind of obvious a bit about Kay when it came to that man. Cause why are you so easily just this man is in here talking nonsense. He is not a good partner. Yeah, I don't appreciate it. I feel like it's whack on their part. I thought it was weird for Angel to say, oh, Wendy said she didn't know me in the confessional, but then said hi to me at the thing. She said that you were a familiar face and that y'all didn't run in the same circles, which, girl, was exactly what the fuck you said. What are you talking about? Why are you acting like Wendy said something you didn't say? You said the same thing. That she was older than you and that she was on her way out as you were coming in. So why is Wendy saying, I don't know her like that, but she's a familiar face? That, like, why is that negative? I feel like they should be tired at this point of the narrative of like Wendy acting like she's better than them. That's not at all what is happening. What it is y'all girls be feeling fucking intimidated by her. That's what it is. Y'all be feeling intimidated. Because Wendy ain't say nothing that you didn't fucking say. She said the same shit you said. But it's a problem when she said it. I don't understand that. And then Ashley being shady. We catching melodies and not felonies. Or we're making melodies and not catching felonies. Whatever the hell she said about Wendy. But then 2 days later was online crying about her dad not being a part of her life and him passing away. Like, girl, I felt like you, so then you have other things you should be focused on. Why are you on here talking shit about Wendy? That's weird. But maybe I'm just defensive of Wendy. I don't care. I am. I'm biased toward Wendy. I like Wendy. I feel like they gave her shit when she came onto the show for no reason. It's that whole, the way that they be on the new women is weird to me. I've just never been intimidated by a woman coming into my space. Like, that don't intimidate me. Why are you being weird about a woman being here, about a new girl being here? You know, I like Dr. Wendy. I agree. And she is a doctor, but they tried to shit on that. You know, what it is they be trying to be shady. And then when Wendy matches their shade, now it's a problem. That's weird. I feel like they are, it's like a takedown almost. And Bravo, they need all the smoke. I hope people give them the smoke. Because, okay, K-Boogie, hopefully it keeps you in this time. Because Bravo, why are y'all taking down the episode of Wendy's wife swap? But we watched a whole season of Karen. A whole season of Karen as she was actively already arrested, actively fighting her stuff. We watched a whole season of Karen. I'm sorry. It's giving colorism. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. Because y'all do it with the white girls too. I feel like y'all acting weird because Dr. Wendy is a dark-skinned black woman. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Because let's keep it a buck. Karen's offense actually could have harmed someone. Wendy, if what happened is true, didn't hurt nobody but a fucking system. They'll be all right. They'll be all right. Exactly, Alicia. And they waited 1 year to film for Teresa. We watched Jen Shaw getting arrested on Salt Lake City too, and she stole from the elderly. But this dark-skinned black woman has an allegation, and you're removing her episode? That's weird. It's weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. And they deserve to be critiqued about that. They deserve to get some smoke for that. Y'all have had plenty of fucking alleged and convicted criminals on the show. Why are we removing an episode from Dr. Wendy? That's already been filmed, edited. It's already ready to go. Why are you removing it? Katana, maybe. But as it stands right now, nothing Dr. Wendy has allegedly done is any worse than any of the rest of these motherfuckers that we watched whole seasons of. Erica Jane's husband, Sue. The allegation against Dr. Wendy is that she defrauded an insurance company by making more than one insurance claim and staging a burglary of items in her home that she actually still had and getting insurance money for it. That's the allegation. Is that she stole from an insurance company. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Exactly, K Boogie. That's why I'm like, are y'all for real? Jen Shaw was stealing from motherfuckers that got AARP, okay? Helping to defraud AARP people. Clock it, Lena. Had Karen on a whole goddamn season after Karen had the allegation. Hi, LB. Had the allegation of doing something really harmful. And we saw the footage. We saw the body cam footage before the girl we saw the body cam footage before the season aired. So some shit we knew to be true about Karen. And we watched whole seasons. But y'all removed this episode, this one, like that's wild to me. That's wild to me. And Lena said, I remember when Bravo put a PSA when Candace and Monique fought, but I don't recall this for any others. I don't remember it either. Like, it's just, again, the way that Bravo, this is why I'm always going to believe Nene about what she said. Because the way that they act about Black women in the Real Housewife franchise is very interesting. Clock it, Mia. I'm not going to read that comment out loud, but clock it, Mia. So again, Bravo, what are you saying? What are you exactly, LB? All reality TV, to be honest. What are you putting your where are you putting your eggs and what basket are you putting them? It seems like you all are already aligned against Dr. Wendy. And why? Why is that? What is that about? Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't like it. So I hope people like Ilea, my mutual Ilea, again, the ex-reality TV producer, she did like make a video about Dr. Wendy and called Bravo to the carpet. But I haven't really seen that conversation in larger, like people that talk about it. You know what I mean? You always had a bad feeling about who? Dr. Wendy Katana? Tell me if that's who you mean. Tell me what you feel like you saw from her that made you feel like you had a bad feeling. Or was it like not something you saw and just something that you felt? Because I like Dr. Wendy. I never got any like negative vibes from her. See, I don't perceive her as arrogant. Her vibe, her arrogance. I hear that. I don't perceive her as arrogant though. You don't like this conversation, K Boogie? Tell me why. I don't perceive her as arrogant. I perceive Dr. Wendy as confident. And I think that people read it a certain type of way because of who she is. Is she supposed to pretend like she doesn't have that many degrees? Is she supposed to pretend like she's not a doctor? Like, why does that make people uncomfortable that she's naming factual things about herself? Why is that perceived as arrogant? It feels like too, like how sometimes we will act like, I feel like this happens a lot with women, that they will be asked to like downplay their success. I liked her from the jump too, bae. Wendy was socially awkward and she looked down on the other women. I don't think she looked down on them. I think they put her up on a pedestal and placed themselves below her. I'm glad you said that, Tina, because this is something they need to ask themselves. Yeah, I feel like, yes, I agree, Mia. The majority of people committing those types of crimes usually don't look like Dr. Wendy. You know, I just feel like, again, it's no different than how they did Monique, in my opinion, right? When Monique came on and she said, oh, I'm looking for a home. And Giselle was like, oh, so you don't have a home? And Monique was like, I have 3 homes. Like, you trying to be funny, bitch. You trying to be funny. But I'm hilarious, right? As Cardi B would say. Not that we are fans of Cardi, but y'all, it's an iconic line, okay? You think you funny, but I'm hilarious, okay? Nah, girl, I got 3 homes. She was trying to humble her, and they were doing the same shit. I need people to go back and rewatch it, honestly, because I feel like they were trying to be shady. They were trying to come for her, and she's like, I have 3 degrees. Listen, I'm never gonna be mad at any clock it, LB. I'm never going to be mad at any person that introduces themselves with their title. Especially if that person is a Black person. Especially if that person is a Black woman. I am never going to be mad at that. So her introducing herself as Dr. Wendy is not arrogance, it's the truth. That's her fucking name. That's the title she worked for. Hard for. Y'all know how hard it is to get a PhD? I'm never going to be mad at that. That was them feeling like, oh, she's trying to elevate herself. No, baby, you think that she's elevated. Y'all think that she's elevated. Because that title means something to you, which it should, right? Like, she worked hard for that, right? But you did that. Because you being Dr. So-and-so, I'd have been like, okay, girl, period. We love that. That's how I would have reacted to that. But y'all are offended. Why? And then they kept trying to, oh, you're not a real doctor. It's a PhD. So now you coming for me. So now I am about to be an asshole. Thank you, Haven. Now I'm gonna be an asshole. Now I am telling you that you're dumb, Mia. which was no different than Keep It a Buck, Katie, to fucking, who did she say that to? To Ashley. Was it Ashley? That Katie was like, well, maybe you're just stupid. Was that Ashley? Maybe I didn't mean that you're dumb. Maybe I meant you're stupid. But y'all wasn't mad when Katie did it because it was just funny. Because Katie's just a regular girl, right? But because Dr. Wendy did it, oh, now she's being condescending. Now she's being arrogant. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. I want you to get curious as to why that makes you feel away. And Katie that woman is so fucking funny. Oh, thank you, Haven. Clock it, babe. The worst thing Wendy has done is occasionally try too hard in a hostile work environment. I will say I didn't love the way that they handled the whole NECA thing. And by them, I mean all of their asses, not just Dr. Wendy. I didn't like how they did that. I feel like they drug the hell out of that. Unnecessarily. So I'm not gonna lie, I am protective of Dr. Wendy because I feel like y'all bitches been coming for her for a minute unprovoked. She ain't do nothing but tell y'all what her name was, and y'all was immediately like, this bitch. So then when she got her body done, y'all came for that. When I thought you were a doctor, and they were just so like, I'm sorry. I have a master's degree and I'm still a hoochie. I don't know why she can't be a doctor and have her cleavage out. What are y'all? The respectability was gross. They came for her that whole season too. I thought you, like that was weird. And now y'all are trying to create this, exactly, K-Boogie. And now y'all are trying to create this whole narrative about her this season as well. I don't like it. Exactly, Haven. A doctorate is impressive no matter what field it's in. It was the way she was terrible at handling conflicts. Mia, I don't think she was any worse than anybody else. I don't think it was that she was worse. What was that? Have y'all seen the clip of Mark Lamont Hill and whatever that other man's name is? That's shady. I don't even know his name. When he said, you say tricky words. No, I say regular words that are tricky to you. Now, why are you mad? Because Wendy's read is like she be on TV debating people. Why is that her fault? Why you mad at her intellect? Now you're feeling talked down to because you don't have the range. That ain't her problem. It's the same reason why, and I be on Candace's ass sometimes. Don't misunderstand me. But that's why y'all be mad as fuck about Candace too. Because Candace will read they asses for filth. And y'all get more mad. Why? Why? Y'all know, come on, y'all know why? Because she's a dark-skinned black woman doing it. Because Robin was all up in Monique's face. Buck. When Monique had the umbrella, she was all up in her shit. But Candace get to yapping, and now y'all feel threatened. Y'all, she's a threat. She's so aggressive. She's so mean. And I just want y'all, especially the light brights, right? That's why they pissed me off that season when they were trying to have the conversation about colorism, because y'all are too busy being offended at the idea of being called colorist to actually address what Candace and Wendy were saying, which is that the audience perceives them differently because they are darker skinned black women, that colorism is rampant in the way that they are interpreted, and that their castmates play into it when they buy into those narratives, period. And I'm not fucking with that. As a light bright, I'm not fucking with that. Girl, don't lie. Because I know for a fact, and I've told y'all before on my lives, I know for a fact, being in activist spaces, and being in academic spaces. I know for a fact that I can say certain things that dark-skinned women cannot say. It's going to be received differently simply because I'm a light bright. Stop acting like that's not the truth. And instead, leverage that shit to y'all's benefit. The fuck? Thank you, baby. So it's like, I'm not here for the, I struggle to embrace that Dr. Wendy was arrogant or condescending to them. She introduced herself as Dr. Wendy, and they panties was in their ass the rest of the season. They had a Murphy the rest of the damn season. Like, and that's on y'all. Listen, God forbid a woman has to have multiple homes and degrees. And like Mia said, she can't have a hoochie feeling. Like, again, they give a lot of smoke to her, in my opinion, unnecessarily. Wait, you showed who a picture of Olandria and she wrote her eyes? Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, I can't see it. All I'm saying is, I know, I love it, Haven. We were like, yoink, that's ours. Yoink. Listen, the only good thing he did the whole season. Olandria is so sweet, fun to watch, fun to engage with. Anybody that doesn't like Olandria just may not be safe. May not be safe for Black women, period. Oh, okay, Boogie. But yeah, y'all, I just I'm defensive of Dr. Wendy. I'm defensive of Dr. Wendy. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna be dishonest. But I also feel like my defense is warranted because I feel like there have been, to me, fair is fair, right is right. And I feel like there have been times when they have come for her unnecessarily, right? And now y'all mad because she's responding. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Personally. Now, Ashley Darby, I just want Ashley to get a storyline. That's all. I just want Ashley to get a storyline. I want Ashley to be interesting as an independent human on the show, and not for the only interesting thing about her to be her talking shit about other people's lives. That's all. I don't feel like that's a lot to ask. I don't feel like that's that outrageous. But Ashley, if I have to hear you talk about somebody else for a whole season, again, miserable and messy. I feel like she has a lot of audacity to be coming for Stacey, given how we watched Ashley get divorced for 7,000 seasons. I just feel like you have a lot of audacity, Ashley. You have a lot of audacity. Stacey doesn't fucking owe you anything, honestly, if we want to keep it a buck. The same way you didn't want to talk about Michael with the men in the bed allegations. You didn't want to talk about Michael and the touching the booty allegations. Ain't that his name, Michael? You didn't want to talk about none of that shit because you were protecting your husband and your family. Stacey doesn't owe you that conversation. I think so, K Boogie. I'm a person that likes the full context, but I think so. I think so. Like I just don't understand why she feels like she is the authority to be questioning that. And again, I will say, and I stand by, Giselle is more likable without Robin. Because I appreciate that Giselle's like, she's lying, but I actually really don't care. You know, like, whatever. Let it go. Move on. You know what I mean? I'm curious to see if they will or not. But it's giving that this season, y'all, just from what we've seen so far, it's really giving. Oh, we're at 50K, y'all. Request up if you want to come up, and I'll stay up for a little bit longer. It's giving that this season is really about to be an attempt at another smudging on Wendy and her like her character and Stacy. It feels like they're about to try to make them the scapegoats of the season. Because they're already starting that narrative again about like Wendy being a mean girl. Just because Wendy is guarded doesn't make somebody mean. Those are different things. And I feel like not enough people acknowledge the way that Wendy has had to navigate academic spaces as a dark-skinned Black woman. I need to fill you out.
I mean, shit, the way she had to navigate that space.
Exactly. Even the way she had to navigate this space, Chris is saying, right? Like, that's not mean simply because I'm saying, oh, I'm watching first to see how I'm going. She's not being awful to people. She's just being cordial. What's not clocking that I'm standing up. Hi, Janae. Hi, Anita. Welcome in. Hey, girl. Hey.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, TikTok was glitching. How are you today? I'm glad you are going live. I've been waiting all day because, like, I'm a busy girl. So I'm like, I know Tina's going to go live on the weekend because,
Period.
she's booked and busy on the weekdays, So thank you for discussing this live. You've been on. Yes, everybody loves Tina's lives and her discussion. I just want to put my 2 cents in about Dr. Wendy. I love that you were addressing when Candace and Wendy addressed the colorism against them. And the green eye bandits basically said what you guys are talking about, I feel as though that since Robin left the show, Giselle is more likable. As for Ashley, you may want to hush up because there is a lot of allegations against Michael Darby with the booty touches, and the list goes on. And yeah, and I do believe that what's the one that's dating the short king, Bobby V, Mina, I think. Okay, Mina, please be quiet because we all know that you are very envious and jealous of Wendy because her degrees and doctorates and how she's been very educated and that she had to navigate these spaces to get to where she was. You feel very inferior and insecure when you're with a woman who's very educated and you did put her on that pedestal because that's how you felt because you were basically projecting your insecurities. Now, the only person that I feel that was not threatened by Wendy's space was Karen, in my opinion, because I feel as though Karen wanted to get to know Wendy and was willing to, get to know on her terms. I feel as though like Karen, who was a lighter complexion, and not to mention she has a dark-skinned daughter, she's not threatened by any woman. Karen stands her own ground. She stands her own 2 toes, and she will literally clock anybody who, comes out of pocket. Ashley doesn't have a storyline. She needs to go. Stacy, I have to ask you, do you think she's lying about it's giving season 5 circa Kenny when she hired that boyfriend? Do you think she did that?
I think Stacey is absolutely lying.
Okay.
I think she's absolutely lying. I just don't give a fuck. Right? Like, it ain't no different than the rest of the way Giselle be having a new boyfriend every season. You know what I mean? And like, but yeah, I do think she's lying. I mean, it was never giving, in my opinion. What was the boy's name? TJ? TJ.
Yes.
It was never even giving that TJ liked girls, if we're keeping it a buck.
Oh.
Okay?
Yeah.
When And when Stacey explicitly said he's had sex with people before, I found that interesting that she used the word people. Like, I noticed that when it happened last season. So for me, yeah, I definitely think that they were never really up. Now, whether she was paying him to be on the show or not, I don't know. I don't know. But I will say that I think that they were never really a couple. It didn't even seem genuine when they were on the show together, in my opinion.
No, it didn't. It felt like they were friends
Mm-hmm.
going out to dinner and drinks. It just felt like they were friends, not a relationship. It felt very cringy and awkward and weird seeing them on screen together. I just feel like, I don't know. You are right. He may have some sugar in his tank. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But I just wanted to come up and say my 2 cents because yeah, but have wanted to ask you, have you actually watched Salt Lake City, Real Housewives?
Okay, so I am currently watching, but I went back and started from the first season.
Oh, you didn't watch the recent season. Okay. All right.
Mm-mm. So I'm watching, and it's so funny because y'all have now seen, like, the Salt Lake City watchers are like, "Oh, girl, just keep watching because it's about to get crazy." But it's so interesting watching it when people already have more information, and me just kind of getting those initial thoughts. But yeah, I'm back watching the first season,
Okay.
and they are trip already. Poor Mary.
Yeah, poor Mary. Poor Mary. But I love Mary because Mary's clapbacks are A+, because she's so unbothered by these YT women that begs for her validation when she doesn't want it. So she just gives them that little look that I see here that she does, the PTR. But I just want to give my 2 cents, and I'm going to drop down and continue to tap those Let's get it to at least 100K, please. Okay.
Oh shit. Okay, y'all.
Well,
Okay, y'all.
we're putting out there, okay? 35 people. If we can get it to 100K, let's go. I'm going to drop
Thank you,
down.
Janae. Thank you.
you.
Yeah, y'all. I am currently watching Salt Lake City. K Boogie, you are welcome to start watching with me. I know I'm in for a time, Mia. Listen, I am already shook by how these women are. They are very, very interesting. I'm ready for Mormon wives to come back, y'all. Yeah, they are Jen Shaw. I don't care for her. How was she the queen bee for so long, y'all? It seems like she's the queen bee, at least. I don't. She's a little too explosive in her reactions for me. The way I would have cussed her ass out already, because I don't give a fuck how drunk you are. Don't be trying to pop off on me. I don't know who the fuck you talking to like that. So I don't understand how she is the queen bee of the bunch for so long. And knowing that she went to jail for fraud, yeah, like defrauding elderly people, makes it even crazier. Hi, Ginger. Makes it even crazier watching her have these like extravagant ass parties. Like, girl, what? Yeah. No. Because I know I know where the money is coming from now. I know where the money is coming from. Hi, Fabi. Hi, Ginger. Y'all, we in here talking about reality TV. Ginger, I can't do debate talk. Cause I don't want to listen to men.
What's up, Ginger?
Okay, you want me to do lives about my Salt Lake City journey? Okay.
Haven. Was that the
Haven,
name?
yeah, Haven. K Boogie says hi too. Okay.
What's up, K Boogie?
Okay, Mia, I will. I need to. I have been like, I'm like, do people want to men to kind of stray? Erica, because Ginger is my mutual that like she does lives and she'll have like a discussion question up, and then the men be coming up, and I just be feeling like it'd be all like underinformed, not all of them, but the majority of them, underinformed men who feel like their opinion and their emotional experiences refute fact and data, and be so just like focused and worried about like holding women accountable.
It'd be typical man bullshit. Niggas be on there thinking that just because they're a man, that they know everything, they got it all figured out, and what they say fucking matters, or it's the truth.
Right. Loud and wrong, Ginger. I'm like, oh my God, y'all giving me a headache. But Ginger, I adore you, and I appreciate the space that you hold. You were in the comments, Erica, period. Yeah, I just Ginger, please. Yes. And the women who agree are worse. The amount of male-centered women. This is why I be like, I don't see certain shit. I don't engage with certain shit because I curate my shit. I'm very particular about my shit. I'll hit a not interested block so goddamn fast. It's this one man that comes into Ginger's lives all the time. I see him in the comments. One time he was on the panel. His name is Clarity. And he hates everything. He hates everything the women have to say. But he comes in the live every fucking time. Like, sir, why are you here? Why are you engaging with things that you don't like? I don't understand. And Janae, the worst part about the male-centered women is that a lot of times they don't realize they're male-centered. And that to me is more dangerous. When you're not even aware, when you can't even clock that what you're doing is but being a benevolent sexist, when you can't even clock that actually is more alarming to me. You're not safe. You can't be the fuck around me. Don't add me on this motherfucker. Because you're not going to like the shit I have to say. Okay? But so many women be dick riding the patriarchy thinking it's going to lead them to freedom or something. I don't know what the fuck they think going to happen. But no, you got to get the fuck from around me. I'm sorry. Listen. I'm sorry. But yeah, they be on that shit. They be on that shit. And you know, some of them, listen, Fabby Dollars, listen. It was a creator on here. It was a creator on here who was it on here? Or did I read it somewhere else? Either way, some smart ass creator, some brilliant creator, was like, hi K Boogie.
Hi. Hold on.
You on your 15?
Get to a bathroom. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. But there was some smart creator on here that was basically like, chains can feel like desirable when you, I'm not gonna quote it right. Shit. I'm not gonna quote it right. Hi, Ginger.
I want to thank you and Chris every time because they be on my live acting like monkeys for no reason.
They be losing it.
The plot, the story, I'm blaming it on No Child Left Behind. I have to. I know we talk about all the time, the reading levels. It's the comprehension levels, everybody. It's not, like, let's throw the reading level, please. It's the simple comprehension level. And the women, I almost threw up today. I almost threw up in my own mouth. That's how over it I was.
Listen. No, so we talk about that a lot. Like, people don't understand that comprehension is a part of reading, right? And so like you just wrote, Erica, they can read the words, but they don't understand what the words mean. And then these motherfuckers have the audacity to get online and think that they should share. Share what? What are you adding to the space? Like, you motherfuckers don't actually, anyway, let me not. Let me calm down.
Let me tell you something. Okay. This all stemmed. I'm gonna actually tell you what happened today. This all stemmed from yesterday. Okay.
Yes.
Yesterday, I posed the question of accountability and men because regardless, a man came up and disclosed that in his past he sold schmugs in his community. That he was essentially his own words. I used to be an animal in the streets. He used to unalive people. He used to sell, smack, just a whole bunch of egregious things. And the one redeeming quality that he had was, and it was not even really redeeming, is that he unalived somebody on behalf of his sister. And when we heard that, we said, ew. Ew, ew, ew. You were already unaliving people. You didn't. And then he would use language like, well, if you do this to my women, if you do this to my women, my, it ain't even about you. It's about my women. So we were simply trying to explain to him, like, sir, that's nasty talk. And a young lady came up and defended the nasty talk and said something of regards to, well, you guys can't ask them to defend us and protect us and then judge them for how they do it. In fact, sis, yes, I can. I can quite literally do just that, right? And from that yesterday, it came to today to victim blaming. It came to victim blaming, telling women to quote unquote vet better, using their own DV story to justify women needing to vet better, calling victims stupid. I could throw up in my mouth. Calling women out of their name left and right. My comment section started exploding, and the women were like, nah. Even when I tried to regain control of the room, hurling insults left and it was disgusting. It's been a disgusting 2 days for me. Sick.
Ginger, that is egregious. Thank you, Fabby. Obviously, Fabby. So I know Fabby. I don't think you've ever been on my live before. If you want a request to come up, you always can request to come up. And I saw you come in here. I know you probably want to come up here and yap. You're welcome to request. You're always welcome to request to come onto my panels, y'all. Like, okay. Can I talk? Can I talk shit? I'm sorry. Is that
Please.
rude?
No.
Oh wait, let me let K Boogie go. I'm sorry, K Boogie, because I know you're on your 15, sis. Go ahead and say what you need to say. Boo.
Hey y'all, there's a lot going on. A lot going on. First of all, Ginger, I commend you for everything that you're doing because I'd be cussing everybody out. I'm sorry. Like I said, opinions and assholes synonymous. It's just that a lot of them are shady. Men get cussed out by me every day. Anytime. Don't play with me, please. As for the comment that you had missed from me, Tina,
Yes.
I said I had a conversation with my aunt yesterday, and my aunt said that she thinks that dark skinned women are ugly. And I showed her a picture of Olandria, and she just rolled her eyes. And I was like, so you don't think I'm beautiful? I'm not like dark skinned, but I'm like brown skinned close to dark skin. And she's like, of course you're beautiful. I've known you your whole life. But she only dates light brights. I've never seen her with a person darker than a paper bag. But she's darker than I am. She's darker than Olandria.
I was about to ask whether or not she's a light bright, but she's not a light bright.
Yeah, she's a very dark woman. And I was having this conversation with her and my mom said the only reason she thought she was beautiful herself is because my mom pounded it into her head. Now, my aunt and my mom have known each other for 31 years because they met the year before my sister was born.
Mm-hmm.
And my aunt was 12. I consider her my aunt because I've known her my whole life, of course.
Yeah.
But even with having my mom pounding into her head, "You are beautiful," because my aunt is gorgeous. She's just a darker skinned woman, but her skin tone is so clear, and her voice and her smile, amazing. So she's amazing. She's a beautiful, beautiful woman. How do you still not see other dark women being beautiful, but you see yourself as beautiful? And then you see this absolutely gorgeous black woman and you roll your eyes at her. It doesn't make sense to me. It really just doesn't. The colorism, crazy. And also, my random question that I had for you was that I am moving into an apartment and I have no idea how to furnish like my room or my kitchen. And I needed some advice.
Okay. Okay. Tell me what your DM me, K Boogie.
Okay, I
Tell me
will.
I want to know. I want to know. Anika, yes. So we were talking about colorism, but we're also talking about male-centered women. But I was on a rant about how I am very protective of Dr. Wendy on Real Housewives of Potomac because I feel like colorism comes into play quite a bit around the way that the women on the show relate to her and the fans sometimes relate to her. Like they perceive her behavior as arrogance or condescension when she speaks in some of the same exact ways that the other women do, but because those women are lighter skinned, they are perceived differently in their responses than she is. And I'm not fucking with that. So I'm very defensive of her in a lot of ways. But Ginger, okay, that is a wild ride.
Huh? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what's in the water these last 2 days, but I need everybody to stop drinking it. Everybody put the water down. Stop it. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on today and yesterday.
Oh Lord.
Abby, were
I
you there?
just, for some of it, yes. I have just so many thoughts.
Okay. I don't hear him.
The first thought was, look, no, I'm trying to get it together. I promise. I promise. My first thought is the victim blaming. I mean, some of the most disgusting shit I heard in a long time. And I hear men talk, y'all. I hear men talk all day. And yet that was the most disgusting thing I ever heard. It, it was very much misogynistic, white tea supremacist talking points wrapped up in fake concern for women. Yeah. Don't piss on me and tell me it's raining. Don't do that to me. If we are talking about issues in our community that are facing or that women are facing by the hands of men, do not tell me that it's not a man problem, it's a people problem. And if you just raise your son right, then he'll be a perfect, magical, mystical man. If that was the case, then these single mothers that are busting their ass every day to raise these good quote unquote men, why do we have so many fatherless homes still? Why are men unaliving women at alarming rates still? Why? Why are all of these things happening if all I have to do is raise my son to be some mystical, magical man? Huh? Huh?
They don't have an
Exactly.
answer.
And you act like society doesn't raise your children as well, hand in hand. I don't care how great of a parent you are. When your kid is out of your sight at school, wherever, you don't know what the hell is going on. This mystical, magical, cut it out. Stop gaslighting me on this. Cut it out.
And
Cut it out.
that's the thing, Ginger. They act like larger media doesn't exist. They act like popular culture doesn't exist. They act like schools don't exist. Peers don't exist, and you have no idea what those peers are being taught in their homes. Like you have to constantly counteract that. You know what I mean? Like you have to be constantly, as a parent to 4 children, you have to constantly be my oldest daughter, I tell this story a lot. At one point in her elementary school experience, started calling her hair nappy, and she had never heard that word in our house. Had never heard that word in our house, and was calling her hair nappy because she's gonna be around other people that use language like that, and so me having to
Right.
empower her and counteract against.
That's really, really sad. First of all, hey Tina. Hey. Yeah, no, today was absolutely crazy. And that young lady, I don't know what she's going through. I don't know what she got that change of heart from, but she needs to change her heart back to where it came from because I don't know what the hell she had going on. She must have bumped her head or something and forgot who she was and forgot the panel that she was on. That's just that. But yeah, to give credence to what Ginger said, yeah, definitely. You raise your children as well as you can, absolutely. But your children are going to be who they're going to be regardless. And they're going to get different influences from different places, and they're going to piece together what they relate to, what they, what resonates with them, even if it's not what, it was in the house being taught to them, whatever. It's really, really sad. And then self-hatred, it's a thing. A lot of people, they got it from home or they got it from themselves, and now they go give it to your children. They'll give it to whoever. And then now it's like you're looking in the mirror and what you thought was previously beautiful. Now it's like, dang, I'm hypercritical of my own self. Like now, yeah, the nappy hair. Oh my gosh, that's really, really sad. And I wanted to respond to K Boogie, what she dropped about the auntie thing. Oh my gosh. First of all, yes, I was saying in the comments what she was saying. What do you mean I need to listen to Man in the Mirror by MJ? I know the song. What are you talking about, Janae?
No, you were saying the girl that said it. The girl that said it.
Oh, I was like, what? No, but not for nothing. Yeah, your auntie, no shade to her, but oh my gosh, girl, get it together. Like, you hate yourself and you want other dark-skinned women to hate themselves too. That's ugly. Like, not her, but her thought process and her actions. And that's really, really ugly. And I hate those people that it's like, oh, I feel this way about these groups of people, except for my people who happen to fall under the same category. No, that means you feel that way about me too, auntie. Yes, and yourself. So I can't, oh, but this person, because no, you feel that way about everybody. And not for nothing, I'm not sure where she got it from, but it came from somewhere. And it's really sad that she's trying to now push it out to, her aunt. I mean, I don't think she said that was her real aunt. I mean, her real niece or whatever, but whatever. But regardless, that's ugly. And that's really, really sad as a community. And that's what I was saying before. One of the greatest tools of racism, colonialism, all those isms is if I can teach you to hate yourself. If I can give you those tools, you will repeat that and multiply that through generations, and it will I don't even have to do it anymore. Now I can tell you you're beautiful and you still won't believe it because I've already made you hate yourself and your great granny and generations to come. Oh my gosh, that's so sad. But okay, Janae, my bad. Yeah, but that's a good song.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And like, I would like to take it back to like male-centered women. Let me just say this, right? If when you are single, it's F these men, F these men, F these men, and the second you get a man, all of a sudden it's, but what are the men supposed to do? They're just these fragile little babies. They don't understand. What are they supposed to do? What are you asking of them? It's so hard. How are they supposed to comprehend basic understanding? They're just men. I don't respect that. Because when you didn't have one, you understood what I was saying. But now that you've acquired one, all of a sudden understanding out the window. I can't rock with that. You either get it or you don't. Let me know which one. Let me know.
She don't.
Okay,
First of all, yuck. Male-centered women, yuck. Because my thing is, they're the ones that will keep you under their thumbs for the longest time that they possibly can, give you no benefits in return. And it's just like, you want to be like, yeah, that's perfect. I love that. Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Where's your brain? Like, you literally belong in the zoo with the rest of the monkey-ass animals that you are acting like. That's so ridiculous.
No, they gave their brain to their man to hold.
Yes, in their wallets.
I don't understand it. Ginger, what's so funny is to your point about like if you're fuck these niggas until you get a man. Of course, Erica always asks, if it's fuck these men until you get a man, then like, girl, I'm not fucking with that. Chris was telling me, he was like, it's so funny because these men are in here being mad at the shit that you say talking about me, right? And he's like, as if I'm not sitting right next to you listening to you talk shit about men. Because the reality is we're talking about systems, baby. If you don't have the range to have that conversation, then I need y'all to just shut the fuck up more often and just listen and learn.
Come on.
Correct.
Come on.
People are shallow as a glass of, not even a glass of water. What? A bowl of water that you give a cat. So people are shallow as that. Are you crazy? Like a bottle cap of water. People can't see past what the actual topic is. Read between the lines. First of all, read the room. People don't have emotional intelligence. People don't have education. People like, and I can't even say you don't have life experience because she's experienced some of the things that she was talking down on. And that's what made it even more ugly. I'm like, how could you say that you're a survivor of a DV, whatever situation, and now turn around and call women dumb or call women stupid or, oh, they need to vet better. Are you stupid? You should have vet better. You're stupid. You're talking to yourself. You're not talking to these women. You're talking to you. Like, girl, that's
Women
ugly.
had empathy for that. They were like, no, girl, don't talk about yourself like that. We've been conditioned to be that way. Do not do that to yourself. No, there are young girls that are possibly watching. You double down on it? Are you nuts?
Erica, I want you to give your question, and I'm hearing y'all like this goes back to if we want to keep it a buck, right? That victim blaming mentality that feels like hi Darius, thank you for coming in, thank you for the gift. That feels like how I be listening to hi Ann. I be listening to women talk about it. I'm about to shake the table a little bit, but whatever. I do whatever the fuck I want over here. When I be listening to women talk about how young girls dress, right? I have a problem with that because you're playing in the same sandbox as victim blaming, right? You are playing in the same sandbox that asks the question, well, what does she have on when a woman says that she got raped or that she was assaulted or that she was harassed? So to hear, thank you, Alexander, to hear this
Thank
woman,
you, Alexander.
I know, right? To hear this woman say, well, just pick better. Well, I've been through this and this is what I just think you need to do. Is like you are not understanding that shit started probably early on for her, right? Having this conversation around your culpability in the violence and the harm that you experience, right? And so doesn't shock me that she has embraced this, and lots of women do, right? Have embraced this idea that like, oh, you need to, it's something that you've done that has now made this happen, because we start those conversations with girls very young, right? When little black girls explicitly, they love that little language of being fast, right? Oh, she got on red nail polish, she's fast, right? And we like making them culpable in the things that happen to them, but you do it in very subtle ways. And if we don't pay attention to the language that we use, we are teaching these girls lessons from very early on that then shape them when they are grown ass women into saying shit like, well, just pick better. Well, I was culpable for this or for that, right? And I'm not saying that we don't ever have accountability in any of the things. I'm saying, can we be a little bit more careful about what we're saying we need to take culpability around and accountability around? Erica, I want to hear your thoughts, and then Anna's coming up. Okay, go ahead, Erica.
Okay, hi Tina, hi Chris, love y'all. So, okay, like when I hear pick me or women, male-centered women, I know it's dumb, but I don't ever, I'm like, what is that? Like, I've heard so many definitions. It's all over the place. Like, he was, Eric, you're a pick me because I said, well, I don't want to make an opinion on this, like, on a topic because I want all the facts. That's just me as a person. I don't care if it's man or woman. I'm not solely believe the woman right off the bat. I want to make an informed decision with all facts given. They said, no, Erica, you're being pick me-ish. I'm like, all right, then I don't take offense, whatever. That's cool. So I just I'm like, and at this, I'm 27, just turned 27. I'm just like, I don't really understand what it means. Like, I heard so many definitions. So on YouTube, for the red pillars, from these hypergamous women, from these random heifers on lives and stuff. I'd be like, well, which one of y'all is telling the truth? I'm confused.
Okay,
Can I
I
just
will say,
real quick? Oh.
Yes, go ahead, Fabi. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say a quick thing. So the whole pick me thing, it's a very funny topic, and the whole pandering and the whole whatever, it's very funny to me because there are some people who, of course, embody this, and those are the people that will even go against their own women, go against a clearly like person who's being disenfranchised, marginalized, victimized in the situation, and oh well, men, da da da, whatever, just for the sake of male acceptance and catering to the male gaze and catering to the male whatever ego, blah blah blah. Cool. Those are pick me women. But the other side of it is some people don't have the emotional depth in a sense to accept an opinion that's different from theirs, because some people obviously have different experiences. Some people, we have to leave room for those people too. Not everybody's a pick me, not everybody's a panderer. Some people, hey, they have good people and men in their lives, whatever the case. And not to say that the people who bash men or whatever don't have good men in their lives, but people just don't like to hear a difference of opinion. And if you're a woman, you're supposed to agree with me, otherwise you're a pick me. That's not fair. That's not fair. But some women are pick me's and some men are panderers. It's a fact. There's some people who, of course, fall in these categories. But I think when people throw that word out just to like invalidate sometimes somebody else's experience and what somebody has to say, that's not fair.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I will say that a lot, Erica, of what Fabi said around like being a pick me, I would say this, listen, your actions, your thoughts, your ideas, get curious with yourself, right? Y'all know I'm always telling you to be fucking curious, right? But ask yourself, why do I think that? Why do I believe that? Where did I learn that? Is it centered around men? Is it centered around patriarchy? Is it centered around antiquated ideas about gender and gender roles and who I'm supposed to be? Like, what is that coming from? And that will tell you whether or not you're doing pick me behavior or male centered behavior, right? When you see, like to Fabi's point, you will see women online that will dog out other women, that will, well, I don't have a problem with it. Or, it's that the same way you have like white centered, black people that are entrenched in whiteness or in white supremacy, right? Because you can be aligned with that shit without even being white, right? You don't have to be white to be aligned with whiteness, and you can be disaligned with whiteness as a white person, right? It's all a choice, right? And so it's really about getting curious with your own self about where is my alliance to and why, right? Am I aligned that way because that's what makes the most sense, because that's where the most information is, because that's what's most credible? Or am I aligned that way simply because I've been conditioned to believe that that's more valid, and why? Those are the questions, right? That's what I would say.
Okay. I get that because, like, I feel like I'm always the oddball in my friend group because I'm always just like, yeah, he said something weird. We're going to go ahead and cut that one off. Let's wrap this shit up. I'm sorry. But that's just me. He said, 13-year-old is young. I got a guy say, well, he's 13-year-olds are available to marriage. I believe that in my custom. And I said, yeah, let's go ahead and wrap that friendship up. They said, Erica, no, that's just his thought process. Yeah, no, I don't think that's it. They say I'm too quick with it. But I say, and I agree with that, like, alignment with values is where I try and even push my Christianity to the side and say, okay, let me think about this as just a human person on a base level, not on what I feel morally, but just on a personal level. So I think that clears up some stuff for me because I get curious and say, yeah, I don't want my Christian beliefs to push off on someone else or on how they handle stuff. I said I want to think about people as human. I even take it out of politics. I don't think about it in that way. Like, that's just what my personal belief. I want to think about everybody in a sense. So yeah, thank everybody on the panel for giving me an answer.
And I think we're all raised to be pick me to an extent too. I will say that, Erica. I do believe that. Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say this to answer. I personally do not think you're a pick me unless your values, I can tell that you're willing to put other women in harm's way for the acceptance of a man. If I don't feel like that, I'm not going to. If you tell me you want to be married and you want to have a family, that don't make you a pick me. Now, if you tell me you're going to put a girl in harm's way for the approval of a man, now you're a pick me. Now you're a crazy, crazy girl.
Right. So those are like the moms, right? Or I'm going to say moms, right? That are like, oh, I just got to have a man. It don't matter how dangerous he is or is not to my children, right? It don't matter what's happening between us. I just have to have a man. That's a pick me, right? Where you're willing to sacrifice good sense because you need a man, right? I listen, I'm a whatever. Y'all know I say whatever I want over here. But like even just being like like earlier today there was a man, and I've had a man, I think it's a man. They haven't actually ever told me what their gender is. But saying to me like, "Oh, well, don't you feel like you need a man's opinion?" If a woman feels like she needs to hear a man's opinion. And listen, I know a lot of people love Derek Jackson, but that nigga wasn't saying nothing that a woman hadn't already said. But somehow it became more valid because a nigga said it. I'm just saying, you should be curious as to why. And go ahead and share your thoughts.
Let's see, I'm trying to. Why is my camera not working? Is it on? Can you? My camera
No,
doesn't.
it's not on.
Okay. Okay. So what was I gonna say? Yes, I did peek into Ginger's live, and I heard y'all going back and forth with 30 pound whatever his name is. That fool. Um and I'm familiar with Divinity, and I used to go on her lives. I don't know who you guys are referring to in terms of who the pick me you're talking about is. Um
Just in
but
general.
Oh, okay, makes sense. What I do know is that she is a boy's mom, and she does. The reasons why I stopped going on her lives is, well, she ended up making another page, and I was no longer getting invited. But another thing was because it was actually getting to me the way, I'm not sure she describes herself as a misandrist, but it was actually getting to me kind of like her obsession a little bit of studying the male psyche. And I just kind of was like, I need to separate myself a little bit because I don't always want to talk about narcissism or ODD or all that other stuff. Like I feel like on this live, like we talk about all, spectrums in terms of conversation, and things like that, and getting to like the psychological root. She has a more spiritual approach, even astrological at times. And I like the way that Ginger does run her lives. And it's always good when Tina and Chris are there because Chris be checking them in, period. Put your class for Chris in the comments. Yeah, it's just that. What was I gonna say? Also, in terms of Potomac, I am Team Wendy. I thought about what you said, Tina. I don't know if I told you, I mentioned this, that someone had said on TikTok that they think that not that she's regressing, but she's like in her rebellion phase because she grew up so sheltered. She didn't get a chance to live that in her 20s, and perhaps she's doing that now in her 40s. There's a psychological term for it. My therapist told me, but I cannot remember it. Um, yeah, maybe that's it. Or and I've heard other people say, oh, she's a curse. It's because she's a Nigerian. His mother was right about her. She dragging her son down. I don't understand why y'all are all aiming towards Wendy Osefo because Happy Eddie was involved. And an attorney who allegedly I heard he might be disbarred, and I heard that Wendy's wife swap eliminated, which I think was a very harsh treatment because the other women in terms of the housewives to prison pipeline have done way worse and have not gotten their stuff pulled. Can we say the R word? Yes, we can. Um, and I heard allegedly she's lost her professorship or whatever's going on over there. Either she resigned or was removed from her. Not sure which order that happened. We all speculate. Um, I just feel like it's not fair the way that they're just so quick to judgment. Um, the green-eyed bandits, Darby in particular herself, don't know who called them that, but I'm thinking from what I've been learning, this is my first season of Potomac. The green-eyed bandits consist of Ashley Darby, Giselle, and previously Robin.
They were Giselle and Robin. Giselle and Robin were the Green Eyed Bandits. Karen Huger gave them.
Okay, and Giselle and Robin are the podcast hosts of Reasonably Shady, from what I think. I think
Uh-huh.
is
They
it
are.
Robin and all right.
Yep.
Ashley Darby, yeah, I did look at her. I'm like, she's not green eyed, but she light skinned. So I lumped them. I lumped the light skinned people in together. Ashley, sweetheart, you are in no place to judge anybody. I hold you was with that old white man for his money, and I heard in these TikTok streets that he was doing some shady things, for lack of a better word. So I know your light skinned ass not finna judge Miss Wendy Osefo. Is this where the colorism conversation come in? Because I've been in and out. Because I'm working on a review right now for Real Housewives of Miami. Okay, yes, you
Yeah.
know what? You're right. Ashley, you a straight up hater. I ain't gonna hold you. And then, again, clap for Tina. I saw your video today, Tina, and it seems as you said, Ashley has no storyline unless she is going after another housewife this season. What's her name again? The other lady. This season, she has picked Stacy. Wow, sorry, Stacy. And then now she's going to revel in was she has been reveling in from some of the stuff I've seen online. Ashley is doing entirely too much around this situation. I wish she would stop. Yeah, right. I completely agree. I feel like Ashley Darby needs to get a life. I did see a sneak peek coming up next week on YouTube. I saw Ashley was working out and she sweated out her wig. You know, that's something. Ashley needs you need to show more of your life, maybe more of the boys if she's comfortable with that, if her ex-husband's comfortable with that. Like, why does your whole storyline have to be centered around another housewife? And then you saying this, why do you care so much if Stacey is legally divorced or not? Um, if she chooses to lie or tell the truth about that, compared to the housewife prison pipeline, lying is not the worst thing I've seen on national television, especially reality TV. Let's be for real. Reality TV is not even always real, right? So Ashley Darby, I'm gonna say this kindly, girl, mind your business and drink some water. Your skin look dry. Um, yeah, just girl, no. And then please don't make the whole entire season about Stacy's breath, all right? Like, could you just be a kind friend and just give her a piece of gum or a mint? Like, you didn't have to drag sis like that. That was just straight up wrong, all right? That's
It's
just wrong.
such fake concern because why are y'all waiting to say this shit on camera?
That's what I'm saying. I feel like Ashley wouldn't be someone who would be my friend in real life.
Is she anybody's?
Particularly, well, clock it, Tina. Particularly, I don't have issue with the light skinned people. Clearly, I like Tina. But there are some of the light skinned women that you really feel you're pretty because you light skinned, because your eyes are a little lighter brown than me.
Because they be funny looking.
And sis, you ain't got really much to offer. I don't like to say this to another woman, but you look kind of old. Um, I'm gonna need you to, you know, you know, I need you to mind your entire black owned business because this is just too much. And I do like the shade. I do like the shade. I like Housewives. You know, I've been watching the franchise for I started with Miami. Well, actually Beverly Hills. I had time during COVID. And then I started watching Miami. I even watched the 2 seasons of Dubai. Dubai's on a break, sad story. But girl, Ashley Darby, get the fuck off my screen. Respectfully, actually, no, I don't respect you, not at all, bitch. Because why? She kind of gives me Bowie. And I guess, you know, it's a necessary evil for reality TV, but yeah, I'm done yapping. Thanks for
I just
listening.
have to let y'all know that me and Chris just had like a little stem when you said Beverly Hills and started singing the song. Y'all know which one I'm talking about. Beverly Hills. Okay, sorry. Anyway, wanna be. Anyway, okay. Beverly Hills. Okay, let's get back to the male centered girlies. Because yeah, so listen, I'm about to be shady a little bit, just a smidge.
Please.
I wasn't really fucking with old girl that was in the live today. Divinity.
With ooh,
Is she a hotel?
ooh. Oh,
Are you, Tina, since I'm familiar with her, like what kind of questions do you have in terms you think that she's
honestly, I'm new.
performative?
I'm new. So I don't know, but
I'm curious. It was kind of giving Hotepi vibes, and I'm curious if she is. Do
Here's
y'all
my
know
thing
what I
from
mean
my
when I say
experience with
that?
her. She is passionate about educating women about, narcissism and, finding the issues within men. And I think she has, like you would say, a healthy dose of misandry. However, she's also a boy mom, which is not a bad thing because I'm a boy mom as well. But I can becomes a hotep thing when you say like on some level, I felt like she kind of disrespected your expertise because I was listening to y'all going back and forth a little bit, and she's like, I started school, but I didn't finish. I hope to go back. I don't know. Okay, here's my thing in my history with her. I think she could give a little bit of elitist, just a
Mm,
little. Listen, okay. I have my degree in health science, right? And I'm working on my degree in public health. And I've mentioned, my expertise before, and I've had women be a little off put, even maybe jealous about it. But again, when I say things like this, it's not to come off as elitist. I'm saying because of my expertise, I'm willing to help you in these areas, or I'm willing to teach in these areas, right? And that's what I'm passionate about. And I also do a lot of my research. She has her anecdotal life experience mixed in with her research, and I feel like maybe a little bit of bitterness and some things that are not completely healed because she has mentioned before she has, issues with avoidance
mhm.
and some things she's not willing to uncover, and like therapy is hard because she's had a really really tough traumatic childhood. I won't get into the details because that's her life, that's for her to share when she's comfortable, but yeah. So I
Okay.
could understand how it comes to Jose. Do you think that she was because I did leave the live after I've been kind of in and out today. I was doing laundry, cooking, yada yada. Did she say something that kind of like made you feel like that gave you those vibes?
I mean, for one, anybody that's saying overstand is already, I'm already curious. I'm already,
Let me say my piece because
yes.
I understood where Tina was coming from.
Okay.
I actually fully understood what she was saying, and I agreed. Right? It's one thing if the panel is full of professionals having this type of conversation, and the rest of us are here to gain knowledge and ingest that kind of information. That's one thing. I don't mind. But Tina's point was there are too many people here who don't know what they're talking about to have an informed and educational and unbiased conversation, especially me as the one who's hosting the live.
Mm.
Even me, I even said, look, I don't have the range for this. I'm a mute up and I have nothing to say because this is not my area of expertise, right? And even then I was trying to like move the conversation back to the prompt, and it just kept going back to it. And look, if you guys have never been on my live, my concept is I want to like have these real conversations, right? About the things that are plaguing our community, right? But the moment it gets to a level where even I can't keep up, I don't want to be a part of it because I'm not here to spread misinformation. Because I don't know if you are right or wrong. So I don't want to attach myself to it, right? And then somebody's hitting me up like, girl, what? And I think that was Tina's point. There
Yes.
weren't enough people who were informed to have this conversation. And if somebody's scrolling by and listening to it, and not enough people know what they're talking about, someone can accidentally say something very, very harmful and very, very ignorant. And I
Mhm.
fully agreed with that. I even said that on the panel, like,
And I just,
especially if I'm already looking for a reason to say something. If I'm already looking for a reason and I hear this, I'm like, yup, that's why. I knew it. I knew he was mentally disabled. I
mhm.
knew he was a psychopath. I knew it all the time. And what if I'm wrong?
Right.
And that's not fair.
And I think so. I had like a few concerns, and at some point, I just muted myself up, and I was like, I'm just gonna let them have it, right? Because um, this goes back to what I said to y'all about Dr. Wendy, right? Me telling you that I have, not that you did this, Ginger, right? But me naming that I have concerns and reservations about us having this conversation in this way as a clinician. I'm letting you know because I know what it looks like for us to be overdiagnosed and misdiagnosed and pathologized. That's literally, I did my thesis. I did a lot of reading and writing about the strong Black woman schema and how it is used to pathologize Black women. Oh, Black women are obese because they just eat bad. Oh, and Black women are struggling and depressed and stressed out because they won't ask for help because they're so concerned with being strong. No conversation in psychology and in our community because all of our research is white. That's our foundation, is white men, okay? So no conversation about why. Why do we have to be strong? Why does the system that exists necessitate this from Black women? No conversation about that, right? And so I've read the research that pathologizes us and makes it our fault. And so me saying that as a clinician, I just want to say that we need to be mindful. Not everybody has the range for this conversation. And a lot of people think that their anecdotal lived experience, while important and valid, is somehow the equivalent of research, right? And so inviting people into a conversation that don't have the rank, like that's dangerous, right? We are, when old boy said, I was whatever he said about himself. Oh, I would have been that way anyway, even if my dad had been the one to be the disciplinarian, and saying, well, yeah, because you all are genetically and biologically predisposed. I'm like, babe, that's eugenics, which is a tool of white supremacy. I need us to be, even if you are reading the psychological research, that is done by who, babe? And so when we're saying, oh, they're the most diagnosed with this, okay, and who's doing that research, and understand the nuance of the way that we overdiagnose and misdiagnose. Like, all of that has to be in the conversation. And if that can't all be in the conversation, then we can't really have it, right? And how dare you get on the internet and make me have to defend a man publicly? How fucking dare you? Like, don't do that, and so for me, it was just, we have to be very fucking mindful of the way that we have conversations, which is why I don't have certain conversations on the internet, because anybody, and this is no shade, because there are things that I don't know about the fuck either, right? But not everybody has the self-restraint that some of us have, that say, you know what, I don't know nothing about this, so let me just sit and listen. Not everybody has that. We see it on your panels all the time, Ginger, where the men get up there and know they don't know what the fuck they talking about, or about whatever in the hell we talking about, but somehow their opinion is valid, and somehow what they feel matters more than what the research and the data shows, right? We know that. So we have to be careful. And I heard her write about, like, not feeling protective of Black men. And if my goal in having these conversations, and I guess this goes back to what the goal is, right? If the goal in the conversation is to move us forward as a community, then I do have to be mindful about making this a sacred space, right? And I'm not protecting you from accountability. I'm not protecting you from the truth. I'm not protecting you from systemic shit that you're engaging in and you needing to be responsible and accountable and called to the carpet about none of that shit. But I'm also not going to let everybody and their mama just sit in here and listen to this conversation, right? If I'm like, this is why as a parent, a teacher can never call me about my kid and think I'm about to fuss at my kid. That's never going to happen. Because, baby, you're not invited into that conversation. I am not about to reprimand them for your fucking entertainment. So there's certain shit I'm not going to do on the internet when it comes to certain things. You know what I mean? We can do the back and forth, the tit for tat. We can expand each other in that way. But when we start talking about biological and genetic predispositions without inviting in all the other nuance in mixed company, I could never, personally. And so I just needed us to be more mindful of the way we were having that conversation.
And no shade in front of those caliber of men, please. They definitely would not have had and let me just say this. I understood some of what she was saying, right? Absolutely. I completely get it. However, like, the panel that day was a prime example of why we should not be having this conversation unless everyone here knows what they're talking about. Because that gentleman, after everything that he heard, the first thing he said was, I'm not innately a bad person. I'm not innately, I'm me. This is what happened. See, he already is on the defensive because to him, it sounds like an attack. And it sounds like an attack of something he's been battling his whole life. because he did admit that he had ADHD, and so now it almost sounds like you're invalidating a diagnosis he got when he was a child. So then it's like, dang, like, were they wrong? It's too much. It's too much when certain conversations, everybody needs to know what they're talking about.
Right.
And I don't create my space for conversations that if I can't do it, I don't know, man. I'm all for you teaching me something new, but once it gets a little eugenicsy and tricky, I don't know. I
I'm
can't rock with it.
I'm gonna let Ann go, but I do want to say this one other thing. Listen, at some point, I said to y'all right on the live, I was like, I feel like he hijacked the live. Right, we're supposed to be talking about this without censoring men, and he has censored himself. And her response was that it was allowed, and that was interesting to me because I felt like she's who censored him. So it was interesting to me that her perspective was that we all allowed that. When I'm like, but you are the one that came in and validated his experience and then expanded on it in this way to provoke this conversation. It felt like it was lacking a little bit of self-reflection.
Yeah, I agree 110%. And also, like, let me say this. He's a troll, right? Cool. I'm just gonna surmise it up to that. Like, it can't be nothing else, right? But even then, like, how did it get here? Like, how did it get here? If he shares to you, hey, this is my lived experience, this is how I feel, this is why I feel like this about women, and then later on I learned that I was suffering from something and I got help, my parents got me the help I needed, and I'm not that person anymore, I don't know how the conversation now shifts to biological disposition. He just told you he got help.
Right.
he,
Yeah.
he he like you said, he wasn't a bad kid, he was simply undiagnosed, and after he got diagnosed and after they got him the cocktail that he needed, he is now a functioning member of society. Is he a wonderful man? No, but he ain't out here unaliving people. He's going through the motions just like the rest of us. That don't innately make. And also, when you say things like that, I feel like because everyone is not well versed, if I was a gentleman running through my life and I'm over here looking for help, looking for guidance, and I hear that, then that might validate. I might feel like, oh, I'm a terrible human being as a man because I'm disposition. That almost sounds like an excuse.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That almost sounds like an excuse. And I thought we were not giving men excuses.
Okay, I'm not crazy. Thank you. Okay, Anne, please share your thoughts.
I'm here to validate Ginger. Because what I will say is, oh, I guess I'm laughing. Divinity is a self-admitted troll. She does say that. Um, and I think that, like I said, she tends to be avoidant. I think she's fueled by her trauma, and that might somehow, um, how do I say this? She has like a distorted lens in which the way she sees things and her research. And Tina is right. I completely agree, right? As an avid researcher myself, where is the research coming from? Very good question, right? Because a lot of the science is based on the YT people and how it helps the YT people and their demographic, correct? That's why medicine has been updated to see what helps African American people, right? For example, in terms of medication, like I was when I first started with my high blood pressure, I started with what was the other one? I didn't agree with it. It caused swelling for me. I can't remember the name. And so now I am on HDTZ, right? Hydrochlorothiazide, big ass science word. But in either way, that helps me do my blood pressure instead of amlodipine. Yeah, amlodipine, that's the word. That causes swelling in African American people. Now the science has to be, and I hate to make things racial, but when it comes to science, every demographic, even the Latinos, even the Asian communities, we metabolize medications and things differently, right? So as a scientist, you have to study those different demographics and see what fits for everyone. And what Tina was trying to say is, you don't just want to say the child is bad.
Because he's a
And you know
man.
what happens? Right, right. And because he's a boy, he's energy, boys will be boys, that kind of bullshit. And here's the thing, and I think on some level she doesn't, that's why it seems hotepi, right? Because on some level, you are actually giving more power to the YT supremacy, right? Who think that we're just bad simply because we're black, or we misbehave because we're black, right? And here's the thing, right? And it's been studied that trauma passes down through your DNA, and that we were born literally with this DNA, and some of us have not, changed our mindset in terms of slavery. That's why some of us have a lack mindset or scarcity mindset when it comes to money and the way that we provide for things. Y'all need to study. I'm a big history buff, right? If you study your history, you will see that Harriet said she couldn't save all of them because it all starts in your mind. Some of y'all, you may be free physically, but you're enslaved in your mind, and you're not able to get out of that. So simply saying he has ODD or conduct disorder, I think that's why I kind of like remove myself from those lives, because I'm like, I'm not saying that I'm not learning, but it was a heavy dose of misandry, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but it kind of felt man bashing, and it kind of felt like it's rooted in bitterness. Is this really helping? Um, to a certain extent, but it's just like the energy behind it, and everything is intentional, right? I don't just do anything, even on my podcast, anything I teach, it's not always necessarily on my life experience. Sometimes yes, but if it's rooted in the research, what I'm not going to do is give you bad information, right? I've spent years learning how to research since high school because I wanted to be a lawyer. That's a whole other life. But the way that we're taught to research is to look for credible research. And in terms of medicine, like again, not everything works for every demographic. So to feed into white tea supremacy and say things that like they're just bad, or boys need to learn anymore, and that's something I've heard the biggest hotep in my life say, Dr. Umar, which I used to like until I found out that man is a scammer. Because Dr. Umar, I'm calling you out, sir. Why is the school not built yet?
Well, I could have been told you Dr. Umar was a scammer. I heard it the moment he opened his
Listen, I ain't gonna hold you. You know
heard
how I
it
am,
opened
right?
his
As a
mouth.
sapiosexual, I was intrigued by his big words and his
No, no,
intelligence.
no. Don't
Intelligence.
fall for the
I was
okie doke.
blinded. And then when I found out the truth, it was the way that he treated his daughters, or was it just one daughter? One of his daughters came out and said that this man, you say you're for the black family and elevating the black family, yet you're not taking care of your own family. The level of hypocrisy, I can never understand. I can never understand that level of hypocrisy, because if I'm saying I'm for family, yet I'm abandoning my own family, does that make sense? Does it make sense? Here's the thing, what I've learned, right? As someone who's been book smart pretty much my whole life, I do realize that some of you guys, and this was and pre-therapy, right? You lack emotional intelligence. And that is sad to say, right? As a psychologist in, particularly specializing in black families, that he lacks all that emotional intelligence, because that's what sets him apart. It doesn't make him a good psychologist, right? If he doesn't have any emotional intelligence. Because like, what is your motive, sir? Like, what is your actual motive? Right. Thank you, K Boogie. Like, you claim to care for every family but your own, right? And here's the thing, guys, if you guys would like to discuss this, I have to laugh. This lady did a video on TikTok and she stitched Dr. Umar, and all he said in terms of what he wants from a woman, you know, I just want a woman I could come home and she cook for me, you know, and he want to talk about, somebody who could hold me at night. I want two wives, two queens, two beautiful queens, and he talking about food and the horizontal mambo. In any of that video, I did not hear you say, good sir, what you are here to offer these women, but you're talking about what they can offer to you. And what do we call that? self-centeredness. He only cares about himself. I'm not surprised. I'm
Yeah.
not surprised. And he is a hotep. He's a and I hate to call a man a bitch, but sir, you a fake bitch. I said what I said.
I mean,
If I
listen.
call you, and that's on KB from Love Is Blind. If I call you a bitch, like seriously, meme this. If I call you a bitch, I done lost respect for you. And sir, I don't respect you.
Yeah, I mean, all of that, Erica, I want you to go. I just want to say that, like, to what you and Ginger have said, I think when we, like Ginger, you mentioned it kind of felt like excuses. It kind of felt like, and this is why I think it's so we have to be mindful of like what's motivating the information I'm giving, because if it's not rooted in, I don't want to make presumptions. If it's not rooted in maybe a goal for movement forward, if it's not rooted in a goal for education, then we start other stuff starts showing up accidentally, because really what it was kind of sounded like is, boys will be boys that can't help it because they're predisposed to be this way. And it's like, no.
And mind you, that is the same talking point these cavemen, stupid, ridiculous, right, ooga booga ass niggas use on my live every day. But men are predispositioned to be so strong. Me man, me strong, me men, me protect, me men. Come on. So come on, you are using their same talking point. Me predisposition to be stupid. Me predisposition to be violent, awful, disgusting. That's who I am.
Yeah.
That's what you've given them the ultimate excuse, and you don't even realize it. So then what are the rest of us supposed to do if enough of them get this information? You think they're turning up now without it? What are they going to do with it? Look what they're doing. Look what they're doing to us without this information. Why would you give it to them? Why wouldn't you tell them, even if it is true? Why wouldn't you? Because look, let's talk about it. Niggas don't do their research. They about dumb as a bag of rocks. Not all of them, but too many of them. Right? So why would I? Okay, gag it. So why would I give a bunch of dummies who I know aren't even going to do the proper research the ultimate excuse for being dummies? Like, are we trying to protect women or no?
Right. And again, that goes back to, I tell y'all, I've said before, right? I say it on my live a lot. Consider, when you get information, consider the source, and that's going to tell you the motivation, because that fucking matters with the information that you're getting. Again, I don't know what research anybody is reading, but you need to be curious about who's asking the questions and what might be the motivation for the questions that are asked, because our biases show up as researchers. One of the first things you learn as a psychology student, as anybody practicing the social sciences, is that even the way that we frame our questions as social scientists will be riddled with biases. And so you need to be curious about that, right? Because ODD, listen to actual psychiatrists, actual people that do testing, actual people that do diagnoses. They will tell you how insufficient ODD is as a diagnosis for children because of the diagnostic criteria, and how little we should actually be using that, and how often it actually is something else, but we have misdiagnosed. But anyway, Erica, please share your thoughts. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, but keep talking, y'all.
So I want to say thank you to everybody on the panel, Tina and everybody, because this is like eye-opening for me, because like I wanted to be in the medical space with children. I went to start out, did 3 years of schooling to be in family studies, wanted to be a pediatrician, wanted to just know about kids and how do we end up with these products of, the caveman mentality, these just jacked up family dynamics. That's what I want to look at as a whole. But then I realized, baby, you ain't got the mental capacity to do that, because you can't deal with your own darn family. So I just left that go. But this is really eye-opening for me to just hear so many thoughts and it's kind of put a more of a clear picture to the nurture versus nature conversation that I like hear so much. I'm just like, is it really nature? Is it nurture? Because I feel like there's a mixture of both, and I feel like people always want to say, "Well, I'm just predisposed. I ain't got no choice." Like my brother often, I'll just say it. Well, he's a drug dealer. He sells that stuff. And he's like, well, I'm just predisposed because our grandfather was like that. I said, that is not a good way to think, sir. I said, you were nurtured in an environment of a Christian woman who was very sweet and kind and didn't cuss and drink, like just a kind woman. And but he thinks he was predisposed. I said, don't you think that's a mentality that you're just shaping because that's what is reflective of our past life and everything? And he's like, no, I'm just predisposed to be a drug dealer. I said, okay, well, I have the same grandfather, and I don't particularly want to sell drugs, okay? You know, if I had to do it, I'd get out there and do it, but hey, no. And it's just, I just appreciate y'all explaining it because I feel like I went through so many phases of like, I'm 27 and I'm just like, okay, well, where are all these thoughts coming from? Where are all these, like, because I have like a basic level of human development. I went through those first 3 years of classes and stuff, but I never could put like, I'm like, where are these real world examples? And like, y'all are explaining and everything and just putting it to the forefront of like, why am I like this? Like the colorism conversation, I can tell you distinctly, like, when I realized that I had a problem with my own skin color, because I am fair skinned, like I am light bright, as they would say, whatever. And I was just thinking, remember, I had a problem with it was when my best friend said, "Well, Erica, the reason that you get a position over me is because she wasn't a dark skin, she wasn't super dark skin or anything, but she was brown." And she was like, "Because you're less intimidating to white people, and you have curly hair." And I internalized that for a long time and thought I didn't deserve anything, or I didn't deserve positions I got when I switched over to banking and in tech because of my race, and I wasn't intimidating or I didn't come off in that. Those are conversations that it took me a long time to work through and understand. But before I just wanted to, let y'all know I appreciate everything y'all do. Thank you, Tina, for creating this space. Before I have to drop and go and actually do my job.
Can I say something before you drop real quick?
Yes.
Though there may be some truth to that, at the end of the day, you are a black woman, and them people ain't gonna let you stay in their space if you're incompetent. End of story. No matter how light you are, no matter how bright you are, no matter how curly that hair is, they're looking for a reason to discredit you simply because you are black.
Very much so. I fight them every day.
That's a fact. And when the police pull you over, you're black.
Correct.
Oh, but she's light. But you're black. They look at all of us, we're black.
Yeah, because that's how I looked at it for a long time. I was like, I feel as black as you. We both suburban, so you can't say, "Oh, where you were?" I was raised in the hood. You were no. We both suburban. I went to Texas Tech, and yeah, but I was still black on Texas Tech's campus, and in Texas, like I told Tina once, baby, you better not be one of them paper bag talking, black men included. Don't come over here at all. So I just said, I just want to say thank you. Let me go ahead and do my job at the security before they fire me.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Well, to just give my thoughts on the whole old predisposition, wow, comment and all these things, I just want to add in my 2 cents. First of all, people will grasp at straws in order to justify their bad behavior because that's easier than looking in the mirror and being able to change their behavior and take accountability for the positions that they've found themselves in, for what society has pushed for a long time, and being the change. That's harder than just continuing with the same cycle. It's hard to break the cycle, which is why people find themselves in the loop. And now it's like what is the analogy when you're the hamster wheel? You're just running in circles now, the same issue, and you're going to run into the same issue again and again and again. And it's easier to do that than it is to jump out of the wheel and actually see society or see systems at a grander scale, or you know what I mean, like objectively, especially if you're being affected by it as well. And a lot of times people are victims and they don't know they're victims. And another thing, some people thrive in victimology, like being a victim. The self victimization, that's the thing that really will like poison people's minds, because some people's whole identity is to be a victim. I don't know how to break from the mold. I don't know how to break free from that. So I'd rather just say, oh, well, the white man, oh, well, the government, oh, well, yes, they did all these things. But what are you doing now? Now that we have the access, the knowledge, the freedom, the resources, what are you doing with that now? That's one. And then another thing is that a lot of times people, now with the whole men, women, whatever problems and who's to blame, a lot of times people can point out everybody else's problem and never see their own. And like a lot of people in that sense will operate in cognitive dissonance, right? To where it's like you can be pointing out an issue to them and you can't take accountability if you're not seeing it in yourself. But let them say something about another person. It could be a man and somebody says something about another man. And yeah, that man this, but not me. And not me, right? And it's like, yes, you. Because my thing is, if you're benefiting from the system, whether indirectly or directly, then yes, you too. Whether or not you're the one directly perpetuating the same, you're benefiting from it and you're not speaking against it because it benefits you too. So you are complicit. And that's one thing that they will not see. They'd rather see themselves as different or outside of the issue than agreeing that, hey, first it's an issue and their contributions to it, whether again, directly or indirectly, whether cognitively, not cognitively, consciously, unconsciously, whatever. It's like if you benefit from it and you're not speaking against it, you're the problem too. And people won't see that.
If you're not actively working to dismantle the system that is built in order to benefit you, then you are okay with the system. I say this to y'all, I say this in my live a lot, right? But silence is compliance. If you are not doing anything to push back against a thing, then you are okay with that thing. Period, full stop. And I know that, I'm only always really ever talking about Black people. So I know that Black men like to, and I agree to an extent, right? But this also feels like an attempt sometimes at like evading accountability and responsibility. I agree that the patriarchy was not built for y'all. And if we're talking about it for real, then you know that the patriarchy does benefit you within community. In-house, it does benefit you. In larger culture, absolutely not, right? But because you have some in-house privileges because of it, a lot of y'all are not willing to dismantle it. And if you're not willing to dismantle it, then you are okay with it, right? And I said on Ginger's Live one time, and I stand by, there is a difference between wanting to dismantle a system so that nobody is on the bottom and wanting to dismantle a system so that you can be at the top. And I think that too many men want to dismantle it in order to be at the top rather than dismantling it so nobody's on the bottom.
I also say the same exact thing. And I also say this, whether we want to admit it or not, all of the isms and the phobias are direct byproducts of white supremacy. All of them. And they plague all of us, which means even as a woman, even if you scream you're a misandrist, you can simultaneously be a misogynist. Simultaneously. You could accidentally be screaming for the protection of Black women and at the same time pick up that weapon that hurts us and hand it to not all of your children. I'm talking about your sons and your daughters. So stop it. Stop picking that weapon up when it benefits you. You either want to dismantle it or you're looking for a way to climb it. But I need us to be honest. Stop being disingenuous. Stop coming up here in bad faith. Are you looking to dismantle or are you looking for a slick way to use it?
Clock it. Clock it.
They will, as long as it doesn't hurt them. And they won't see how it does hurt them. That's the crazy thing. They won't see how it does hurt them. But as long as it's not direct and it's not immediate, and it'll immediately affect everybody else, impact them negatively, they're cool with it. And remember, you said something earlier on another live. I don't know if it was today or another day, because girl, these all days just feel the same at this point. But you were saying, Ginger, how oh shoot. Oh, sorry. Give me 1 second. I just had to mute real quick.
You're good.
No, but yeah, like I'm tired of it. I'm tired of look, let me tell you something. I love a little bit of man bashing more than the next person. You know what I'm saying? I love it. I love it. I implore it. But at the same time, there's got to be an end goal, right? There has to be there simply has to be an end goal. Cool. Here's the problem. Okay, let's move forward. And let's move forward with no excuses, whether they're intentional or unintentional excuses, right? We can't say that we want better quality of men, but then tell them they're predispositioned to be shitty men. That don't make sense. That don't make sense. Is it apples or oranges? Hmm? Are they predispositioned to be awful? Right? Because if that's the case, then every conversation that you have about women, how they should interact, what they should be doing, what all of that is disingenuine. All of it. All of it, all of it, all of it.
Right.
So what is it?
Yeah.
Like, sorry, my bad. I'm back. My cat then knocked some shit over, and I had to yell at him because he's so bad. Anyway, but what you were saying earlier about men would be okay with racism or, slavery rather, as long as it wasn't them that was enslaved. It's like, that's one of the funniest things I've heard, but it's one of the truest things I've heard in a long time. Because it's like, as long as they're not the one that's directly and immediately negatively impacted by something, that's cool. You feel me? It's only now when it's at a larger scale to where they're now, oh, protect us, protect us. And another thing you said too, which is the truth, Black women tend to be at the center, at they're either the beginning of it, the epicenter of it, or at the front and center of every movement, every political, every social, every whatever movement you can think of. It's Black women taking the brunt of everything. And even when it comes to accountability, having to take accountability for ourselves, our children, our men. How are we to be taking accountability for grown ass men? Like, you can raise a child, you can raise a son, you can't raise a man, right? And that's saying you can't teach your old dog new tricks. That's a fact. Because it's like, if you're gonna bark the same way that you've always barked, and I can't put a muzzle on you, I can't leash you, because you're gonna break out of that muzzle, right? You're gonna pull on that leash until you're free. And my thing is, again, when it comes to these conversations about pushing society forward and accountability and whatever the case, it's easier to default to women because we're the ones that are more accepting of these things, right? Because we're the ones that were always told and what's the word, conditioned to be accountable. And even what you were saying earlier, to give credence to what you're saying earlier, Tina, about fast, she's fast, or she's whatever. We infantilize men, and then we will make these young girls adults before their time. We won't see a little whitey whatever girl with nail polish and say, oh, she's grown, or she's fast, or she's whatever. But we'll see a Black girl with extensions or whatever the case. Oh, she's grown.
Her pressed natural hair. Just her
natural hair, and it happens to be long, and it's pressed. All of a sudden, she's grown. She putting color in her hair. She's grown. She's fast. And then even again, victims out of grape. Okay, what was she wearing, or what was? Oh well, the young woman. Yeah, I really like that you mentioned that too, because sometimes I can understand, like, depending on the space, depending on the conversation, depending on the intention. Yes, cover up. Being being modest. Jesus, is a beautiful thing. You know what I mean? You can be modest, you can be covered up, you can be whatever, and be beautiful. But at the same token, wear whatever the hell you want. Not for him, not for her, for you. If you feel comfortable, if you feel beautiful, that's great. That doesn't give anybody an excuse to touch you, to take advantage of you, to utilize you. The problem is we're seen as objects, things to be conquested, things to be gained, things to be purchased, things to be exchanged, things to be whatever, monopolized upon, things to be traded, as opposed to human beings with our own self autonomy, our own knowledge, our own experiences, our own valid intrinsic values that we bring to every single situation and space that we're in. But we are expected to. Men, unfortunately, are expected to just come and benefit, right? Right? And it's sad because that's how we as a society has conditioned our men, our women, our whoever. And then now we're looking back and we're upset at the results.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's sickening.
to speak to your prompt earlier, Ginger, about whether or not women are colder or if they're just setting boundaries, I truly believe that like what we're seeing these days is a shift in, well, I'm seeing two things. A shift in like larger social culture, the social contract that we all agree to, whether we know we've agreed to it or not, right? We've all agreed to a social contract. We've all agreed to a racial contract in the United States because that's the way in which the country is built, right? It's not necessarily visible. It is mystified by other things, but it is there, right? And I do think that the social agreements that we've made, right? We all agree that money is worth whatever we say it's worth, right? A $20 bill is worth $20 because we said so, because it ain't nothing but paper and ink, right? So we've just made an agreement as to what these things mean. And I think that we are shifting into a space where women are beginning to understand that they don't have to agree to certain things anymore. And that is then perceived as women are becoming cold, women are becoming this, right? Because it goes against Fabi, the previous social agreement, which is that women are supposed to only exist in service to men and in service to their children, which is interesting because if people really did their actual fucking research, they would know that that wasn't always the social agreement. That social agreement is only a few hundred years old. That's only a few hundred years old. But because it's the one that they know, they think it's the only social agreement we've ever had. And so now that it is shifting again, which is what happens constantly, we are constantly rewriting the rules. They are frustrated by it and they see us as pushing back on this system that makes them angry. And this is why you see all this red pill rhetoric. This is why you see who we have in office currently. This is why you see the people we have on Love is Blind. All this very overt conservative value stuff coming back into the sphere because they're like, oh, no, you all are pushing the zeitgeist in a way that we don't want you to push it. We need to come back into this space of conservatism because that's what we prefer. And so it's very interesting to watch in real time and people that don't have the information trying to have conversations about it.
Exactly. You weren't there early on in the live, but early on in the live, there was a man who came up and he essentially said that black women bought into feminism from white women. And I politely educated him. No, 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 ooga booga. That's wrong. Actually, feminism started with black women and then the white women co-opted it. Then he said, no, y'all are wrong. And then I pulled it up and I read it to him, and then you know what he did? He dropped.
I was going to say
Exactly.
drop.
You're stupid. You see how that works? You're dumb. Exactly. Also, I would like to say that the reason they're holding on so tight to the way that we are living now is simply because it's the way that benefits them the most. Period. Let's talk about it. We used to be a matriarch, at least our people originally. We used to thrive in a matriarch, right? But because the patriarch came in and told you could be a big, strong man and you don't got to do a dog thing, you don't got to do shit, all of a sudden, now that's how you're predispositioned to be. No, no, ooga booga. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Look, originally, there were women warriors. And y'all was sitting at home taking care of them babies like penguins sitting on that egg. And I was out here hunting and getting that food. So what is you talking about? You want a reason to subjugate women, and I won't give it to you.
Yeah.
I
Can I also
won't
just
give it to you.
I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but you made a good point, and it's very, very funny because those same men will turn around and say, "Oh, well, look at nature. Men are the top of the food chain, and men, blah, blah, blah." And then we'll talk about being the lion, the king of the jungle. Male lions literally sit and sleep while the women lions, they go and they hunt and they kill and they bring back the food. That's interesting. So what about nature? So what about nature?
And since
What
we're
about the natural order of things?
and since we're
Do you watch
speaking
the
on nature,
Discovery Channel?
and since we're speaking on nature, a lot of you ooga boogas probably don't know. Then hyenas, they thrive in a matriarch. The lowest level hyena female is still higher than the highest level rank male hyena. Explain that to me then.
And
Since
ooh,
we're
girl,
so
remember when we were talking
predispositioned.
about the bees? Remember that conversation we were having about the beehives? Oh
Correct.
my
And the
gosh.
female bees will kick them niggas out when they are no longer
Correct.
useful.
Into the cold to die. Oh, to unalive. I'm so sorry.
Come on, y'all don't know nothing. Y'all don't even a man said like, "Oh, lions. Oh, what does the men do?" And I told him, "I love that you brought this up. I love lions. I love lions, and I love cephalopods. Those are my favorite ones. Did you know that the female lion hunts because the male lion's body is too big. His mane is too big. If he even tried to, first of all, he's too big and too lazy. He ain't gonna do that shit anyway. So it takes the sleek, precise body of a female to feed the family. And they fight. And they give birth. And they raise the cubs. Y'all are nothing but a bunch of lazy, lazy lions. Stop
And
it.
they have better senses of intuition, better senses of smell,
Who?
better senses of all that, which makes them better hunters. Crazy enough. It's only when we need some extra muscle, well, sorry, because I'm not a lion, need some extra muscle, do they call upon the men from their slumber to come and assist in a battle. So
No.
let's knock it off. Let's knock it
Stop.
off. You guys are literally supposed to be the manpower. So if that's the case, why don't you, how they try to say women, oh, just be in the kitchen and shut up, whatever the case. Why don't you be in the kitchen and shut up? Not for nothing, right? Unless we need some manpower and some brute strength, right? Not brains, not skill, not agility per se, but brute strength. Then you jump in. How about that?
And that's only because that's all you have reduced yourself to. And I say this all the time. I think that it's disgusting. I think it's disgusting that society has conditioned you as a man to reduce yourself to nothing but brute strength and violence. Don't you think that that's sick? Don't you think you're capable of so much more? You're a human being. Or do you not want to be one?
Because when I said on your live that time, Ginger, I was like, actually, like y'all are mad, but I'm saying if I didn't think that you had the potential to adjust and to grow and to change, I wouldn't say shit to you, right? If I didn't think that you actually could, if you got more information, then I wouldn't say shit to you. Again, I give the example of like coaches are not providing feedback to the players that they like. He ass, he ain't never gonna be, he just always gonna be ass, right? And that's why sometimes I don't have nothing to say, right? I don't consider it my job to educate men in general. I'm usually not talking to men. I'm usually on your live panel because I'm talking to the women, even if I'm talking about the men. I need the girlies to hear what the fuck I got to say, but like, do y'all want us to believe that you're incapable, and why? Does that give you an out? Like, what's the motivation behind that? I want you to feel like you can do it too. But like, why
No,
you
because then that means I gotta be better. No, I don't want to hear that.
Weaponized incompetence.
No, it's not even that. They're not incompetent. I'm not even gonna give them that anymore. They know exactly what the fuck they doing. They know exactly what the fuck going on. You hear me?
But the term
I can
weaponized
teach kids.
incompetence refers to them knowing but acting as if they do not, in order to not to dodge the accountability, basically, to
Oh
not
my
have to
god.
take the
I just
responsibility.
I'm just tired of. They're dumb. They're
Correct.
dumb. I be so like. Let me tell you guys. I've been doing this panel thing for 3 weeks, and I thought men were dumb before, right? But my god, I mean, it was the tip of the iceberg. What I already thought. Just the tip of it. The things that I have heard, I understand why women are misandrous. I do. Sometimes I be hearing stuff and I'm like, wrap it up. Wrap it up. But you know what? I can't do that. Because I don't know how they found me because this was a space that I created for black women and they keep finding me and I don't know what I've got to do to get rid of them. But they keep finding me. So I'm trying to spread information and they don't like it. And I'm ready to just wrap it up.
They're gonna find you simply because you're talking and you're saying something that is. I have to tell the people in the comments sometimes, like there's like I said, that one guy that comes in your comments, but there's two of them. It's another guy, I don't remember his name. But every time he comes in the comments, I could like not even be saying anything at all, and he'll try to at me and like try to get me to engage with him. And I'm like, they are in here rage baiting. Like, y'all have to just ignore these motherfuckers.
That's what I'm gonna start doing. I'm gonna just not let them up no more. I'm gonna let one up at a time. I'm gonna let y'all jump them, and then I'm gonna just throw them out and bring up the new one. Like that's my problem, right? Let me take some accountability. I'm letting too many of them up at the same time. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let one up. I'm gonna let him get jumped, and I'm gonna kick him out. And who wants to come get jumped next? Cause since y'all want to be here so bad, who's your baddest bitch?
Oh
Send your
my
baddest bitch
goodness
up. Send your baddest
gracious.
bitch up. Send them up because that's what it's giving. Send your biggest baddie up, please.
Well, what first of all,
Volunteer tribute.
first of all, why they keep finding you, though, to give you an answer, you're always going to find those people that come into spaces that are designed for progression, that want to stop the movement. That's just a fact, right? And even just to take it out of like movements, those apps, for example, or those settings on Uber or whatever the case that connect women with women drivers, right? And then there are men that will pose as women or will infiltrate these spaces in order to take away the safe spaces to, I don't know, prove whatever point, to stroke whatever ego, to whatever. But they're always going to find those people that seek out these spaces that are supposed to be safe and make them unsafe. So that, because the message is, you're not going to be safe from me. If I'm a predator, I will not allow you to have a safe space. Just like those whitey people that come into black spaces that will try to disrupt or rage bait or try to whatever.
You muted yourself.
Yeah, you went out.
Oh, I don't know. Either way, I'm tired of them.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I figured it's about Fabi. I mean, and Fabi is right though, right? Like there are some of them that literally just seek out the space in order to be disruptive, and it's nothing you can do about that, right? I've had people come into my space before, Ginger, as you know, that just be it's like, what are you even talking about? Like, we're not even talking about that. You just in here trying to disrupt the space because you want to be mad about something, you know? Um, it's just, yeah, either make them pay the bridge tax. You know, you gotta make the men, you're gonna have to send something. You have to pay to come up here to play. You gotta pay to play. Because
And I'm
y'all
gonna because y'all too dumb. And there are other dumb men in the comments that be saying like, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, y'all are just all collectively dumb, and also y'all are terrified of each other, petrified,
yes, yes.
absolutely. No, absolutely petrified of each other,
Uh-huh.
right? And I want and I want the men to stop coming on my live and stop being disingenuous, because I had a live where men swore up and down they hold each other accountable, swore up and down, and then I guess their version of the apex predator of the man world told us that he did something egregious, and all of a sudden all I heard was, oh well, what was the context, what was the are you scared of him? What you talking about? You just told me you hold men accountable. You don't this man can't even, he don't know you, he don't know where to find you, he don't know nothing about you. This is your time to show me something, and you did it. You are petrified of a man on my panel that I can get rid of over the screen of the phone that you pay for. You pay that bill. Don't you let that man scare you. Don't you? Because he don't scare me. He don't scare
Child,
me.
child.
He don't. And he can come back to my shit, and he still don't scare me. So what you
Right.
afraid of?
They be so funny. They be contradicting themselves, all kind of shit. You get to changing the prompt, Ginger, and then what they just said 20 minutes ago is out the window because now I need to argue against y'all on this one.
Correct. Correct. Or I need to defend my good sis. I'm tired of y'all coming up on my live and bumping purses with each other. It makes me sick. It makes me sick. Just tell him you want him. Tell him that.
Take it
Because I
out
know you
the
don't want the
chat.
women.
They be very much like, yeah, they be afraid to disagree with each other. They be, if someone does disagree, then immediately you feminize that man because the worst thing that you could possibly be is a woman. Because really, y'all niggas don't actually like women as people, period.
Clock it.
And
Y'all hate women.
yeah,
Just say y'all want to have schmecks with each other. I would actually respect that a whole lot more.
just
You
leave us.
know? I love the girls, the GAYs and the theys. Don't even play. I love them. If I know You are a part of the community, girl. I will always let you up. Don't worry about it. I love it. But you don't got to suppress yourself and then be mad at me. I'm not the one who told you you can't have that boy. You told yourself you can't have that boy. I want you to go have him. So maybe you'll stop acting like the that you are. You guys could fill in the word. Because I can't say the word here.
Fabby, do you want to finish your thought? Oh, she might still be on her call.
I think so. No, but and y'all don't have the range. Y'all don't have the
No,
range.
they
And you
don't.
know what? And you know what? They'll actually flip their stance in a blink of an eye. Actually, it's because I heard a man was like, "Oh yeah, but men are predisposed into this, that," and I was like, "Okay, let me follow your trail of thought. If men are predispositioned to be stronger, this, that, and the third, whatever, then that would mean as a woman, I'm predispositioned to be more intelligent than you. Wouldn't that be correct? Wonderful. So if I'm more intelligent than you, then why the fuck do you keep talking? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. I'm smarter. Remember, you're stronger. Good for you. But I'm smarter. So stop talking to me. I
Right.
don't talk to lower life forms. Because that's what you said. You don't even have the range to be talking to me. You should be talking to the men.
They be getting
But
themselves
That
in
way
trouble.
you're equal.
they're afraid of them. They're
And
gonna
they
beat
want to
them
have
up.
schmecks with them all at the same time. It's the sickest form of Stockholm syndrome I quite literally have ever seen in my life.
They're unwell. And it just, yeah, the amount of women that get on the live and don't understand the ways in which they are making space for that type of man, that type of rhetoric. It's just, they're dangerous. And I do think that the women do I will say there are some men that come on the live that do it, but I do think that the women do a better job of trying to call each other out or call each other in about it. And sometimes I just be having to read the room. You know what I mean? Like, you know what? Exactly, Haven. Haven said the way Chris is just chilling back there, knowing we ain't talking about him and sending me LOL. This is how they would be if they knew that shit didn't apply to them. This is how they would be in the comments. This is how they would be on the live because they like, yeah, you're right. These niggas be tripping. Like
Okay.
he's not offended.
And let me just say, I do appreciate the gentlemen who come on and be like, "Hey, I've been listening to you for 3, 4 days straight, a week straight." I never really thought of things that way. You guys blew my mind. I never looked at things from that perspective. That is wonderful. That is wonderful. Please keep coming back. But the rest of you, y'all's a lost cause.
They're the lost
True.
boys. They're silent.
Lost. I want you to just go find that man that you're, because every time y'all talk, it seems like y'all want a man. I want you to go find the man of your dreams. Okay? Go find the man of your dreams and stop being mad at me because I'm not him. And I'm not your daddy either. I didn't abandon you. Why are you talking to me like that? I don't know you from a can of paint. And I'm also not the reason he didn't stick around. He is. Why are you mad at me and your mama? For what? Huh? Come on. And
I'm
also,
crying.
don't talk to me like that. Talk to your mother. I know you afraid of her too. That's why you like to talk to women like that instead of her. But you take that misdirect anger and you shove it up her, whatever you want to say, because I can't say it here. You deal with that with her and your daddy. You don't come up here barking at me. Huh? You don't come up here barking at me. I'm not your mama. You go call her a B word. You tell her she picked poorly. You tell, because that's what you want to say, ain't it?
It.
So you talk to me like that because you can't tell your mama she didn't pick better. You can't call your mama a bitch even though she is. You can't tell your mother she failed you because she did. So you gonna blame me.
They can't tell their mama that she should have picked better because then they would have to admit that their daddy wasn't shit. And
Huh?
they can't get to that part. That's the part that feels hard.
Because I had a prompt that was like, why you mad at the mother who stayed and not your daddy who left? All of a sudden, but what if my mom, ask her. Ask her if she was a hoe. Go ahead, ask her.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ask me. I don't know if your mama was a hoe. She know if she was a hoe. She know if she didn't pick better. She know your daddy wasn't a piece of shit. She didn't vet him good. I'm not your mama. I vet good. Don't worry about me and what I. I ain't your mama now. I ain't your mama now. I ain't your mama now.
I want them niggas to stop lying and stop acting like y'all don't switch up when a girl gets pregnant.
Yes.
Men will play a role. Absolutely, they will. Absolutely, they will. Men talk about it all. They do it on your live, whether they realize it or not. A lot of them do it on your live. They get on the live and they try to act like, but you can, if you listen good enough, you can always tell when a nigga's about to switch, right? But they will get on your live and they will act like they're in agreement. They will act like they understand, and then you say something they don't like. And what we heard today, well, if I can't, then I'm just gonna leave the live and da 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 da.
Mm-hmm. Then toodles. Can't
Because
wait.
I said something you didn't like, and so it's like even niggas will play a role until they can't anymore, right? And so I need them to be more honest about that too. You know what I mean? A lot of y'all, I need them to be honest about the fact that you be pretending. You know what I mean? And just own that shit. But if you watch them long enough, them niggas will out themselves.
Because at the end of the day, masculinity is performative. It's not real. You're not tap dancing for me. You tap dancing for Big D Daryl over there. That's who you dancing for. You ain't
They
dancing for me. I don't even like this dance. I don't even like this dance.
Yeah, yeah, they do. Which is why when we had the conversation and they talk about the basketball court and all this shit, it's like because y'all are performing for each other. Y'all are so concerned what the other man thinks about you, right? Which is why again they will get on the panels and they will, I can only back you up, right? And then some of y'all are performing for us and what you think masculinity needs to look like for us. But either way, a lot of these niggas don't have strong senses of identity. They don't have strong senses of self. And that's why you're moved by either my words or that man's words. And now you need to be reactive rather than having a fully formed identity and information that you are conscious of that you are now speaking from. You are only speaking from a reactive space, which is why their arguments also change throughout the time that we be talking. It's like, well, nigga, you just said that 10 minutes ago and now you on this, 20 minutes later, and now you on that 30 minutes after that. Like you are contradicting yourself because you're only being reactive. You don't have no actual strong sense of self. And so now you're just in here performing.
Exactly. Which is why when they give those terrible, terrible examples, I be like, fine, let me play ball. Let me play ball. Fine. You want to be stupid? Let me water myself down to your level. Cool. If this is your way of thinking, then that would mean this, right? Well, yeah. Okay, so then that would mean this, right? Well, no, because it's case by case basis. Why is it case by case basis when it's women, but it's not case by case basis when it's men? Huh? How come? Correct. Because you're full of it. Because you're full of it.
Absolutely.
You're full of it. And you're not doing, and also the women here hear you too. Okay, we all hear you. Like when you guys say things like, oh yeah, I'm okay with women having rights, but my women and whose women?
His.
Whose?
His.
Am I a dog?
Yep.
And if as a woman, I'm a dog, then that would mean you're a son of a, oh.
Oh, sorry.
So you couldn't even be me. You couldn't even be the B word. You had to be the son of it.
Child.
Weak.
The offspring. It's very reductive. It's very like I've said before about the men, unless they can lay some sort of claim onto her, not seeing women as full people, not seeing women as autonomous people, not seeing women as people, right? And this is why, like, again today, you can't get no you can't get no pussy, or do you got a man, or whatever, right? It's always about something in service to a man, and it literally is typically reduced down to your genitalia, and what you can do for them, right?
correct, very crotch level talking points. Like, and if you want to be reduced to your crotch, good for you. Luckily for you, I don't, right? If all you want to be is an appendage, girl, do you? I am not an appendage. I am a fully formed human being with empathy, with thought, with compassion. And also, I
Yep.
hate when men be like, oh, women are so masculine. First of all, how fragile is masculinity that I, as a feminine woman, could just take it from you? Huh? How weak is that? You could never take my femininity away from me. Period. Ever. And it has nothing to do with the fact that I could reproduce. I wish you would try to take my. Let me tell you something. I wish you would. And I'll show you just what this femininity can do to you. You
Right.
hear me?
Honestly, I don't like the masculinity conversation. It's because also because I'm a human being, right? And I'm independent. Let's say I have my own car, I have my own house. That's masculinity. You
Yeah.
just want me to be dependent on your bitch ass. Oh, excuse my French. You want me to be dependent on you. And remember that last live Ginger before it got discontinued because somebody must have been one of the fucking ish. And Chris had to check him because he sounded like, oh, me and my girl, we argue. She disagree with me. And so we could have been avoided a fight if she did what I. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, are you looking for submission? And then after pondering, really thinking it through, analyzing it, I'm like, you're looking for subservience.
Correct.
So sis is not allowed to have her own opinions. Got it. So because I didn't do something exactly the way you liked it, I caused the argument. Sounds very abusive. Sounds very victim blaming. Sir, what the fuck is wrong with you and who raised you?
Correct. And you know what's funny? I feel the same way about the conversations about, oh, peace. I want a peaceful woman. I want peace. I thank you for the eye roll,
Oh
Tina. I'm
my
telling you. Because peace
god.
to you
It's on
means
me.
swallowing whatever I'm feeling and accepting whatever bad behavior that you are giving me, whatever negative impact you have on my life. I'm supposed to accept it with a smile on my face and still cook your dinner and rub your back and tell you you're the goodest boy and tell you you're so handsome and I love you so much. And that's peace. And that's peace. Like your mama did for you. That's supposed to be peace. Or how they say, oh, that's why women are not married these days. And yeah, because women had no choice but to accept the external families, accept the DV, unfortunately, accept whatever, because there weren't as many options. But now that we
Yeah.
actually have to be good people in order to be partners, all of a sudden it's so hard for people to be married. Of course it is, especially when women are educating themselves, right? Having their own resources, not having to depend on a man anymore. That's where the masculinity comes from, right? Not having to depend on a man anymore. Now all of a sudden we're not peaceful. No, you were never peaceful. And what you're giving, we're going to amplify that. So if you're creating chaos, you're going to get chaos times 10. But if we're removing ourselves, now the male loneliness epidemic and choose better. Okay, now we're choosing better. And now you're not chosen. Now what? Now what? Now everybody's alone. Now what? Now there's no marriages. Of course not, because I'm not going to sit and smile while you come home with Keisha, Risha, Bisha. There was Tina, Giga, Felicia, all the. You feel me? You coming home with all these people. I'm supposed to be like, cool.
My bad, Tina. It wasn't about you.
Not you, Tina, but you know the song. You know the song. But like, yes, all of a sudden now we're not peaceful because we're not accepting everything that you were giving, and now we don't have to. Now you have to be a good man. Now you have to grow. Now you have to be accountable. Now people are not getting married anymore. Now the birth rate is going down. Why would I want to reproduce with you? Why would I want to reproduce with you? So that I can be subservient to whatever the hell nonsense. Oh, I'm the leader. Lead me where? To hell? Like, lead me where? To poverty?
Absolutely.
To disenfranchisement? To marginalizement? Where are you leading me to?
Quite literally
Indentured
hell.
servitude? Like, you're leading me back to slavery. What are you talking about?
And that's why, let me say this, and that's why they glorify their mothers and their grandmothers and so on and so forth, because she took subjugation with a smile, right? And you want me to also take subjugation with a smile. Let me say this. I don't think men ever anticipated when they allowed women to be educated. I don't think they expected us to literally take it and multiply it 100-fold. I think in their mind, we were still supposed to be trying to pick up the pieces. And now that they realize, oh, my bad, I gave it to her and she's moving too quick, all of a sudden, and let me also say this, the push for traditionalism, the push to tell women that education is not important, you cannot convince me it's not because Black women by capita are getting more degrees than anybody else, right? And now you're realizing that mediocre white woman can't compete anymore. She can't. And now we're empowering them to compete, right? So that means she don't want to marry you. She don't want to marry you either now. She's realizing, she's looking at us, the white women are looking at us, whether they want to admit it or not, and they're like, oh, no, correct. That's what you're really mad about. That's what you're really mad about, huh? When. Get over it. You can, no, we're not resubjugating women. Yeah, first of all, y'all are too stupid to resubjugate modern day women anyway. Yeah? Too stupid. Y'all barely kept it together then. Y'all barely kept it together then. By the skin of your teeth, because women was stepping out too and pinning them babies on y'all, and y'all was still taking care of them. Y'all wasn't, y'all not, please, y'all playing checkers and we been playing chess. Y'all too stupid for this conversation. Come on, let's talk about it.
Which is why I feel like, listen, I'm about to shake the table a little bit. If men would just learn how to be pick-me's, they wouldn't be lonely. Because the reality is,
Yup.
y'all had it locked down before because women didn't have choices, right? To Fabi, your point, right? Women could not do certain things. It was legislated where we could not do certain things. And now that is no longer true. Hi, Shayla. That is now no longer true. Women, Black women especially, right? Highest producing for degrees, highest producing for businesses. You gonna have to learn how to get picked, baby. The tables have turned. Now you need to actually be desirable, but because they have not kept up with what would be required in order to be picked, and now you're just mad because you're not being picked. So now you're turning to your homeboys looking for validation from them that it must just be something wrong with these bitches, rather than realizing you need to actually be desirable. You have to actually do something to be wanted. It's not enough to be the man anymore. It's not enough to be born with something in between your legs. That's not enough anymore. You have to do more than that, because that alone does not give you enough power. It still gives power, but it does not give you enough power for me to be willing to sign up for my own subjugation, because the reality is patriarchy requires my subjugation. Nobody can be on top if somebody is not on the bottom. Same with capitalism, right? And so it requires my subjugation, and you are not doing, it's not enough anymore for me to be willing to do that, right? And I agree with you, Ginger, that I do feel like a lot of this push is about, oh, these Black women are getting a little too educated. These Black women are doing a little bit too much. And so let's reintroduce, and that's why I think it's always really interesting when I see Black women pushing this narrative, right? About, and listen, the soft girl to trad wife pipeline.
Nasty work.
It's actually not that long of a pipeline, okay? And so I think it's interesting when we see and hear Black women doing this, because I don't think that they recognize in which ways this is about attempting to strip power from you, right? And I'm not saying that you can't want softness. I'm not saying that you can't want to make your husband dinner. I'm not saying none of that, okay? I'm not saying that you can't want to be a mom. I'm not saying any of that. I am saying when your identity becomes centered around it, then you become Aisha, right? Then you become, my mouth is not soft enough for the soft like clock it. Then you become Aisha Curry, where you grow up and you're like, oh, actually, hold on, wait a minute. I need to adjust some things. Some things are different now that I'm grown, right? I see things maybe a little bit differently, right? And anyway, and I've said to y'all before, and y'all know that Black families, healthy, long-lasting, long-term Black marriages are not that way because of patriarchy. That is not what the research shows. It shows that they are that way because of the egalitarian roles taken in the family unit. The ability of both partners to show up and do the work and be present and be competent, right? Chris says all the time, these niggas say that they want queens, right? Oh, they want to be a king so badly, but these niggas want to be married to their concubines. They want you to only have power through them. And so when the king is hurt, the king is hurt in battle, whatever, who the fuck is running the kingdom? But y'all niggas don't think about that because you don't have no long-term like thought processes around the shit. Anyway, okay, sorry.
And I agree. More men do need to be pick-me's. Y'all talk too much. I don't like it. Y'all don't do enough. I don't like that either. Also, women, don't believe them. You can absolutely have it all. I promise you, you can. 'Cause I do. Yeah. And there's always gonna be a man that's gonna give you exactly what you want. Don't fall for the okie doke. I promise you. Trust me. And also, let me even just say this. As somebody who is a stay-at-home mom, like I said, don't fall for the okie doke. These niggas are stupid as fuck. And you can still require that man to take care of them children. You can still require him to clean. You can still require him to cook. He can still help around the house because you guys, yeah, you're both adults. He can change that diaper. If you're tired, he can make dinner. Yeah, he can. Don't listen to these stupid ooga booga ass niggas that telling you you can't have it all. You can. He just can't give it to you. And that's fine. On to the next. What you won't do, another man will. Promise you that. That's why your mama had when you was growing up, the daddy, Mr. Johnson, who came in and fixed the lights, and Mr. Johnson who came in and brought you a Happy Meal, and Mr. whoever. Yeah, because your mother knew she could have it all, right? Even if that meant having many. So come on, stop playing with me. Y'all stupid. Your mother had it all, whether you want to admit it or not. But you just don't want to admit that what she had to do for it. Yeah, I don't have to do what your mama had to do for it, though. And that's why you really mad. And that's why you really hate her. For real, because you saw the men running through that house like Tomb Raider. That's what you really mad about. And you know what they were running through. You know what they was running through. That's what you really are upset about. And that sucks for you, though. But it shouldn't suck for me. You know?
That one boy
Your
literally
mother,
said that.
your
That one
mother sucked for you, not me. Mm-mm.
Okay, y'all, I'm gonna turn my camera off because I have to do stuff that's off camera stuff, but share your thoughts.
Who wants to go first? I'll go first. The moral of the story is these niggas are stupid. Always have been, always will be. Don't fall for the okie doke. And down to the ooga boogas, forever and for always.
Actually, Ginger, I wanted to say, you told me you were going to take a couple of days off, and you took exactly 1 day off.
One singular day.
Also, wanted to say, girlfriend, I just want to make sure you're being intentional about your rest because I too have been a working mom and a stay-at-home parent, and they're both really hard jobs. So I just want to make sure that you're prioritizing your rest, friend.
Yeah, okay, so I had to switch things up. I only go live once a day now. And
Oh, that's great.
luckily for me, while I'm going live, my man is doing everything else because he's like, yeah, go do it. So he takes care of the kids for me. He like, if he needs me, he'll pop his head in and be like, hey, but other than that, like, I've been loving it. Like, he's been doing it. The twice a day thing, I was bugging out. I was bugging out. I was bugging
I
out.
mean, nothing wrong with being ambitious, but that's what I mean. Like, prioritize your rest because I don't want you to burn out. And even tonight, like, you seem a bit emotionally drained with these niggas.
And I always will be.
So
And that's a shame.
That's why, listen, even Ginger,
maybe
even
that's one of the reasons why I stopped attending these lives because of these ninjas. And then on top of that, like, bruh, like I don't have time to go back and forth with you nincompoops because it's
no.
like, and respectfully, I say that because they are intimidated by my level of intellect, and it's always somebody making fun of me, like you ain't got no man. Oh, you got a degree? You think you better than me?
I do.
And is.
And the reason
And
I think
is
I'm better than you has nothing to do with that degree either.
Erica said this is the only life that I could spend the entire time in life. Listen, this is why I'm always only talking to women. Even if I'm talking to a man, anything that I am saying is always girly centered. It's because I need you to hear me, sis. Because whatever this man does with that information is actually not my fucking business, but I need you to know. Right. And that's, I feel like the only way I can maintain my sanity is like by centering myself around the women. How do I make sure that the girlies are getting the information? You know what I mean? Because a lot of these, hey, don't save them, they don't want to be saved. You feel me? They
They
don't want
don't.
they don't want to grow.
And let me tell you, you know what? I do need to stop talking to them like that because Tina did bring up a point. Somebody will pay me to subjugate them. Why am I subjugating you for free? Huh? There's a man that will pay me hot shit to talk to him
honestly,
like
I'll tell you
this.
something, Ginger, and I'm sure that's what your husband likes about you. They like to be humiliated. They like us to talk shit, to be honest. I'm sure somebody is feeding off of that. They
I'm
love it.
telling
They
you,
love to go back and forth. It's very narcissistic, but it's supply, Like they probably laughing and they get off on it. Real
yeah.
talk.
And also, he's like, my man be cackling. He's the one who told me to start doing this. He was like, you need to get on live and start talking to men like this. And absolutely correct. Because you know what? Y'all do need to hear it. Because I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Like, y'all just, y'all are too stupid for words at this point for me. Like, I don't, at this point, I'm going to just start laughing at them. I'm gonna just I'm gonna just start calling y'all ooga boogas, and that's all I got. Like I know who I'm talking to already. Thank you. And the men who are here to get real information, they're the ones that keep coming back. And for the rest of you who are just looking for someone to argue online with so that you can feel like a man because you don't got no bitch. I know you don't. You hate your mama and you a little DL and you just because I hate when men come up and then the other men be talking to them and they're like, oh, I'm not talking to him. I'm not why you ain't talking to him? You out here barking at women and you can't bark at a man? Come on. Are you afraid of him? Is it because you
They're
know what
afraid
he's
to be embarrassed. They're afraid to be embarrassed by a man because that carries more shame for them that a man would own them, right? That a man would check them. You know what I mean? Erica, to your point, seems like humiliation kink sometimes. Absolutely. So, Ginger, you ain't asked me for my advice. I'm just saying, if them niggas want to come up there and they start talking, make them niggas, you got to send a galaxy to come up here, baby. You can't just come up here for free. No.
yeah. I think I'm gonna just revert to an all women panel, and if you interested in being humiliated, you gotta pay to play. It's
Pay
gonna
to
have to just
play. Pay to play.
you gotta pay to play because come on, and the talking points. I know you should still be in the third grade sometimes when I hear these men talk. I know you should have never made it past the third grade. And I'm being kind with the third grade. I'm being generous, honestly. You come up, some of y'all come up here, y'all barely know how to read the prompts. Yeah, I be having to read it to you. Y'all be saying y'all can't see it, but everybody else that come up here can read it and see it. So you need me to read it to you? Not a problem. I understand. I understand. I understand some of these words are a little too big for you. I understand. I'll read it to you. And then you want me to break down what I said. So you lack reading and comprehension skills. You're a lost cause and always have been. Honestly, everyone in your life failed you. Them teachers, your mama, your grandmama, your
Hey,
dad. You should have
not
known
too much
better.
on the teachers. Not too much on the teachers. Teachers don't even get paid enough. Not too much. I'm
But
always gonna blame the
everybody
parents.
failed them, men. Everybody failed them. Every last one.
The thing is, they will get up there knowing they can't read it, they can't understand it, but somehow my opinion matters. Why do you
Oh.
believe it? Who
And
told you that?
you're answering the question wrong, silly. You're answering it wrong. Because even after I read it to you and explained it to you, you still don't get it.
Mm.
Hmm? Is that why you revert? And you probably heard a whole bunch of shitty ass talking points sitting in the panel, and you thought you had it, and you come up here and you don't. And then you try to give me history lessons, and you don't do no research, and you don't know what you're talking about. And when I read to you the proper information, then all of a sudden you want to drop. All of a sudden I'm a bitch. All of a sudden, the white T man got y'all. No, he got you, stupid. He got you. That's why you keep regurgitating the shit that you heard the last nigga up here say. Because he got all of you.
They be killing me. Killing me. Yeah. I love being on your lives with the women. I don't even mind arguing and owning the men. That's whatever. But some of them niggas just be they just be too dumb for the panel. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. No. You're not.
Yeah. And let me just say this, even the pay to play, there's a guy who comes and his name is Dr. John. I know he will spend the money to look stupid. I know he will. And that's fine. Good for you. Yeah, good for you. I think they just come up here because they just want something to say. And look, like I said, I'm not the reason why you hate your wife and your mama and every woman you know, right? I'm not the reason why. If you want that man, go get that man. But do not make the rest of us suffer because you can't get your colon punched. That's not my problem.
Oh no.
That's not my problem. You and the gag is you can get that colon punched.
Oh
Yes, you can. You just don't want to. You just don't want to. Stop it.
no. But they're afraid of other men judging them and calling them GAY.
But you're all. I'm not gonna say all, but a majority, at least the ones that come up on my panel, y'all are GAY. Girl, come on. And I hate when they be like, you know what? Every time a man disagrees with you guys, you always call him DL. Okay, when a man disagrees with you, you call him the same thing.
Exactly.
What are you talking about? You call him the same thing. It's just when I call it to you, I'm most likely right. I'm probably right.
I'm just saying they don't a lot of like to Ari's point in the comments and Ari is coming up. They do often get on there simply to argue. And my thing is I don't even care. I don't even care if that doesn't bother me. That it does not bother me if you only want to argue. What bothers me, what offends me is when you're stupid AF and you don't have the fucking range, but you think somehow you actually can engage in an argument with me. You're not smart enough to talk to
That
me about
part.
that is what is offensive to me.
And then like what's even funnier, because I was on Ginger's live today. I was one of her panel things, and
Hey, girl.
all of those times that I was muted and I was listening, there were so many times that I was just dying laughing out of like sheer shock, because like one guy got up there and told the whole backstory of him and his baby mama. Another one got up there and told the whole backstory of him cheating on his girl. Another one got up there, and I'm just sitting up here, and Ginger kept asking them, yeah, but the prompt says this, and they're like, oh, I'm just giving backstory. And then the minute they were met with any type of argument, I'm telling you, they were talking to them just like this, even tone, and then those men would start screaming
Yeah.
all types of B words, all types of you bees don't even want to listen. And I'm like, you didn't even come up here. Like me, I love a good constructive argument. I was ready to get up there and be like, hey, I'm ready for someone to tell me like this and that. Like I brought up religion today, and Ginger was like, I don't, subscribe to that. And I'm like, okay, cool, valid. That's cool, because everybody got a different point of view. Those men, they didn't want to hear another point of view. They did not want to have a true constructive conversation. They just wanted to get up there on their women bashing because ain't nobody else giving. I guarantee you, because my grandmother has this issue with men at her job. At home, with the women in their lives, they can't do that. The women in their lives ain't going for that. So they got to find some other women to do that to, just to exercise their, I'm a man. I'm about to do this to you because you know if you go home and try that with your mama, or you try that with your sister or your auntie or your wife or even your daughter, it ain't gonna work. So you got to get up on a random live and call women out their name. That's what's wild to me. It was just crazy.
Exactly. Hi, Miss Montella. Hi, Mimi. Hi, Onesie Dunsey. Hi, Kiana. Welcome in. Welcome in. Okay, go ahead, Ann. I know you wanted to respond.
I was finna say that sound like how they sound at the barbershop. As a single mother and a boy mom, I had remember a particular time living in Hartford. I went to the barbershop. This man was talking about this baby mama, that baby mama, this baby mama, that. I think he got about 3 of them, to be honest with you, because I'm trying to keep count at this point how many baby mamas he's had. He talking about I gotta pay bills, this, that, and the third. And I was like, yeah, I'm a single mother. He don't pay me no child support. You know what I'm saying? And I said, I'm only here. I don't want to be here. I'm not trying to listen to what y'all talking about. I'm only here because he should have been here with his son. I said what I said. That ain't, I don't want to be at the barbershop with you niggas. Like, this is, like, I'm telling you right now, the men be ghetto. They chat so much shit more than women, yo. And they sit here complaining about this baby mama, that baby mama, this girlfriend, that girlfriend, my wife, this, that, la, 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 la. And all they doing is bitching and moaning and bitching and moaning and bitching and moaning, but you still gonna lay up next to her at night. So I don't know why you talking shit, sir.
I always say the sassiest bitch you know is a man.
Listen,
Yes. Oh my God. I'm telling you, there are conversations and arguments that I've had with men that they say, and then they say, oh, women are so emotional, everything like that. I'm telling you, to this day, I have not had an argument with a woman on such a high level of emotion that I've had with a dude. I'm telling you, a dude that I know, he just cut me off recently because he felt like I wasn't listening to him enough, because I would not allow him to just bash me and my personality and my energy and everything like that. When I tell you, he sent me this long, when I say long, I mean like long text message about, you're just disrespectful and you can no longer have access to me. And in my head, I'm thinking, I haven't even had an interaction like this with a girl. And I'm telling you, there is a girl that I beefed with all through high school. I have not even had an emotional interaction with her like that. And we physically fought each other. I'm like, this is the most... And I'm showing my mom and my aunt and my grandma, and they like, is this dude gay or something? And like, I'm like, I think so, because this is the most, like, to this day, men are the most... They say we're emotional. We can be emotional, but they are so like, oh my God. And they can't even regulate it like we can. At least I can keep my emotions under wrap. Like, if I get offended, I keep it under wrap. You get offended, you immediately call me a B word. You immediately say, I can't get a man. You immediately like, are you okay, sir? Do you need a hug? Did your mama not bake you a cake growing up? Like, what's going on? Like, tell your mama. I want you to do what I told her. I said, I need you to go get your mom to bake you a birthday cake and then come back over here. Because you're not about to blame me for what she didn't do for you. Go sit down.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like, really, it boils down to like lack of regulation, right? And I'm not even, y'all know me, I'm always gonna zoom out, right? My thing is, why are you mad at me when it's a system of whiteness and white supremacy and patriarchy that a lot of y'all motherfuckers want to subscribe to, that tells you that you can't learn the skills to emotionally regulate because you're not entitled to emotions? I didn't come up with that. You came up with that. How is that my fault? Why is that my problem? Now you cussing me out about because you don't know how to tap into no other emotion other than anger, when I didn't set up the system for that to be true for you. Y'all did. Y'all did that. Why is that my fault?
And y'all uphold it. Y'all love to uphold it. Y'all love it. I'm telling you, somebody earlier on said, was like, men are, again, the predisposition, please don't make me throw up in my mouth, to violence. And somebody was like, okay, well, violence is an emotion that's based off of anger and rage, right? So if men are the most violent, wouldn't that mean that you're the most emotional? Oh, well, shut up.
Or the one that said that men were inherently evil or something like that.
Yes, he said men are inherently evil. And then somebody was like, oh, well, if men are inherently evil, why would I encourage women to be with men? Oh, well, I mean, not all men. Oh, my God. Is this your Blue Lives Matter soapbox that you're getting on right now?
I
This your
can't. Oh
All
my god.
Lives Matter soapbox? Get off of it.
Mm-mm.
Please. You're making
Mm-mm.
me sick. You're
Yeah.
making me sick.
Thank you, Erica, for gifting the panelists and the live. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, y'all, for the likes. Thank you for the share outs. Thank you for all of the things that y'all are doing to support the live. Yeah, y'all, I just I just am gonna continue to say, like, Ginger, I'm always gonna come in your live at least to support your live. Because I appreciate the work that you're doing. I feel like it matters to be having these conversations. Hi, Deshaun. And I just,
And I hate to say this, y'all, but I'm gonna start dropping some of the women too. Let's talk about it.
Ginger, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
And let me just say, and I know this was supposed to be a safe space that I was creating for women, but some of y'all,
Sometimes women make this safe space unsafe too. That's what it is. I have dealt, and I try my best not to be that, because like I be having to evaluate myself. I be like, am I sounding? Am I being? Let me reevaluate. Let me make sure, because the last thing I want to do is make a space for women unsafe, because I know as a woman, like I didn't even know that. I'm gonna be so completely honest. Every day I get that thing from Ginger saying that she live, and I really never go in it because I'll be at work. So today I'm like, oh, let me go in and see. And I'm like, oh, she having full-blown discussions. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Then I found out people calling people out their name in here and everything like that. And I'm like, nah, because Ginger came in my live and we had a rowdy good time. So I'm trying to figure out who is doing this behavior in here. But
Right.
then it's good to have that. I won't say it's good to have that, but it's good to know that, like, this is where some people are, because it shows you that this is a perpetuating issue. Like, one side, there on both sides, there are people who truly want to fix the problem, but they keep running into I don't want to say the worst, but bad examples of both sides. Like, it's a terrible thing.
I'm telling you, like, and even to bring it back to the women, like, I had a young lady on my live today who typically, and this is why I say I hate when some women get a man and all of a sudden they start singing a new tune, right? Because I had a young lady who comes up, bashes men on a regular, holds them accountable, yada, yada, yada. And today she started singing a tune I had never heard before. And all I heard when she was speaking was, somebody got a new man. That's all I heard. That's all I heard. Girl, I never heard you speak like this. I always heard you hold men accountable. I always heard you say, hey, how do we, all the shitty talking points that men throw out there, I always hear you debunk it. I always hear you go against it. But today, all of a sudden, you're on their side. Today, all of a sudden, what can the men do? They're just little defenseless men. What do you guys want them to do? All I heard was, I have acquired a man. So now, I don't F with you, raggedy, bitter, because she was using words like bitter. Ooh, okay, because you sounded bitter in all your videos. You sound bitter every time you come up here. By your definition, all I heard from you is bitterness. All I hear from you is bitter, 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 right? By your standards. But I'm assuming that now you've acquired a man that makes you feel valuable because you cannot find value within yourself. All of a sudden, it's the rest of us women who are bitter. I actually implore you to think like this. Perhaps we're not bitter, and perhaps you're just a dumb bitch.
And here's if it's who I think it was, Ginger, and I
Oh my
wasn't there for it,
God, I
right?
take issue with that so bad. That means you were always this person, and then
Correct.
you having a man just highlighted it, girl.
Correct. So that's what I was gonna say, Ginger. If it's who I think it was, I've listened to her on your lives before, but I don't agree with everything that she has said. And the reason why is because like I said to y'all, for my job, I read people. That's what I fucking do all day long is I read people. I'm listening to what the fuck you not saying, right? I'm hearing for all that shit. So when I've listened to her, I'm like, yeah, that's actually motivated by something else. There's something else up underneath that because she flips a little too quick about some shit sometimes. And the extremes be so much sometimes. And so that actually doesn't shock me that she would have flipped to where she is today, because that goes back to what I say about the men, right? If you don't have a solid sense of self and solid sense of identity, then everything else is just a mask. And at some point, that motherfucker's gonna slip.
And I mean, she threw it. It didn't slip. She ripped it off and she flung it. Flung it.
Was I
Okay,
right there
girl.
when this happened? Because I'm trying to remember. Was it?
Okay.
I'm trying to remember because I don't want to say who I think it is.
Please, you might. And then you're gonna send me a long-winded message about girl.
Wait, because
The
if
things
it
I
is who
have
I think
heard.
it was, she went on this rant about how, like, women mess up too, and they do all this
Oh,
stuff too, and all this stuff
yes!
too, and all
It's
these
that
things and that too. And
diabolical
but
ass
what are they
bitch.
supposed to do if you're doing this? Because let's be honest,
Mm-hmm.
women. And
Mm-hmm.
I ended up dropping out of the live altogether after that because I had somewhere to go. But I was sitting outside. I'm telling you, I know some people walked past me wondering what was going on with my face, right? Because I'm looking at my phone in shock because I'm like, hold on. When I came on, she was not singing that song.
Ah.
And then after 3 or 4 men had came up there.
Ooh, there was one point where somebody came up, it was 30, and he was like, y'all calling her a pick me, but you know what? I like pick me's. That means she wanna be picked. That fueled that fire up a little bit more.
See, see, because I'm sorry. You cannot make me, and it took me a minute to get to this level of love for myself, which is usually why I never engaged in conversations about, men versus women, everything, because I knew there was I had to work on myself. But I have reached a point where I'm like, if this is how I feel about it, this is what it is. This is the truth. And if you can't get with that, you got to get out. Like every dude that I've dated since I've came to that conclusion on myself, we broke up for other reasons, but they've been in an agreement. Like, yes, everyone, like they've agreed, like, yes, there's stuff to be done on each side, but ultimately we as them, he's like, me as a man, I can't tell you what you as a woman need to fix because that's not my place. But he said, I do need your advice on what I need to fix as a man, because good leaders need to hear what they need to fix. They need feedback. And when I tell you, every time he said that, I'm like, you making me, you about to make me give up on my little goals here because you talking a little bit too nice. I'm like, it's got to be something wrong. Like, I was just playing, but it's just like, you have to come to that level in yourself. You have to be comfortable with who you are as a person and be like, this is what I believe in. You can't change that. You can't make me move on that, especially if you've grown for that. And today I saw someone's opinion go from, I'm with the girls, I'm a girls to, oh, the men are here. we as women need to fix things too. Like, girl, what just happened here? Because we're trying to remind these men that the prompt is about the men.
Correct.
This is about the men. We're talking about men today. Like, I've come into her Ginger's lives a couple of times and she was talking about women, but today we're talking about men. We're on the men, and I'm telling you, we could not stay on men for more than 2 minutes.
She wouldn't let us.
We
But
couldn't.
what are they supposed to do? But what's the plan for them? And at one point, I was like, you know what, girl, I'm tired of this damn question. And I answered it. I gave her what we want. No rebuttal. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know what's next. But what about the men? But girl, and then came in out the gate disrespecting the women. Out the gate disrespecting the women, calling them out of their name. And shout out to Rich Auntie. She's not here, but she held her composure. You know what I'm saying? Because that young lady was my moderator. So Rich Auntie, let her call her a B word. Shit, one too many times than I would. I tell you that.
Look, Rich Auntie was because I can't outwardly express the way how upset I was feeling, but every time I was like, oh, this is ticking me off, Rich Auntie was like, you know what, you ticking me off. I'm like, thank you. Someone is expressing exactly how I'm feeling on the inside, because That one dude that kept coming on talking about, oh, we go to war for our women and we do this for our women and we do that for our women. Your first teacher is a woman. You're raised by a woman. Da,
Oh,
da, 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 da. And the funniest part was
Hell,
someone in
stop
the
the
comments.
pandering. Stop the pandering. Whenever you
Yes.
do that, I'm like, you about to pander to me? Shut up.
Yeah, and then someone in the comments was like, war, but who starts the wars? Like, I was
correct.
like, yes, please talk about it. Talk about it. Talk about it.
And
Because I was
And who are
even
you at war with? You are at war with each other, not with us.
someone said, I heard someone say one time, if all of the countries were ran by women, there would be no wars. We will all sit down over like, and it was slight sexist
We would just
undertones. We
read
said
you.
we gonna sit down at a meal, have us a couple of drinks. Somebody gonna drink coffee. Somebody gonna drink drinks. And we gonna be like, girl, can we please get this hunger thing together? Listen, I got some stuff over here you can use. You got some stuff over there I can use. What about weapons? Weapons, girl. We
and
don't need
that
all that.
and that's why men will continue to feed you community while operating as individuals. That's
This is
why they
why
do that.
this is why I can't buy into the whole, and I said this to you on your live before, Ginger, or like to your whole panel, right? I cannot get on the train with, well, this all goes back to what you said before, right? This all goes back to slavery. This all goes back to the white man. It's like, yes, and y'all motherfuckers never want to finish the whole conversation, because it does go back to that. Yes, it is a function of whiteness. Yes, it is a function of all these things. And what are you doing today? What are you doing right now?
Correct.
You just want me to be like, oh, well, it's their fault, so let's just ignore all the ways that you are still profiting from it, still upholding it, still benefiting, still propagating it, still teaching it. Still, you want me to ignore all of that because, oh, but it's their fault. So, okay, but what do we do right now? What do we do today about it?
Their answer is usually nothing. Because I'm tired of repeating the same thing. Well, what's your plan? Wonderful. I do have a plan. Here's my plan. What do you think of my plan? Then they'd be like, oh, it's a good plan, but look, you guys are fully capable of building community, and the proof is the gangs. The gangs are a community, whether you want to admit it or not. So now that I know you're fully capable of creating organizations, communities of men, and you purposefully hunt and seek out young boys, I know you can do it in the opposite direction. Stop making excuses. You've already proved to me that you can do it. Y'all just have done it in the most volatile and disgusting way.
Yeah.
So you can build community. You
my
can.
grandmother, my grandmother is a high school English teacher, right, in the inner city. And one day she set her class down and she asked him, she said, we're going to have a discussion. We're going to close the door. And I promise whatever you say here is not going to go back to anybody else. She asked, how many of you guys in here know drug dealers, been involved with that type of thing, everything like that? She said, you can be completely honest. It's not going to leave this room, I promise. They told her. So she began going down the line of everything. She said, how do you make the drug? Who makes the drug? How do you decide where you go? And one guy, she said one boy was like, oh, well, we can't go over there on 93rd because what's the name on 93rd? So we got to go over there on 98th because ain't nobody over there. She said, so you knew who your market was.
Mm-hmm.
She said, you knew how to distribute it. You knew how to package it. You knew how to advertise it. And you knew you needed someone to count the money. You need someone to figure out who's going to go where. So she said, you do realize that is an entire business. You can run a business. They said, oh no, miss, because to run a business, you got to know. She said, to run a business, you got to do every single thing you just did. But instead of drugs, make it cookies or make it clothes or make it whatever. And for some reason, she said they could not comprehend that.
Mm-hmm.
Why? She said, because it's not fast. You got to do more work. It's patience. You gotta and I didn't think about that, and it's so mad because I go up to her school all the time and I see it, and it breaks my heart because these young men that's coming out of this school, they don't understand the world that's waiting for them out here is unforgiving, and it's not going to give them a second chance, which is crazy because a lot of black men don't realize that their ideology is an extension of a white supremacy ideology. But the thing that white supremacy has that we don't is that we don't have white supremacy. And I told someone, I said, a white man could be strung out on drugs for years, no education, no nothing, One day he's going to decide to get clean and he's going to decide, I want to change my life around. There is going to be ample people ready to stand behind him and give him a chance. You, a black man, you can try the drug once. That is it. You are a drug addict for the rest of your life. They're never going to give you a chance ever again because you're a black man. However, they're going to give you enough of a chance to continue to uphold the system that they have put in place because they know if we keep you trapped in this mentality, you're never going to want to go beyond it. That's what they means when they say we are out of slavery, but we're not free.
Yeah.
Because we're trapped in, I'm not going to say all of us, but we're trapped in that mentality of you got to appeal to this, which is why I also, like today I was going to bring it up. I don't like when black men try to compare black women to women of other races. I am not a Hispanic woman. I am not a white woman. I am not a Middle Eastern woman. I am a black woman. You cannot expect me to do what that Middle Eastern woman does because guess what? I'm not a Middle Eastern woman. I'm a black woman. So you need to treat me with respect as a black woman and try to understand me. I don't care what they're doing over there. I mean, I do, but I don't care what they're doing over there. We got to fix our own problems first. We can't go out saving the world until we fix right here. But they don't want to think about that because they can't, because one thing that the Middle Eastern, Hispanics, white, they do keep their thing. Their men, when it's time for their, I'm speaking from what I've seen because I can't say it's all of them, but they have their accountability on lock of what they think is held accountable. I should say they're not going back. That Middle Eastern man is not saying, look here, Middle Eastern woman, there's a black woman over in America. No, because they're focused on this Middle Eastern woman. Those Hispanic men are focused on their Hispanic women. Those white men are typically focused on their white women. So why is our black men so focused on everyone else when honestly, black women are more focused on black men than black men are focused on themselves?
I can answer that question, and I'm gonna shake the table. It's because they know it's easier to subjugate them than it is to subjugate us.
Ooh, clock it. You're loud, sis. You're so loud.
That's
And
why.
in the
That's
words
why
of
he keeps
Blue, black.
comparing you to that white tea woman. That's why he keeps comparing you to that because in his mind, he thinks that he can subjugate her easier than he can subjugate you.
That's the truth. In the
I mean,
words
there's
of Blue,
also,
black men and white women are both Karens.
yeah.
That like parallel. They're both perpetual victims, right? In each subset, I would say, of our communities. Because the white woman, she is above the black man, but the black man is technically above the black women, and we're at the bottom of the totem pole. So being both that they are in the middle, they have that in common. And black men often are running away from their community and not towards love. And so I think that's what that causes that. But then when black women date white men, you, if you could date outside your race, we could do it too. All that deflection bullshit. But it's oftentimes that we've given these ninjas more than 10,000 chances and happen to find love outside our race. So stop the bullshit.
What
And that
frustrates
makes perfect sense because like they each I didn't never thought about it that way. Black men and white women, they each have one supremacy. Like white women have white and black men have men,
Mhm.
but we have neither one of those. That's crazy. I never even thought about that way.
Yeah, that is,
And
they both have some level of power, right? But I will say this too. What frustrates me about the whole conversation about interracial dating is that when we see black women, and I'm going to say explicitly dating white men, because I feel like that's when we hear it the most. I feel like I don't really personally hear it a lot when it is other people of color. But the commentary from black men is often around you being some sort of fetish, and don't let it be a dark skinned black woman. Now it's all the derogatory names that you can think of. He's just reducing you. All it can be is that he wants sex from you. It can't be that he sees you as an autonomous human, and that has to do with like their own colorist view sets and all the things, right? But when they date white women, if we have anything to say, even if the critique is valid around, you be letting her say in with the hard R, you be letting her do this, when you be letting, even if it's a valid critique, it's all you bitches are just jealous. you bitches just mad because we don't want y'all no more. This is why they come into Ginger's live and they be in the comments like, whatever the black girls, I'm gonna go over here with these white women. And it's like, okay, this is not a fucking airport. You don't need to fucking announce your departure. Nobody cares. Just go and quietly, please. Like, I don't understand it. And if they have all this smoke for black women dating white men, and I've told y'all before, when I was in high school and I used to date white boys, or I dated white boys in addition to other races, it was only ever the black boys, and they would only always talk shit to me, my white partners. That was the fact that I, as a black woman, would be with a white man. There was some level of ownership, even in their teenage minds. There was some level of ownership around me as a black woman, that I belong to them and their community. And how dare I be dating some boy outside of blackness?
And that's so crazy because in my mind, and I don't like making this analogy because women are not property at all. But let's just use that analogy. If you have a house, you can be the owner of that house all day long. But if you don't pay your taxes, you don't cut your grass, you don't check up on your plumbing, you don't make sure the whole foundation is right, guess what? The state and the bank has every right to come and take that house from you. They don't care if you own it or not. They're going to take it because you're not treating it right. You're not doing what you're supposed to. So if me as a black woman, let's say you as a black man, you feel like you are entitled to me as a black woman. I belong to you. If you mistreat me, you cannot get mad when someone else comes along and treats me better and I go with that. That's your fault. You did that. And like I think what makes them even more upset when it comes to black women dating white men is that they realize that there is someone on this planet that looks at the same women you look at with disgust is the same women that someone else looks at like this is the most amazing thing in the world. One guy he went on the street and he found interracial couples. He found a black man with a white woman, and he asked that black man, why are you with this woman? Why do you like this white woman? And this man ran down a list of things he hated about black women. Oh, well, black women are so loud, black women are so ghetto, black women are this, black women are that. And the guy was like, no, but why did you pick this white woman? He said, well, I just told you. He said, no, you didn't. You told me why you don't like black women. You didn't tell me why you like her. You told me why you don't like black women. He went up to a white man and a black woman and asked that white man, why did you pick this black woman? And I'm not saying this is all white men, but this particular one, he said, well, look at her. She's beautiful. She's amazing. She's so smart. She's educated. She makes my life better just by being there. When I come home to her, I'm just so happy. And he said, look at the difference in how they talk about their women. Not saying that all white men are like this, but typically if a black woman is going outside of her race, it's not just willy-nilly. It's because someone outside of my race is treating me well. I'm telling you, I have never seen anyone hold out more hope from someone than black women have for black men. Even me. All of the experience I've had with black men, and I'm still like, it's got to be a good one out here somewhere for me. Got to be. Because I don't want to give up on my fellow black kings. My mom said all black men are kings, whether they recognize it or not. Whether you know this or not. But hey, true that. But it's like, the thing is, I never want to but they make it so hard. Like, I try so hard, and I be like, y'all are making me look stupid, and I can't keep fighting. I fight, and I started saying I don't fight for black men, I fight for my black man. Because at this point, I'm not fighting for a group of people that is not going to fight for me. But my man is going to fight for me, so I'm going to fight for him. We're going to fight for each other, and that can boil down to whatever else. And we can raise our son and our daughter to have the same mentality. But I can't keep going out trying to save people who don't want to be saved. You know, like, if you want to stay and mixed up in that, that's you. But I can't get behind that no more.
I want to read Nola and Shayla's comments real quick. Nola said someone higher in the caste system too. Absolutely. Dating white women absolutely gives more power, right? Even our faves in the Black Panthers, you can read some of their work. Mr. Cleaver, you can read some of the work about why they chose white girls, okay? And then Shayla, usually for them, it's a first option. For us, it's the last resort or happenstance. Absolutely. Black women are most likely to marry within our racial demographic, least likely to marry outside. Go ahead, Ginger.
I wanted to address Shayla's comment where she said, so they can call them the hard R when they get mad. I'm finna shake the table again. He already thinks he's a hard R. So what does it matter if she calls him that? Ask yourself, why would he give a fuck if she calls him that? He already thinks that he's the hard R. He don't care.
Honestly, I didn't learn this until the thing with Shannon and that white woman cleaning him the fuck up. As you should, sis. Retire on that black man. Because that's what you get. I did not know race play was a thing. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yes. Yes.
It's a whole kink.
It is a whole thing.
Girl, when I found that out, it was just, oh my God, listen to me. And it exists on both sides. There are white men
Disgusting.
that are into it too, but it's just on a black man's part with white women, it is a different level of like, and like, I don't kink shame nobody, but it's just with that, it's just that I'm like, I question it because I'm like, what is that root? As long if your kink is rooted in two consensual adults, no one's hurting anyone else, I'm cool with that. But with that, I was like, that's rooted in something else. That even outside of two consensual adults, that's rooted in something, and it's just. And I personally, if I was a black man and I keep thinking about it, I would not want to be with someone who just saw me as a piece of meat. If I'm being honest, like I want you to like me for me. These white girls, and I went to college with them. These white girls will get them a black man, be all up in the room, knocking the room all out of order, everything like that, and never want to say out loud that they are with that black man. And then when they graduate, they gonna get married to them, they nice little white man in management, growing in corporate America, and act like they ain't never seen that black man before in their life. And I'm sorry, I would not go with a group of people that wanted to do me like that. Ever. Okay? That's just me.
It's the whole for me, Ari, to your point, and then I'm gonna have Fabi respond. To your point, there we were on a live before, and I asked the men, I said, are y'all not offended? Are you not offended at the fact that some of these men on this live are placing you within the YT stereotype of being a macho, the black macho, right? But a lot of these black men, unfortunately, are not offended by that and embrace this idea of being the mandingo, right? And so they are totally fine with being the buck. They are totally fine with all of these racist ass fucking stereotypes about them as long as it gains proximity to power in some way. And that shit is weird. Okay, Fabi, go ahead.
No, you're good. Ari, oh my gosh, no, because you said something. You really, really said something, and you just kind of triggered something. My thing is, it's us that tend to look at, we don't want to give up on our black men, right? It's always us. We always trying to see the good in the very few good that there are around. We don't want to give up on our black men, but they're the first ones to turn their backs on us. And the times don't even have to get hard for it. Let it be good times. You see it, even Kanye before he lost his mind, you like, what they get on, they put white get, okay? That's a fact. They're the first ones to turn their back on, especially when they gain notoriety, they gain status, they gain whatever. Now they turn around to it's the Stockholm syndrome. They love the colonizer so bad that it's like, oh, I bet now I'm on an even playing field in their mind, because they're not. I'm on an even playing field as this white man, whatever the case. I'm gonna go get me a Karen, a Becky, a whoever the case, and now I'm gonna look like the same as this man does, and you will not. As a matter of fact, you'll look like a clown, because as soon as they get everything that they want from you, because one thing about it is they love our rhythm, but they don't want to sing our blues. Okay? So now when they suck all that money out of you and all the notoriety and the status you got, they can sponge everything off of you. They will turn their backs on you too, and then you'll come crawling back to us to try to rehabilitate you, like as if you've seen the light. You have not seen anything. You've seen the truth about what it is that you were seeking, and now you're trying to come back to where you were getting love, where you were getting the praise, where we wanted to give it to you. And now all of a sudden it's beneficial, it's valuable. Now you see the value of a black woman and my black queens. No, you better stay where you wanted to go. You just realized that you weren't accepted there. Or it was temporary because they believe the money, right, belongs to them. They believe that the notoriety belongs to them. And if you gain it, you happen to break that ceiling, cool, you gain it. They will take it all back from you in the blink of an eye. That includes their women, that includes the men, that includes everything. So it's like, and then again, turn back to us as if we have to now accept them, embrace them with open arms. Otherwise, we hate ourselves, and now we like what about you? You was liking them first. That's crazy. Thank you, Shayla. Go where you're celebrated, not tolerated. That's a fact. And I'm not saying that to say that we should give up on our black men or we should. No, absolutely not. And I even like the statistic that you brought up, Tina. Yeah, we're most likely to marry within our demographic. That's a fact. But now the general consensus, because of social media, because of whatever, things are amplified, things are in your face. Oh, black women are abandoning, da da da, whatever. You've abandoned us first, though.
Yep.
You've abandoned us first. And even before, and even now, when the narrative has switched because society, oh, dark skin is ugly, black women, blah, 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 cool, cool. Now, black queens, melanin, blah, blah, blah. Now it's this. And now it's still you guys that will be the first ones to say, well, I like her because she's like this, and I like those women because they're like that. Really? Really? That's crazy to me.
And what's even wilder to me, like on the subject, like going back to like when Kanye said that as soon as they get up, they get them a white woman, right? What I even see something as deeper is like they can't fathom the fact that there are black men, because there are black men who stand 10 toes down behind their black woman. Because there are some black men in the NBA, NFL, and baseball leagues, everything, that have their black queen and they love their black queen down. And I'm telling you, I see them with the most cheating allegations with no proof. And like whenever I hear them say it, because I be on Twitter, like when they talk about LeBron and all them, because I don't know, people say LeBron has had cheating allegations. I've never seen him, but people are convinced that LeBron is cheating on Savannah. And I always ask them, I say, why do you think she's cheating? He's cheating on her. Well, he gotta be, but why though? Oh, because it isn't. Is it because this black man is with this black woman when every other athlete is with a white woman? Because those black athletes could be cheating high and low on their white woman. We're never gonna hear them say that they're cheating because that's what they want to see. Even and what's even messed up is in college they tell those black men to go get them a white woman. I used to get so ticked off of that because I'm like, are you really telling these black dudes to go get them a white woman? Oh yeah, get you a white girl because this, that, and the other. When statistics they want to talk about statistics. Statistics have shown, and there's so much evidence that when it's a two black both partners are black, they source so much higher. I can't think of his name. This man, when he started in his professional sport, he had a certain amount of money. And his wife, who was a black woman, told him exactly what to do with his money. And he did it. And that man tripled his money so much that he doesn't even have to play sports anymore. He just does business. And there are other black dudes in sports, their money's gone. Because those women that they were with wanted the big houses, the fancy cars, all the fancy things. Like there's a football player right now. People are trying to warn him, dude, you didn't have this baby with her and y'all are married. She's going to take you for everything you've got, man. Mm-hmm. Like the chances that she truly loves you are there, but they're low. She's about to take you. And they go off on this tangent. Y'all just hate to see a black man in love. Y'all just hate to see a black man with someone that loves him. We're like, no, evidence has shown us that they will get our black men, take what they can from them, suck them dry, and then throw them out like yesterday's bathwater. And we're just trying to warn this man, black man with all this potential, but they don't want to listen. And I just personally, that just irritates myself. I'll be having to log off for social media for today because I can't. It's like watching someone kill themselves slowly. I mean, unalive themselves slowly. My bad. But it's like it's terrible.
Can I shake the table again?
Yeah.
Little do they know, as they brag about acquiring these white women, little do they know they're getting bottom of the barrel, low grade white women that white men don't want. That's why she's after you. If she could acquire top-notch white men, why would she be looking at you? For what? She understands that in her community, she loses value by being with you. You're not her prize. She just simply settled for the dumbest one she could find.
Clock it, Ginger. Shayla, I see your question. Chris and I actually were he was telling me that Ari, the person you're talking about, is Travis Hunter, who went to CU Boulder. That's where he came from because he followed Sharp, right? Not Sharp, whatever that nigga's name is. What's his name? You know the Dion.
Sanders.
He followed Sanders. Over to CU
Yes,
Boulder.
that's what I'm thinking.
And y'all Prime, thank you. That's what I was trying. But y'all, I've told y'all about Colorado black men. Okay.
Perspective.
Chris is gonna.
Sorry.
You want to give your perspective, baby? Go ahead.
I think that
You talk shit about him.
look, man, look. I think that one I think it's a lot of different things. One, I think it comes from the way that black men hate black women, right? Like the hate that they have for themselves, and then the way that they hate black women. But I believe a lot of it is like what y'all are talking about is where they want to them dating a white woman is the closest that they can get to a white man and being a white man. I think a lot of black men want to be white men, right? That's why they move and act and do some of the things that they do, and they want to get away with it, right? That's why they do shit, and they're quick to be like, especially the niggas that be like, oh, if a black man did that, he would be under the jail. Well, why can't you just be happy that the man got caught? Or like, why can't it be he just got caught? If it's a black man doing whatever crime he did, why does it have to be, you know what I'm saying, like that? I think that comes from they want to be white. They want to do crazy shit and get away with it like their white counterparts or whatever, right? But why they date white women and have
non-black women preferences
is because they hate black women. I think it was Ginger who was saying, or somebody in her last life, or how she was telling the dude that you don't love women, you just want to fuck on them, right? Like I think that's a huge part of it as well. And I think that black men, the reason why they have black preferences is because they're supposed to be Hello Kitty. Wow, that's crazy.
So bad.
I thought it was like a dog or something.
Started doing it, and she even got
Sorry, but I think,
and then she'd even like get in the mirror after. I'm like, okay.
She didn't want you to see it.
She was like, hell no.
Sorry, y'all. Our daughter went and got her face painted in. It's not good. Okay, go ahead, babe.
But why they have these preferences, right? Because they hate black women. They want to be white, and then a lot of it is fetishizing. I want a woman who's not black so that I don't be talked about, right? But I want her to have black women features. That's it. I want her to have the natural hips, the booty, the big breast, like right, all of those things that black women naturally have. I want all those features. I just don't want it on a black body. But yeah, I know I said a lot, but hopefully you got out of what I was saying. But to me, you know, I just think they some weak ass B-word niggas.
Yup. And again, that's why they keep getting these women. And little do they know, these are low grade, bottom of the totem pole ass women in their community. And that's why they have decided to settle for you, because by her definition, you're lower than her. So if I can't acquire the best of my own, I'm going to require, you, I guess, because to you, I am the best.
Yeah, I
And to
mean,
speak to what? Oh, sorry.
real quick, Babby, sorry. Somebody asked me where Chris is from. He's from the east side of Denver. He an east side nigga. It's gentrified as fuck now over there though. But that is I say all the time to y'all that people are always shocked that Chris he's married to a black woman. Like they can't believe that he has a black wife, because that's very uncommon here in Denver, Colorado, for black men to be with black women. Okay, go ahead, Fabi.
No, that's really sad. But to kind of answer to what Chris was saying too about, oh, like, natural hips, natural whatever, it don't even have to be natural as long as it's not on a black woman. And even like the rhetoric of like, oh, the single moms, or we know all the things that they'll shame black women with. A lot of times, right, when the other cultured women come in and they benefit off of the black man, and then they're now left with the children, they don't get that same heat of the single mom and because look at like Kylie Jenner, for example. No, she doesn't get half the heat that Keisha or whoever the hell would get for being a single parent, but because she's YT, because she's whatever, now it's okay. Or there's some excuse, there's some valid, there's some reason to justify whatever it is. But that's the thing. So they'll come into the community, they'll benefit off of our blackness. That's the thing. They'll have the mixed kids because that looks good. That's cool. That's, hip. That's trendy to have the curly haired, light skinned, whatever, mixed children. They will benefit off of that. They will leave with their money, with your money, they'll clean everything. Where's Christina? Christina's gone. They will leave with all your stuff, literally. And your children, your offspring, your genetic make yours. And you'll never see it that way because she is not black. But black women, we're gold diggers. We're trying to benefit off of our own community. Wow, God forbid. We're trying to have our own men, but we want too much. But them, when they want the cars, when they want the jewelry, when they want the kids, when they want the money, when they want this, when they want that, perfect. Of course, you deserve that. I think the ultimate whatever is that they don't see themselves as deserving. Therefore, they don't see their women as deserving. But she deserves it all because society says she does, and that she did since the beginning of time. So all the money, all the fame, it belongs to her. You just want it because you want to be white. No, baby, look in the mirror. You want to be white tea. You do. And they're projecting because they can't stomach the fact that they are the ones that are literally, again, the patriarchy, the whatever, racism, all this stuff, it affects them too. They just won't see it unless it's a direct in their face. It's very covert, the ways that they have played in our men's minds, but it's evident in their actions, in the way they hate themselves and they hate their women and what they do to their communities. My God, like it's the most sickening thing to me.
Okay, I have two thoughts. Oh, go ahead, baby.
A lot of black men don't realize black men, like a lot of them don't realize that one, that we have male privilege, right? And that comes from patriarchy and white supremacy, right? They truly believe that they don't. They truly believe that I'm a black man. I don't have any privilege. There's nothing, what I'm saying? Everybody is against me, even black women, right? Like that's how a lot of niggas think. And that shit is sad as fuck, but it's reality.
I have two thoughts. Number one, I think, and my subscribers, you already know some of this thought, right? But I would argue that some black men, this is not true for all black men, right? But some black men like white and non-black women because they want to be a little bit more fluid in their masculinity than they can if they are with a black woman, because of the way that the United States explicitly has conceptualized the femininity and masculinity, genders of male and man and woman. Black women are seen as more masculine, right? She is the strong black woman, right? And so there is this leaning. We are the dichotomous experience of white women, and white women are seen as the pinnacle of femininity. And so what that means is, even if the white woman is not ultra feminine, simply because she is white, his masculinity is affirmed in relationship to her, because masculinity and femininity are always performing in relationship to one another. So there are some black men that are going to choose a white woman or a woman as far away as they can get from a Black woman because it allows them to play in their masculinity a little bit differently without it being questioned so heavily. Because I can maybe do things that might be a little bit more gender bending or might be a little bit more sexually fluid, and people won't question that as much because I'm with a white girl. So I'm always going to be seen as a man, because my masculinity and my manhood is in conversation to her femininity and her womanhood. Whereas with a Black woman, if they are not secure in themselves, they will feel like they have to perform their masculinity in a way and their manhood in a way that feels uncomfortable. So I do think that some of them do that. And I agree, Shayla, and they do it around their white friends too. I think this is why some Black men surround them. You're like, you ain't got no Black friends. You are only in relationship with white and non-Black people. That's a choice. That's interesting. Why is that? The other thing that I think is, to Shayla, your point, a lot of Black people are colorist as fuck. That's what it boils down to, right? I can remember hearing friends, now these were Black women, but I can remember hearing friends saying that they wanted to date and to procreate with dark-skinned Black people because they wanted their children to have good hair and pretty eyes and light-colored skin. Like, that was the aspiration for them, right? And so a lot of these Black men that are dating white and non-Black women, it is because they want to breed out, and I hate to reduce us to that, but that is what it's about. They want to breed out the Blackness. And what they don't fucking understand, D1 athletes especially, because when the D1 athletes go on their tours, they be having the little YT girls take them around the campus, right? What they don't fucking understand is that breeding out of Blackness is about redistributing the wealth that you will acquire back into their communities. Diana Ross's family is a prime example of that. Okay, I'm gonna stop. And go ahead.
And that's
You stole
Go
my
ahead, Ari, go ahead.
example. I was gonna say the Diana Ross's children, because what's his name? Evan Ross married Ashley Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
Her whole bloodline has been completely whitewashed. And
yes.
that is sad to see. They would have to procreate with probably, sorry to say it, a dark-skinned somebody to kind of bring back the Blackness. Why would you want to erase? It's erasure. Why would you want to erase your culture? Like, what the entire?
And the
Listen.
craziest thing is this, and this is, I've studied so many things that it's just hilarious. What's the funniest thing to me is you can breed with as many white people as you want. Black blood is so freaking strong. I have met people.
Mhm.
There was a girl that I knew in college, and I kept looking at her, and I'm like, there is something about her that I just know she's not fully white. And I saw both her parents. I'm like, okay, both her parents are white. I had to tell her, I said, somebody in your line is Black. I can see it as clear as day. She's like, no, we don't have any Black family. I'm like, girl, if you go back and start looking through your family. And I said, I think it may be like one of your great grandparents or something. Somebody back there is Black. She went on to find out that I think like her great grandfather was Black or something like that. I said, I can see it clear in your face. You are Black. You just aren't so strongly Black, but it's there because Blackness is gonna show up at all. And I'm telling you, I guarantee you, if I don't know who she ended up having a kid with because I haven't kept up with her, but if she went with a Black guy, that child was gonna come out looking more Black than white because she had it's Black, it's back in there in her, and he's fully Black. Because they and I'm not saying that they need to breed out or try to breed out Blackness, but Blackness is not gonna go away. You can breed out whiteness. You cannot breed out Blackness. Like my family, we found out that we had white blood way more recent than we thought we did, but you can't tell because you can't see it. But someone white with Black blood, you're going to be able to tell that because Black blood is just way too strong. That should tell you right there about this. But like, I was thinking about what Fabi has said about Kylie Jenner with her baby mama. It made me think of Halle Bailey and how people treat her in the whole DDG situation, because there is so much evidence out there that DDG is just disrespectful and rude and disrespectful to her. But how dare she? It's almost like, how dare she not allow herself to be disrespected by this dude? Because there's so many Black men who don't want their kids. You should be lucky that this Black man wants to be around his child. No, he's disrespectful and he's abusive and he's weird and he's perverted and he's creepy. He does not deserve to have access to her space. Oh, well, she shouldn't have slept with him in the first place. I'm sure she know who he was. No, because weirdos like him, they mask themselves long enough to get you trapped up. But they just can't seem to fathom that because they can't see past the fact that this black man wants to be around his black kid that he had with a black woman, so she needs to appreciate that. They said the same thing about Keke Palmer. Oh, who
You
cares
know
that
what?
he?
DDG performs his parenting, and that's an issue for me because
Yes,
if you were a real parent, why is your kid always on social media?
yes,
Why you
thank
always
you.
parenting? You use your son for streams, so get out of here with that.
And the thing is, when he first was not allowed to see Halo, right? And then he got him back. The first thing he did was get on stream and say, "Oh my God, I hadn't seen my son in so long." And people on the stream was asking, "The first thing you do with your son is get on stream? Like, what is that?" And like people are telling, and like he told it himself. He said, "Yeah, I didn't want to go to the court. I came to the internet because I got more power here." And every single lawyer, every single person in the law were telling him, "Dude, no, you don't. If you as a man really want your kid and you go to the court, 9 times out of 10, that court is going to try and fight with you because the judicial system was not built to support women in the first place. But if you are a man and you want your kid, you're going to get your kid. You don't want to go to court because you know you're going to lose because you abused this woman and you disrespected her. But everyone feels like Hallie just needs to be so lucky that this black man wants to be in the black baby's life. They did the same thing with Keke Palmer because they said, who cares if this man tried to throw you downstairs and over furniture? He wants to be in his kid's life. You should be lucky because black men don't want to be in their kid's life. Every time I hear that, I'm like, y'all don't realize that y'all are going to continue this cycle because a lot of black men who don't like black women don't realize you don't like black women because your black daddy didn't like your black mama. If your daddy had treated your mama better, you would have seen how you supposed to treat her, but your daddy didn't treat her well, so it made you look at your mama like she was the problem. So now it's like, oh, let me go get a white woman because there has to be a reason why my daddy didn't love my mama. No, your daddy didn't love your mama because your daddy was garbage, and now you are as well. Like,
Well, and y'all, and the influence of media, right? I'm old enough, y'all. I'm almost 40. I am old enough to remember when music videos moved from 90s fine black girls to racially ambiguous girls. I am old enough to remember that clearly. And so they have pedestaled them as like, oh, you need the girl that you can't really tell what she is, where she's exotic. You know what I mean? And so they have shifted from how we even, you don't see a lot of black love stories anymore. Listen, and I'm am I about to get on the soapbox a little bit just for a second? I find it interesting that a lot of times when we see black TV shows, black family unit TV shows, very rarely are you going to see a dark-skinned black man and a dark-skinned black woman.
Or if they do, they get replaced. Auntie Viv?
Right. Right? You're more often going to see a dark-skinned black man and a light-skinned black woman.
Correct.
We'll give you blackness, but only this kind. Right? And so what it does is it positions our boys and if my wife and kids, what's
the Proud Family, even a cartoon, the Proud Family.
What's that one show with that one guy? He's always making the wife light skin. He's a biracial black man. He made a couple of black shows. He's what is it? The one Anthony Hamilton and not Anthony.
Blackett?
Blackish?
No,
but
the other
Blackish, but there was another show that he made that
You're
didn't.
Right. Oh shoot! No, you lost me. I don't know. I know, but
yes, Kenya Barris. It was one season, whatever it is. Anyway,
it was like 2 seasons. I think you're talking about. There was Grownish, there was Blackish, and then there was one where they went back and talked
Mixed-ish?
about story growing up. Mixed-ish, something like that.
I don't
yes,
think it was
but it's like this constant onslaught in media that the only way we can see a black man with a black woman is if she's a light-skinned ass black woman, number one. And number two, if we can even push it beyond that, let's do that, right? Because again, the black rappers back in the day, the girlies in the video was black girls. I remember when it changed. I'm just saying.
Can I just, before we just went too far, I just
I just want to say something to a point that Tina made earlier about like femininity and masculinity, and how there's a lot more fluidity in dating white tea or non black women. And I agree. And I never even thought about it like that. He does want to get pegged.
Oh my
He does.
goodness.
He wants to get pegged, and he can't ask you, sister, to peg him. So
And and what's so crazy
he gonna
is
ask Susan to peg him.
even further than that, they know that there is some sexually fluid things that they can try with those white tea women. You can't, and I'm gonna be so completely honest, I'm not gonna say it, but sweetheart, you can't come over here and play with that other hole. That's not happening over here,
No,
babes.
for you to
Or the
play with
nail
that other hole.
polish,
They
or
they
the
they
skirts, or
they love to
the
do
whatever.
that over there. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, going to school with them really opened my eyes, because those white women, those white teen women, they will let you do whatever you want to do to them. And black women, you black women, our freak is different.
Amen.
Okay, we can be freaky. We our freak is different. It's rap different, but it comes to a level where it's like, okay, bruh, you gonna have to hang that up. We not doing that.
Amen.
They want to go over there and do that stuff, because I have often told women, because there were girls, I said, do you ever wonder why he never wants to look at you? You got to be bent over, butt up, and he can he never looks at you. I said, girlfriend, do you ever think that maybe he wants to do it that way because you're not the one he wants to do it with, and he can't do it with who he wants to? And then you wonder. And then my mom even said, there was this dude. They said, why he always going to jail? She said, because his husband is in there.
Ay, ay, ay.
And is.
But
He
Anne,
love
wait.
him bad.
I know Anne wanted to respond, but before we got too far, I was waiting to say this because we were already far from it. When we were talking about the erasure, I kind of wanted to go back to that just really, really quickly, and how you cannot erase blackness. My thing is this, right? We talk about the Eve gene, right? And we talk about the beginning of civilization, which is why they try to whitewash history, because they don't want us to know that we are the original people. Why we are under so much persecution and attack is because they know we have something that they want desperately, right? To be the original people. And then I was having this conversation with somebody the other day. I was like, look at the Aboriginals of any culture. Pick one. They're black. They're black. They're black. Literally, they are black. So it's like we have the ability as women, the Eve gene, to reproduce anything. The straight hair, just like with the thing, oh, black women want to be white women so bad, but they do hair, they do weave, they do this. Literally, look at some cultures in Africa. There are straight-haired, blue-eyed, dark as night, black women. Are you crazy? We are the original everything. So when we talk about these things, it's like we have to pay attention to that. And even when we talk about valuable, I don't want to say minerals. I forgot the word I'm exactly looking for. But melanin is one of the most expensive minerals or whatever, just for lack of a better term, as for now, that you can purchase. They have synthetic melanin. They want to be us so bad because they were us at one point, but through moving away from the sun, do all these things, blah, 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 mixing, whatever. Recessive genes are a thing. You guys are recessive. You cannot show up in every lineage unless it's, repeatedly, you keep reproducing with these people. But black will show up everywhere because we are the original people and you cannot erase us. And even, okay, just to take it a little bit further, we talk about the black market. We talk about organ trafficking. We talk about all these things, all the little black girls going missing, unfortunately, because we are more valuable, right? On these types of whatever, when they talk, oh my gosh, the black woman that they took her genes to do stem cell research, even down to that, right? It's like we
I
are,
was just about to say that family
boom,
is suing.
boom, boom, literally knowing how valuable our genes are, our genetics are, we're genetically stronger, genetically faster, genetically this, genetically that, because they are the recessive gene for a reason. We are literally the original people, and they wanted us to forget that. When they talk about kings and queens in Egypt, and even down to people's whatever of Jesus, he couldn't have been YT. How could he have been YT? How?
Oh, let's not even get on that topic.
Come on, come on now, come on, let's get on it. That's what I'm saying.
Listen,
When they do the movies about ancient Egypt, how are they YT? How? I'm like, it just never will make sense to me how they have convinced us that we're the minority, that we're the whatever, that we're whatever, subhuman, we're all these things when they literally came from us. They wouldn't exist without us. And we somehow let them turn around and subjugate us and put us under their thumbs and convince us that we are inferior. That's the craziest thing to me, when they wouldn't even exist without us. And even if you look at, sorry, the last point I'm going to make, the most genetic mutations, the most crazy rare diseases, the craziest whatever, where is that more densely, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, where does that show up more? Where is that more? I'm waiting for the answer. Not us.
Not us,
Not
no.
us. Do we have all the crazy rare genetic mutation malforming? Not really. Very rarely. And why is that? Because we are the original people with the strongest genes, and they wanted 7% of the world's population. Correct. And they know that. Anyway, I'll rest there.
What's so funny is there is a comedian, and she said this as a joke, but I really thought about it. Her name is Atsuko Okatsuka, and she's so hilarious. She did in her comedy show, she's like, every time she's Vietnamese, and she said, no, Korean, Vietnamese, one of those. She said every time she talks to her white friends, it's something else on earth that they can't have. Oh, I can't have bread. Oh, I can't have milk. Oh, I can't have peanuts. Oh, I can't have this. She said for a minute she thought white people were still evolving. And I thought about that. I said, are they? Because not saying that they're not, because it's like, I have to think about that, because even deeper than just us being like our genetics, I've often just been looking at nature. I've looked at a group of trees and I'm like, I swear if I squint my eyes, that's like a whole bunch of black women standing with their backs to me and all you see is their hair. Like I swear everything. And there's no way you can't convince me that we're not the original people, when everything on this planet literally benefits us more than it benefits everyone else. What do you mean the sun hurts you? Like, there's no, like, I can't wrap my head around that. Like, the sun hurts you?
How are we
No.
allergic to water?
Like, exactly. Like, I'm telling you, I found out, listen, like, because I work from home, right? So that means I don't go outside as often as I should. One day, I went outside after not going outside for a few days, and I went out in the sun. I was feeling groggy. I went outside and I felt so much better. I went and I found out that as a black person, I feed off of whatever energy comes from the sun. So when you tell me that you need to protect yourself because the sun hurts you, and you want me to think that I am less than you are when the thing that hurts you feeds me, like vitamin D. Yeah, vitamin D. But it's like, you can't even give it, like, there's just there, like, even just simply the fact that, like, every time they cut down another part of nature on this planet, the first group of people that it seems to hurt more is white people. It doesn't really hurt it, like, it hurts us, but it seems like we can adapt easier than they can. It's just like, it doesn't make sense. I'm just, the more you study science and the more you learn about just it makes me wonder where exactly, I know where they came from, but it's also like, where did y'all come from? Like, because there's no possible way, because they come from us, yeah, but at the same time I'm like, there's no way directly, there has to be something else there, because I'm so confused, like, and how did you get all this power over, I can't fathom this at all. When the more I research, I just can't, because it doesn't make sense to me. And maybe that's I don't know. It's just, I be laughing at it at home by myself.
Guys, I truly apologize because I'm usually really quiet, but can I just last thing and I will shut up. I promise. Because, oh my gosh, you really just triggered me. I'm telling you. This is why we look at medicine, we look at medicinal research as a whole, and why it gears more towards them. First of all, yes, they're the ones with the most mutations, or the one with the most whatever. And your question as to why things that are natural hurt them and benefit us more. Why do you think they try to pull us away from holistic medicine? They want us to take their drugs that will kill us. It is not formulated for us. It is formulated for them, because what they need, they cannot find it in nature, and it won't benefit them the way it'll benefit us. That's why the research is more geared towards them, and the medicine is made for them, and the medicine hurts us more. That's why.
Here's what's so crazy, right? And no one believes me when I tell them this. My grandmother's older sister, right, had breast cancer twice, and she beat it both times in less than a year because of holistic medicine and holistic practices. My aunt, she studies everything. She was like, she told my mom, she told my grandmother, she's like, Mom, let's put her on an alkaline diet. All she drinks is alkaline water. All she has is alkaline diet. She went back to the hospital, and those doctors could not believe it. They said there's no possible way that this mass shrunk that fast. There's no scientific explanation for this. They did not believe it. They were so messed up by that. And then when she went into remission, it was like, oh well, it's gonna come back. Like it's gonna have to come back, and it came back. But then she beat it the second time faster, and they couldn't fathom that because they're like, oh well, she did the chemo, but our science shows that it shouldn't have struck that fast with the chemo we were giving her. And my grandmother was like, well, we put her on a different diet, and she drank alkaline water. And they said, what do you mean? Well, a disease and an infection cannot live in an alkaline environment, so it has to die and go away. They said, oh well, that study, that theory has been disproven. How, when this woman beat cancer twice in less than a year? How is that disproven? And they still don't want to believe that that happened. The doctors saw it happen, and they just cannot fathom that that's the truth because it didn't come from a white doctor. It didn't come from someone white. They just can't simply. That's why I can't stand when my people want to step farther and farther away from where we come from when it comes to holistic things and spirituality, because I'm religious, but I'm also spiritual, and I believe that we need those things. We can't just keep relying on what these people give us because it wasn't meant for us. You can't rely on the people who didn't think of us as humans to keep giving us the basic human rights. Because even now, if they could put us back, I'm telling you right now, if Trump can find a way to do it legally and put us back,
They're already
they're
doing that.
they want to so bad. If they could do it by tomorrow, they would. Because they don't want to think of us as people. They can't stand that. Not only are we people, we are the superior people. Everything they can't stand when we get in something. My aunt said we are not inherently as evil as they are. My aunt said she believes that if black people woke up tomorrow and decided to be evil like white people, we will be able to do what they did 10 times more in half the time because we're just that good at everything. She said, look at when we get into sports. A dude, look at black men decided to take up gymnastics this last couple of years, and now they doing backflips. They standing on the bare ground, backflipping off of cars with no problem and landing perfectly on their feet. And someone said if we didn't sexualize gymnastics, black men would dominate that. Look at when with Serena Williams in tennis. Like they can't stand that. We get into something and we just dominate. That's why they get that look on their face, because we just come and we just dominate everything. You can't convince me that we were not, like Ginger and Fabi said today. We were here. We had to be here first. There's no possible way that we weren't.
No, we weren't.
Because there's no and every part. And I also said something else to someone, and they got mad at me. I said, you cannot have white history without black history. You have to learn about you have to learn about black people to learn about white history. But I can teach you black history for months and never not talk about a white person.
And a lot of what you guys said, no shade, is why I do not keep a whitey nothing around. I'm not finna argue with nobody with Neanderthal DNA. That's like arguing with my dog.
Girl, you killing me. You killing me. I'm trying not to laugh too loud because my grandma is asleep. You are killing me though.
I'm not like. When's the last time you pulled up to the zoo and started arguing with the monkeys?
Don't piss me off.
Girl,
You're
look,
doing
I'm so
it.
sick. I'm so sick
You're
of them.
doing it.
Listen, I'm so sick of them telling us that we evolved from monkeys when they got them lips. I'm sorry. You're not convincing me. You're not convincing me.
Guys, wait, I'm sorry, Anne, because I was talking a lot. Anne wanted to say something a while ago. I'm really sorry, Anne.
Yeah, no worries, Fabi. I was gonna say that um before Tina was talking about, white men being more explorative. No, just the white people or white women being more, freer in their sexual practices, put it that way. All I could think about was in Hunting Wives, she was pegging her big ass husband. I said, "Ah."
I'm
Wait, wait,
telling
wait,
you.
wait, wait,
Let me
wait,
say
wait,
this,
wait,
right?
wait.
When I was like in high school, right? There was like a
She
guy who
was
was a
doing it
football
to her man with a pink dildo.
yeah,
Who?
It's called
in
Hunting
Hunting
Wives.
Wives.
Sorry, it's a show on Netflix.
Excuse me. Let me open my iPad.
And let me just say this. I remember when I was in high school and there was a guy who played football and he loved him some white girls. Loved them, loved them, loved them. And then he broke up with one in particular and it was the first time in my life I ever heard that you people eat butt. That was
Who eats
crazy.
butt?
She was eating his butt. And that's why he loved her
Oh
down
yeah,
bad. And that's why
they do
he
that.
would never be with a black girl because
Listen,
she wouldn't eat his butt. She
no,
wouldn't do it.
I'm never gonna shame people's sexual again
I'm not
to each
shaming
their
it.
own.
Uh,
However,
actually, I have to share. I have to share
I
Eating
because
will
man
say
butt is
my
crazy.
don't think that it doesn't happen in Black community
It
either. Because
does.
it
Oh
does
no,
because
it does.
Hold up.
But
Faith
I
Evans
get
said she was
Wait,
eating it
hold
like
up.
groceries. She sure
listen,
did.
I
I would
guarantee
vomit.
you.
Y'all
I
eat man
get
butt?
listen,
Who
I
eating man
guarantee
butt?
you, if that's happening in
She
the
was
black
eating
community,
what's
that
his name,
woman is
Biggie
making
Smalls
him
booty.
What?
yes. Oh my god,
Yep.
yes. But here's the thing, here's the thing. This is another thing about black people.
She was. She
I
sure
guarantee
was.
you, if they doing that, you gotta be fresh out the shower. You
No, I don't
you
think
ain't
so.
you ain't doing that with a day's worth of sweat on you. I'm telling you
I
this
don't
right
believe
now.
you because white people don't wash their legs.
Ay, ay,
no,
ay.
she's talking about Black.
No. I'm talking about black woman and black man.
Yeah, she's talking
Now
about Black.
I'm talking about black woman and black man. Now white people we know them. They get down and dirty. They'll have sex in the middle of some dirt. I can't do that. But I'm telling you, if a black woman is doing her man and they doing that, you got to be because I'm just thinking about I ain't doing it. But let's just say I would have to see you come from the fresh shower. Cause I'm not,
See you wash
I'm
because
not
people
getting
don't
no
know how to
particles
wash their
stuck
butt either.
nowhere. You gotta wash it.
I couldn't do it on
I
a
need to
plane, on a
wash. No, no, no,
train.
no.
I couldn't do it
Yeah, I'm not finna do
Bend
under
it.
over, let
any
that water hit you directly. Like,
circumstance.
I need to know. And even then, black women watch him take that shower because they
I
don't
need
know
to
how to
see,
wash their
girl.
butt.
Here we go. Look,
No.
what is it? What is it? That black man got on here and was teaching the black man how to wash up. He said, "Turn your back to the water, spread them, and let that water hit." I'm gonna have to be looking like get up in there,
No.
clean
No.
See,
up.
there's a lot
I
of
do
shame in our
not like
community
green
about
eggs
touching
and
yourself.
ham. Sam, I am.
It's okay to
Literally.
touch yourself,
Baby,
especially in the shower. Please
listen to me. I'm gonna be so
get
completely
in
honest.
there.
I love me a good hygienic man. There is no listen. Clean yourself. That man that had got on here and said that he does not wash his butt because it's gay. And
Yeah.
what do I look like touching a butt as a man? I'm like, so you walking around here with a stanky booty?
Correct. Correct.
Logic is so crazy because
Like what?
you touch your penis though. So
And here's the
are
thing.
you
I'm
what?
telling you, I need my man to figure out that as some black women, the sexiest thing you can do is smell good.
Yes. Oh
You can
my
smell.
gosh,
There was a
Right,
yes.
dude.
right.
And
That's the
then
thing
we
for
look
me
at
because
all
I'm
the
very
high
sensory.
and then we look at all the diseases, right? That came from Europe, that came from whatever, that started to plague our communities. They don't wash.
They don't
Of
clean
course, you're gonna
themselves.
have everything under the sun
They
because you're
don't
not washing all
clean.
that
I'm
bacteria.
Well, they
You are
sorry.
don't wash
ingesting it.
and
They don't.
they've been doing it with the animals, and so
I
the
Girl,
can't.
animals
you
are
saw
Okay,
us
but
put you saw I put
listen,
bestiality in the comments. You saw I
listen.
put
I'm
bestiality in the
telling
comments.
you.
There's no end to the
And
freakiness
I'm
that the
sorry,
they
white
baby.
was
I
doing
people
it
will
to the
do.
animals, and that's how it
listen. That's what
spread,
I
and
tell.
that's what had
Listen,
happened.
I'm telling you. That's
Stop
why.
blaming the LGBTQ community. Stop lying.
Even when you go, I tell people it has nothing to do with. I tell you, it has nothing to do with weight. It's everything to do with race. Even when I watched my 600-pound life, them big black women that was 600 some odd pounds, they found a way. They found a way to get they behind clean. Whether they had to,
I
whether it
mean,
took, they had to. They said
they
bring me
have
a.
the ones with the handles, and you can
Yep,
wash yourself with a handle.
that
They
one
got
woman had
stuff.
her child bring her a big bucket of good soap and water with a washcloth, and they put a towel under her, and now they left the room, and that mama washed herself up every roll she had, she cleaned it, and they came in and they dried her off and everything like that. Them white people on that show, they just rotted away in the bed. I'm like, see that right there, let you even know. Even the black men, they would get up, clean themselves up, make sure they look nice. Even that there was some white people, I can't go like
Well,
even when
they
I go maybe a day I can't do it. I just feel icky. Like I
They
can't.
tell, but we don't have to wonder because enough of them get online and tell us this, right? Like it's not.
That's true.
We
And
don't
why
have
do
to
they
do
think it's okay to
conjecture. We don't
share
have
this
to.
information?
They really
We
do.
don't
They
have
get
to
up
be
there
curious.
comfortably.
They offer the information to us. Honestly,
Exactly.
I'm an
There's no
unwilling
shame.
participant in the information.
Like, take
I
us out the
don't
group
want
chat.
to.
Take us out the group
Like,
chat. We didn't need to know that, please. They be telling us
maybe
they don't clean
I,
their kids. They
I'm
they be
telling
sitting up there.
you.
It be so hilarious to me. Those two white girls be on that podcast. They be like, when you go to the bathroom, do you wash your hands? No, me neither. Oh my god, I thought it was just
Yes.
me. Oh my god. Okay, do you use the washcloth? No. Oh my god, I thought it was just me. Oh my god. Da, da, da. I be like, take
No.
us out the group chat. Why did we need to know this? Like, I
And
be feeling.
another
I be feeling violated by this information because why do I need to know that you don't wash
To
behind your
be
ears?
honest,
Like,
caucasity is really, really weird because why are they not ashamed to talk about this stuff? Because I'd be ashamed.
now
you know
why am I
what?
exactly? Now
I
why
just
am I in it? Like, now why am
honestly
I in it?
Where's this here? You know what?
because
I did
they
question my baby father's sexuality. I'm not gonna lie, because he liked to
who
bend me over and he ate it like groceries. I'm not gonna
who
lie, I enjoyed
Grandma,
it.
okay,
I'm
let your
PTSD.
freak
crying,
flag
Em.
fly.
But there are sensors back there. We all
Hey,
have,
hey, hey,
stuff going
hey,
on.
Okay,
hey.
the
It's a
conversation went too left.
I'm not
And you know what?
My cat is listening. He's a
What did
baby.
Beyonce say? What did Beyonce say? To the
Listen, I'm not finna
left.
do it back. I'm not finna do it back. But I did enjoy. But I'm saying, and he was in jail a lot. He was a felon. I liked his ad voice. So
Girl, I'm
y'all think
loving
he
this
was bisexual?
conversation.
But if he
I am
because if he was doing the
traumatized.
bisexual, I'm not. Listen, I used to date bi men back in the day, but what stopped me is that me and my ex, we were talking about who sucked dick, but I said I could never do this again.
Ooh,
I said I could
No,
never do this
thank
again.
you. No, thank you.
I'm
My
like,
thing
I
is
draw the
this.
you put your
line.
I
pinky
can't
in a
compete with a
booty,
man.
and then I can't do it. I can't
I
do
mind
can't
it.
compete
you.
with a
Nah,
man. I can't give you the feeling that a man will give you. I will never compete with a man in that
No,
regard.
that's a different type of. That's a different type
A
of.
conversation about who sucks dick better between
Nah, I
you and
can't
a
get with
man
No,
that.
is
thank you.
Because here's the
diabolical.
thing. Here's the thing. I'm gonna be so completely honest.
Okay, I'm done.
I'm not for the competition at all with my man. But if I'm gonna, I hope I never have to compete. But if I gotta compete, you better be having me compete with another woman. I better be like, you cheating on me. I never want to have to ask, is it a man or a woman? I want to know. You cheating on me is with this woman, and that has nothing to do. It's just that I can't because it's just like the image of knowing that the man that want to bend me over has been bent over. It don't sit right with me.
Oh, so you doing the binging?
I can't. Exactly. Exactly. I can't get with that. I can't get behind that. But I need you to no. 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 No.
I
No.
don't think there's anything wrong with. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, Beatrice. Listen, some men are never going to disclose, and I don't think it's anything wrong with men being bi. I'm not against. I mean, obviously, y'all know I'm married, so this doesn't apply. But if I was not married, I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with a man being a bi man because if you're choosing to date me, you're choosing to date me. I'm not. For me,
That's true.
I wouldn't feel no type of way about that.
As long
But
as you see, because the thing is, like, I remember when lesbians would say that they don't want to date by women because she gonna cheat on me with a man. If she gonna cheat on you, she gonna cheat on you. But at the
Exactly.
same time, I don't want to be cheated on at all. But I also don't want you to I'm straight. I want my partner to be straight. Like that's just how I feel about it. But like if you did, I will say that there are some people who really don't give a good reason to why they don't want to buy dude. And I'm like, if the dude is bi and he's dedicated to you, there should really be no problem. But some of it is laced heavily with homophobia, and it's like, it's one thing to just prefer that, but like if I'm dating a guy and he says, "Oh yeah, I used to be into guys," I'm not gonna just stop talking to him, like because it is like you with me now. I should not have to worry about that. What I do, I just hope it's not like, oh, you was with your dude yesterday and you with me today. Please don't have that close together. Space it
Yeah,
out
I mean,
at
I can
least.
say like I'm a bisexual girly, so like I know what biphobia, can how harmful that can be. So for me, it's like if I'm a cheat, I'm a cheat. I mean, obviously that's a little bit different from me. If
True.
y'all don't know, I'm polyamorous, but like So I mean, but if I'm gonna do it, then I'm gonna do it if I want to. It don't matter if it's a boy or a girl. If that's how I'm
Yeah.
moving, that's just how I'm moving.
I just feel like whatever people like is what they like. I can't be mad at that. I like what I like. It is what it is. I feel like that's one of people's problems, that they can't get past the fact that some people like what you don't like and you can't fathom that and everything. But they like it. Like
Just
eating
be
a
in
butt.
your
Like I don't like that. Like, but I don't
yeah.
like that. But if you like it, that's cool. Like
Yeah. Okay, y'all, I'm gonna end the live. Armor Farmer Toxic, we're actually getting off. Because I've been on with y'all for like 5 hours now. So
Yeah. Bye.
love y'all down. See y'all later. Bye. Have a
Bye,
good night. Enjoy your
guys.
weekend. Do something fun.